Alrighty. Are we live? Oh, yes, we are. There it is. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we got a special one here today. It is CPI Day. It is going to be coming out in about 10 minutes, and a lot is riding on this. Everybody thinks it's going to come in lower, and honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I got brainwashed into it, but I was looking at the Fed futures. You got 10 minutes if you want to go. The Fed futures would be the only way to go after this idea of it coming in softer. But the fact of the matter is we have had multiple inflation prints this year, all come in hotter. I believe every single one. This will be the opportunity for it to come in lower. Market wants to see it ahead of a summer rally. It leads into Powell and even a lot more data, but this should give us a lot of activity in an environment that has been a little bit slower. So I hope you guys are ready for it. I got a little bit of a breakdown. We will be getting those numbers live, but quite frankly, we do not have to wait too long. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. Good morning. I'm going to get my real good mornings. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to lose my voice on the good mornings once we get all into it, but it's CPI day, baby. So shout out to y'all who woke up early, baby. You know what I'm saying? You're here right now. That's a good sign. They're still watch. They going to come in like 2 hours. Just 4 hours later. They're like, yeah. What's the CPI? Did it come out? I was sleeping. I was policy. Anyway, you get it. All right, baby. Let's see what we got. So hopefully you guys got the numbers. If you're not aware, it's about like 0.3 month over month. But let's see what we got. So the median forecast surveyed by Bloomberg is about 0.4 rise in March, about 0.3 on the core, stripping out food and energy, down slightly from March's 0.4 increase, a 0.4 monthly increase in retail sales following the strong 0.7 gain in March, and then 0.1 in the control group. And honestly, that's funny because that's something here today in a weird way. Although CPI is usually the big one, leading into this morning, a lot of people are clamoring about the retail sales. So that comes out at the same time. It's going to give us a little bit of an idea on the health of the economy and all that, but people are paying attention to it. So that is going to be at the same exact time that the CPI comes out. So maybe one of you guys, I'll go through the BLS, but we might need to be looking at both. So whatever reaction you see, if you see any sort of like back and forth, you know what I'm saying? There's a chance that if it was a bad CPI, good CPI, it could get a little bit of a follow-through or a reversal off of the retail sales. So Bloomberg, they're expecting headline is likely ticking down to 0.35 versus 0.38 prior, with the year-over-year average moderating to 3.4. Core inflation should slow noticeably to 0.2 versus 0.3, with the year-over-year following to 3.6 versus 3.8. Taking our CPI projections with April's PPI data, it appears that the core PCE deflator due out of May 31st will rise by 0.24 below the 0.26 to 0.49 range in the first 3 months of the year that we have seen. That would be consistent with our projections for the 12-month change in core to slow to 2.7 by mid-year. So the nowcast from Bloomberg is flagging a slightly cooler headline CPI at 0.3 month on month, more in line with consensus. The model sees inflation also slip into 0.3. It's all about inflation, so CPI figures are going to trump retail sales, no question. 0.4 headline increase would mark the third straight month at that pace, the longest string of at least 0.4 since the late spring of 2022. Such a disappointing run may help to explain why consumer confidence slid last month to the lowest level since July 2022. Cost of living concerns remain despite robust job and wage growth. A core 0.3 CPI rise would at least mark an improvement on what we've had lately. That would be the lowest reading for the year so far, but it's still too high to be consistent with the Fed's 2% target. The 12-month increase in core is expected to tick down to 3.6. That would mark the slowest pace in the last 3 years, or the lowest. Federal Reserve Chair Powell lately has been citing 12-month inflation rate as evidence that progress is still being made on getting price increases down, even if it hasn't came down quickly as policymakers had hoped or expected. Remember, the Fed targets a separate inflation gauge, the PCE in April numbers that won't be out until the end of the month. Today's CPI will feed into expectations for over 2 decades through 2019. The CPI averaged 30 to 40 basis points higher than the PCE. So an annual rate of 3.6 for core and 3.4 for headline is still clearly too high for the Fed. Of course, we're not satisfied with 3% inflation, Powell said on May 1st, emphasizing that 3% can't end a sentence with satisfied. All right, man. Damn. Anna Wong from Bloomberg, she says April core CPI reading, and she's a genius. I like her a lot. She's good. Should be the lowest yet this year, taken together with the April PPI report, which showed a sharp drop in airfare prices. That likely means that core PCE deflator, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, will also register its lowest reading so far this year. Still, details of the CPI report may show a lingering inflationary pulse in some categories. We expect a 20% hike in California, fast food workers' minimum wage to boost prices of food away from home, a key contributor to headline CPI. The takeaway from April's CPI report and the key line within the PPI will likely be that disinflation has resumed, but some signs of stickiness will keep this conclusion only tentative. So Tuesday, we got the PPI for April. The PPI measures prices at the factory gate, as it were, depending on the extent to which companies pass prices along. They could affect customer prices in time. The report was a little bit difficult to read because the monthly gain was notably higher than expected, but the March reading was revised significantly lower. Overall, Powell himself said that the report was mixed in that he wouldn't call it hot. Powell's main message on Tuesday was a reiteration of his view from when the Fed held rates 2 weeks ago. It's likely to take longer than previously thought to get confidence about inflation coming back to 2% needed to allow for rate cuts. After talking about annual inflation reading for a spell, Powell focused attention back to month-on-month price changes in the comments on Tuesday. That's not all surprising, given his inclination to eventually cut rates following the unexpected cooldown in inflation in the latter half of this year. It'll be difficult to get much of a decline in the annual inflation in 24 progress due to base effects. Focusing on monthly changes leaves the door open to rate cuts in 2024. Where are we at? Supercore reached 4.8 year-on-year in March, with nearly half of the increase, 2.5, due to transportation services. Digging deeper, the main culprit was auto insurance that advanced 22% year-on-year. That's going to be nuts if that keeps up, bro. To 4.8. Looking ahead, increasingly complex cars, more expensive mechanics, and costlier auto parts means insurance costs will likely continue to rise. Coming into the CPI, interest rate futures, and you got 2 minutes. If you, if you really, I don't know, if the GameStop bug has hit you, ZQZ to the long side, not a recommendation. I'm not playing it. I was about to do it, though, like 10 minutes ago. I finished my poop, and I was like, you know what? If it does come in cooler, it will be the first one in 4 months. Or ZQU24. September odds are at 5.2 right now. That's what they're pricing in. So not a recommendation. That is definitely risky. It's a Fed future. If you don't know what that is, yeah, the post-poop clarity. It's real, dog. It's real. All right, we only got 2 minutes. So latest read on CPI, highly anticipated by the bond market for good reason. After a streak of upside inflation during the first quarter, April will set the tone for the coming quarter. More rates, U.S. dollar inflation data is important input that will determine whether the Fed cuts rates. Ian Ligon of BMO said it's certainly not wasted on us that the Q2 inflation profile mirrors what we saw in Q1. Then the FOMC might not be able to cut in 25. All righty. I think that's it, yeah. 1 minute. So look at the ZQU as well. That one's a little riskier because it's September, but that one's literally at 5.2 right now. The Zaza's at 5 or 4.8, I think, or 5 flat. So there's an extra quarter point of basis points that you could capture if you're going to make that gamble. But then again, I mean, you've seen me do that. If you do it with one contract, it's not bad, but I wanted to do like 5 or 10 of them. But then that got me in trouble last time. So be mindful. But Chattadonia, it's time. You got 45 seconds until the data. So like that video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We will have it here. You could go to Trading Economics or the BLS. And like I said, somebody keep an eye out for retail sales. That could be another factor that we're going to have to deal with today. So we will find out what we got to do, baby. And then, all right, I'll be on the BLS website. We'll get all of that. And hopefully we have a good day. All right. And then, yeah, watch gold. That's going to be another one. 15 seconds. Good luck, y'all. And remember, every 15 minutes, watch out for the little moves. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bop! And we're off. Oh, bonds taking a rip. And retail sales came in break even. Core came in at 0.3. So there it is. CPI month over month. Damn, even headline came in lower. So yeah, both of them are lower. Did the Zazas already go? A little bit. Honestly, the Zaza didn't even move that much on the ZQU, but looks to be a softer print there. So again, that's your first one. Again, I could have came in hotter. Remember, every single one this year that came in. Then retail sales came in break even as well. So you even had bad retail sales. I think you got what you needed here for the day, my friends. How much are we already up? By 0.8. Let's see. I'll read the thing in a little bit. Let me just double check everything. NQ and SPY matched up. What's the Russell futures again? How did I already blink on those? I want to see. Honestly, it looks good, though. Like you're saying, first print is about 0.5. Remember, we were pricing in about 0.8. Yeah, the ZQ, I thought that would go up a little bit more, but I'd watch it. RTY, that's what it is. I'm tripping. Yeah, the Russell is the one that's absolutely launching. All right. So core is monthly increases bang in line. Headline is less than forecast. Again, that's just a good sign because it could have been bad. And we're off. All right, I'll take the first two. All right, I went with two MNQs to the long side. We're going to top tick the NASDAQ, but trying to keep it a little smaller. I think we're going to get, it could either pull back 0.5%, and then I think in another 15, 30 minutes, we'll get the next one. I'm sorry, I bought it. I'm sorry, because if you wanted it to go up, I apologize now. But that is decent for now. I'm surprised. I wanted to gamble on the, what's it called? We were talking about the Zaza, but yeah, the bond futures already went up. That's very, very surprising. We'll see if the bonds actually hold. Fed futures doubled up. Treasuries extend gain. Core is bang in line. Let's see if it's on the website now. Is this it? No, April 10th. Come on. Oh, there it is. May 15th. Okay. So Consumer Price Index, all urban affairs increased by 0.3 in April, seasonally adjusted after rising 0.4 in March. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported the index for shelter rose in April as the index for gasoline. Combined, two indexes contributed over 70% of the monthly increase. Energy drinks rose 1.1. Food index was unchanged. Food at home declined, while food away from home rose by 0.3. Index for all items less food and energy rose by 0.3 in April after rising 0.4 in each of the preceding 3 months. So again, every single one this year was a beat. This one was just in line. Let's see. Motor vehicle insurance, medical care, and personal care all increased. Index for used car and trucks, household furnishing, operations, and new vehicles were among those that decreased. The all items rose 3.4 for the 12 months. Purple amid a smaller than 3.5% for the 12 months ending in March. All items less food and energy rose by 3.6 over the last 12 months. Energy increased 2.6 over the last 12 months. Food was increased over 2.2 over the last year. See, we'll read it on the breakdown, but the chart might show you something else. The food index was unchanged in April after 0.1 in March. The index for food at home decreased by 0.2. 3 of the 6 major grocery store food groups decreased over the month, while the remaining 3 had price advances. The index for meats, poultry, and fish decreased by 0.7, led by 7.3 decline in the index for eggs. The fruits and vegetable index declined by 0.8 month over month, and non-alcoholic beverages fell by 0.2. The index for cereals and bakery increased by 0.6. Dairy both increased by 0.1. Food away from home is 0.3 in April as it did in March. The index for limited service meals rose by 0.4 and increased 0.3 month over month. Food at home rose 1.1 over the last 12 months. The index for other food at home rose 1.4 over the last 12 months. Energy rose 1.1 in April, same as March. Gasoline went up by 2.8 before seasonal adjustment. Gasoline went up by 5.2. The fuel oil index increased by 0.9 in April. In contracts, the index for natural gas fell by 2.9 in April. The energy index increased 2.6 over the last 12 months. Gasoline rose 1.2 and electricity increased 5.1 over the last 12 months. In contrast, index for natural gas decreased by 1.9 and the index for fuel oil fell 0.8% over the same period. All items less food and energy, core rose by 0.3. The shelter rose by 0.4 in April and was the largest factor for monthly increase. The index for rent rose by 0.4, as did the index for owner's equivalent. Lodging away from home decreased by 0.2 after rising 0.1. Vehicle insurance rose by 1.8, following a 2.6 in March. The index increased 1.2% month over month. They won't tell you the year over year. The indexes for personal care, recreation, and education also increased in April. Medical care index rose by 0.4 in April after rising 0.5. Index for hospital rose by 0.6. And physician services increased by 0.1, and prescription drugs went up by 0.2. Used cars fell by 1.4 in April, following a 1.1 decrease in March. The household furnishing operation index fell by 0.5. New vehicles decreased by 0.4, and airlines airfare decreased by 0.8. So index for all items less food and energy was 3.6 over 12 months. The shelter index increased 5.5 over the year, accounting for 2/3 of the 12-month increase. The all items less food and energy. Other indexes notable over the last year: motor vehicle insurance 22.6, medical care 2.6, personal care 3.7, and recreation 1.5. And then that's non-seasonal adjusted, and then that's it if you want all the breakdowns. So honestly, the only thing I see is that it just didn't go up. This is the first time in almost 6 months that the market was right about this data. So again, everyone, January, February, March, April, you have gone up higher. So this is our first one now where you're at least back to the 0.3, and now people could chill a little bit. You could chill a little bit, baby. So we'll find out. We will find out. But yeah, it came down a little bit. I'm down $100 on my MNQ. Kept them a little smaller, but other than that, man, I think you got a good. I think you got a good print for now. I don't know, where's retail sales. I think retail sales helped out too. I'm surprised though. I think bonds could get a little bit more, so we're only pricing in 0.8. Maybe that top tick was a little bit too premature, but I think you're gonna get a little bit of a back and forth or the move. If it's supposed to be 0.8 and we stay there, I mean, there's only a little bit left on the bone right now, and then that's it. I mean, I think motor vehicle insurance is insane. I don't know why that's kind of like nuts. That has gone up 22% on the year. So again, I think if you chart out, somebody's going to talk about it. I'm not. I think it may may get a little crazier, but literally the last time motor vehicle insurance was at this pace was the 70s. So like that is one that is definitely gone a little nuts. Well, EVs are one. They're blaming high cost of all the vehicles, like they just said. Again, it said it on the BLS. Or no, excuse me, that was an analyst. But they were saying, yeah, cost to repair, all the highly technical components and that stuff. But it's pretty nuts. That's a big increase. And then we're coming down, man, ever since the top tick. But give it 15. What is it? It's only been 8 minutes. And then Fed swaps are pricing in faster rate cuts for 24. They'll be happy in Tokyo. Right now, the dollar slide leaves the yen up almost 1%. Wow, that's actually huge. S&P contracts edging higher. Market reaction showcases how worried traders have been about reacceleration in inflation. 0.3 core reading remains well off the 2% target, but it's a whole lot better than many of the prints we've been getting. Ira Jersey says relief rally knee-jerk reaction may be more about retail sales slowing meaningfully than the close to expected CPI sales have tended to lead good CPI by a few months. So retail sales, meantime, looks softer than forecast. Control group, which feeds into GDP, was down on the month by 0.3 after a slight downward revision for March. From the Index of Bureau of Labor Statistics, index for all item and food energy rose 0.4. All right. Yeah, the yen is up 1%. That's good. But NASDAQ already came back down about 0.1% here. And then you're even getting bonds giving up a little bit of that reaction. But still, up 1%. Dollar's even down now by half. It's decent, but this may not be about CPI. If it is the retail sales giving us this, we may get a little bit more of that back and forth. But literally, you're at 0.4 right now. Target is about 0.8. So we'll see where that takes us. Inline CPI and weakness in retail sales as fresh fuel. 2-year yield is at its lowest level since early April, broken below the 50-day and 200-day. The 10-year now is 8 basis points to 4.36. No shit. The entire implied move is about 0.8 for the day. So you did about 0.5 on the first candle. And then again, people are kind of debating now, are we reacting to CPI or is this the retail sales? So again, I think CPI, first one that hasn't missed in years, and then you get a reversal in the retail sales. So everything came in line, which is good. Again, all the expectations that it would be lower. You're kind of getting the same reaction here. Or you actually got that in here. And now we're up a little bit. Doesn't lower CPI, I mean lower prices, which means lower profits for companies eventually. I mean, it depends how that company is set up, but quite frankly, I don't think it's been very hard to draw a connection to the data we have as of late. Why? Because I think companies report in real time by a quarter, and that data is kind of hard to tell the period and then, all the revisions and everything else. But, that's a month-over-month rate. I think cumulatively we are up about 19 to 20% in terms of inflation. So even if it comes down now, most companies should be benefiting off of everything else. MU running hard. RT. I was looking at the Russell in the beginning. That's why I wanted to see it, but that's leading. So Russell's up literally by like 1.5 while everything else is literally holding half of the expected move. So there's still a little bit of meat on the bone, but Russell is going to be the leader. I mean, again, good news, and mix in the small caps. The Zaza came back down a little bit, but bond futures too, they got to benefit. Yeah, you're still up 1.3 on the Russell. Gregory Farinello, head of U.S. rates for Amerivet, says Fed-friendly data for the most part, with both CPI and retail sales, both indicate a tempering, which is what the Fed is looking for. These numbers support Chair Powell's notion of higher for longer. Ira Jersey says we targeted 4.35 and 4.31 as important technical levels for the 10-year. A break below 4.3 could signal a more pronounced Treasury rally. So be on the look. I think you're right around there right now. So we will find out. But again, that's interesting. I haven't heard Ira say a bond rally in a minute. So 4.3, if you do get a little bit of a bid, that'll be interesting. As usual, housing costs are the biggest component of inflation, according to BLS. Powell said yesterday that this has been a bit of a puzzle. Policymakers have for some time expected the figure to stabilize, but he said that the lags between newly signed leases and shelter costs and CPI have been longer than expected. For her part, Treasurer Yellen said recently she had no doubt the contribution from this component of inflation would be falling over the coming year. David Kelly of JP Morgan tells Bloomberg that what we have here is moderation in the U.S. economy, adding that inflation is taking its sweet time coming down, though it is in a downward trend. Now he added we have 3 reports, jobs, consumer sentiment, and retail sentiment, that say things are moderating. Then one more minute will be our first 15. It's still holding the first candle. This might end up being a little resistance for either by not power hour, by Euro close or from the morning. And then watch though, next 15 minutes, we could still dump. That's it. If you get the first knee-jerk reaction, can't hold up here. I mean, the data is good, but like we're saying, I think we're juggling the retail sales, but not bad. And then again, I mean, give it 10 minutes, everyone's going to start punting. I just read one thing that already said retail sales and everything, or not retail sales. What do you say? It said job sentiment and retail sentiment. End phase up 3. And Bretton Woods. We got a lot more to talk on that, but I hope it helped. And then bonds. Why? Honestly, if bonds rally here, I do think maybe that could be the focus. But keep that in mind, that 4.3. Where are we at? We're at 4.37. So, yeah, if the 10-year could go below 4.32, I mean, I don't know where that IEF would be the one you'd want to watch at. Well, but if that goes up, you could get a nice move. IEF looks liquid as shit. Does retail sales mean Walmart might miss numbers? Maybe, but the thing is, the last retail sales kind of came in hot. So remember, that's, this consumer, and I think GDP did too. But, I mean, you guys got to be careful. That's the second question of, like, how does this data relate to, profits or the company? I wouldn't really link these two like that, if that makes, like, I would look at the company itself, their guidance, and more, I think looking up website traffic to your company would be a better indicator of profitability than the CPI. If that, again, the data, unfortunately, I mean, let me ask you this. Do you feel that prices have came down? That, that's why it's like, if you could, is it cheaper can you get do you think houses are only a 5% increase in rent? Does that sound good to you? Otherwise, I don't think you can make a real life connection, unfortunately. Inflation who? You got France, stagflation who? I don't see no stagflation. Well, it's not that it's fake. I mean, it's funny because you're like, that's why people think it's fake. And I agree, but, there's always some arrogant person in the world. You just don't understand it. And that's how they try to make it. So, again, just like if you read how they calculate it, it's so delayed. It's like if you really look at it, you're like, wow, this is BS. But unfortunately, I've already answered 2 questions. People are asking, well, how does this relate to profitability? Will this affect Walmart? And I'm just like, I'd be very cautious on trying, maybe you could get a clue, but I strongly doubt that there's a connection between the company and the data. You don't factor in the things that don't matter. Well, I talked about it yesterday. I mean, and you guys should go look at European numbers. Like in Europe, they don't even count cigarettes, and they don't look at, and even in the U.S., we don't look at the price of a home. We only calculate rent. So, like, even in Europe, especially, they're really strict on it. They don't even count any of the like housing costs. They've been talking about 3. It's because we're at 3. This immaculate disinflation that we've been on, it brought us, remember, we were at 9%. That shit was crazy. And we came down to 3%, both core and everything. It's at 3. But like you notice, ever since we were like right above 3 and below it, we haven't gone any lower. This is why Kashkari, Goolsby, and a lot of other people are just saying, like, what if we get stuck at 3? It's been, you've spent almost, that's it, 3 more months. All you're going to see is low 4s, high 3s. And that's kind of a problem. And that's why they were saying, even Powell said, no, we're not going to, like, 3% and satisfied cannot be it. Because a lot of people are trying to, like, poke and be like, yo, why don't we just stay at 3 and call it a day? Change your target. But that's never going to happen. And AMC and GME flushing right now. And then watch the bonds, man. I think you got a huge, literally, Russell is the leader. They're benefiting a lot off of this, but I do think the bonds are going to find a way to benefit off of this. And gold, I don't know if you're in it. Damn, gold's high, though, but another 2,400 could be crazy. All right. There was a miss on the manufacturing. I think it missed last time, too. I don't think we care, though, in the sense that the just CPI and retail sales, those are going to be your big sales on the day. Because we did have a huge miss on Empire last time. Nobody gave a shit for now. AMC says stock issue at implied value of 733. Fuck yeah. Adam Aaron. Oh, I didn't even think about crypto. That could be one to look at. Yeah, gold. I don't know if you're feeling psycho. Because if gold, you're $20 from 2,400. I don't know. Gold is under the bonds and it's lower than the bonds and Russell, higher than the NASDAQ and SPY right now. So I don't know. Maybe a MGC. No, I'll wait. If gold comes down, I'll buy it though today. I'm down for a flip. But gold could be again 2,400. We haven't been there in a minute, or at least since like a week or two. Yeah, I'm down with MGCs on a pullback. Even now, but I just don't want to. I already top tick one, so we'll wait. Yeah, IWM's killing it right now. All right, man. Swap still showing willingness for traders to fully price in 2 quarter-point cuts. This reflects a view the window for the Fed is pretty narrow. So honestly, the market's not getting too crackheady, but there might be a bond rally. I'd keep your eye. Bonds are looking stronger than anything right now, and then you're knocking at the door of that 4.3. And remember what I was telling you guys: 4.5, 4.3. If anybody has room to run up right now, it's that 10-year, even the 2-year as well too. Let's see. Swaps data, ZQ. So I've showed you guys this for years, and we were just talking about it, but go to ZQ. Like if you go to option chain on TD and just type in ZQ, set to all, and it'll show you all of the Fed futures. So that'll get you as close to any swaps data and anything else you need. We'll play around with it. There's some are accessible, some aren't, but TD usually, I think if you could get the ticker for, if you're looking for a specific asset, I think you could pull it up on TD. TD Ameritrade is like the Bloomberg terminal that didn't go to college, but it's a genius. You know what I'm saying? Like it had have you ever seen the show? Was it the show Shameless? You know, the son who's like a genius. You know what I'm saying? But he likes to smoke stoves and do drugs. That's what TD Ameritrade is. But it lip, yeah, exactly, lip. Yeah, but that's literally because it has if you get that asset, if you're looking for a very specific, security. I think if you even get the seal, the cusp, you'll be able to pull it up on TD. So it's not bad at all. PGIM says this simply is a recalibration cycle. All right, Chad. I think that's good for now. I hope. All right, well, they're playing an ad. I am going to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to go set up your guys' morning here. So we got about 7 minutes. I'm going to hit you with the good mornings in a little bit, okay? I got to get this all prepped up, baby. But so far, CPI in line, no bad problems. Retail sales helped us out too. And now we're here, baby. Now we're here. So here, let me give you something. I don't know if you guys know, this just came out. There you go, baby. Liberals and Preachers by Josh Answers.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should have read a book about a man? He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name, Muhammad would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was Moses, would have told me that he chosen. If I said his name, Confucius would have said, darn it, I know it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you changed the way you treat us. Mrs. Phillips traded time, Miss Pelosi traded stacks. Mrs. Phillips molded minds, Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime. And it happens all the time, so my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really hear the pain. The people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
Thank you. Snap, 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 snaps. I'm a cowboy. I like it. I like, all right, let me get you this now. I just played that till this came back on.
The S&P 500.
All right, yellow. I'm almost done.
The bond market yields are lower across the curve. On a 2-year, we're down 9 basis points to about 472. On a 10-year, we're down 9 basis points to about 435. And as we reprice the yield curve lower, the dollar is weaker against the euro at 108.62, positive by 0.4% on that currency pair. And dollar yen down to about 155. From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's early morning, bro. We still getting on. I'm still here, though. I'm just making sure this is all set up, Chattadonia. That's it. We got a little bit. Miss Phillips traded time.
Don't then.
Oh, there you go.
I wouldn't be surprised if any possible cut is not pushed out to September or perhaps March of next year.
Okay.
We'll have to see. But right now, again, I take seriously what Powell said yesterday in Amsterdam, and that is that they're likely to hold policy for the next couple of meetings, June and July. We'll see.
Richard, I want to thank you for that sober and smart analysis when everybody else is sort of running around with their hair on fire.
It's like, of course it's sober. Rich, what time is it in Texas?
It's an hour earlier here, so it is almost 8 o'clock, Joe.
Yeah.
What's in your coffee?
Yeah. Of course he's sober. Coming
little
up,
scotch in the coffee is always good for you.
Sambuca. Coming up, what to watch ahead of the Open. Stay tuned. Squawk Box. We'll be right back.
I think everybody's setting up their news right now, huh? I think everybody is, baby. So I can't tell you good morning until I'm ready. So, I don't know. I don't know if you feel me on that. So, but we're chilling right now. It's still it's literally at top tick level. So you either hate me or love me for that. My bad, man. My bad, bro. All right, I think we're good. If I had the Google thing, I could have just, this would have transcribed instantly. Man, okay. Nice. You're acclimated to the horn. That's good, man, because some people it's ruined their lives. I'd say that with pain. Because it's not. They didn't deserve it, but I can't control. I don't know, man. I don't know. Too early. CPI came in line, and then retail sales lower, but as your first in line, not a miss in a very long time. But Chattadonia! What's going on, man? We're here, baby. We got the data. We're going to talk about it all day today, I'm sure. I mean, maybe this makes some people feel good or not. It's giving us our work cut out, but we got it, baby. We're here. And the data, and now we get to start our day. Shout out to all of y'all who are with me early, man. That means we get 8 hours today instead of 7, but it was well worth it. But Chattadonia, what's going on, baby? Happy Wednesday. Good morning. Yes, good morning again, baby. What up, Mayhem? Gary, Mark, baby, Mike, Tyree, Carissa Hines. Good morning, baby. What up, Laker, Jay, N.A., baby. Oh, let's go. Jeff Kent, Rob Irwin, Krista B, baby. Rodrigo, baby. What's going on? Hobby Life, Mr. Nice Watch. Nope. Wide Shits. Pac-Man, Never Haven, Toby, Ray, Matthew, Brex. Oh, let's go. Look at the chat, baby. Good morning. Awaz, Turbo, SG, Win and Loser, Blooming or Booming. What's up, baby? Dave Gawargis. Business. I'm a business, Habibi. What's up? What's up? What's up, Andrea? What's up, Allie? What up, Mark? Dude, the chat is going so fast. Adrian. PNC, baby. Yosef. Luis. Hobby Life. Michael. Kenny. Perma Bear. Oh, William. What's up, baby? What up, Jacob? Robert.
50% off.
SG. Oh, whoa, hi. Shh, that scared the shit out of me.
Final check on the markets.
Good morning, baby. That scared the crap out of me. The chat's going so fast, bro. Hit that like button. That's crazy. Yo, if I missed you, I still love you, man. What about the Twitch? What about damn royalty, baby? Rippin' Stipe, 12 Jimin, Sidonia, Most Dope Andy, Blizzy Bean, Space Nectar, 8012, Lizzie Destroyer, Feed Me Seymour, S. Jones Jax, Gus Gonzo, Real Moke, Blowing Dough, Destroyer again, Eddie J, Space Nectar, Most Dope, Hailstone, and 8012, baby. Man, the chat been going nuts. If I missed you, man, there was a big list, man, big list. I'm back. Get the long term. Get the long term. Long term. Overall recap on CPI. Could have been worse. Market should like it, but not good enough to go like too crazy. But then retail sales came in as a supporting data set. And then Russell coming down. So Russell's starting to drop a little bit more, and the bonds. But Chattadonia, good morning. I'm glad that you are here. I hope you're ready to start your day. I hope a little bit of my craziness could wake you up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We got the whole day ahead of us, bro. I was up at like 4 a.m. pooping, listening to country music. It was weird. So we got a long time, bro. We got a long time. But in the meantime now, let me get you your Josh AI. And here's your news. Hopefully it comes out good. Stocks rise, yields sink as CPI fuels Fed cut bets. U.S. stocks were set to open near all-time highs on hopes that the inflation report won't undermine the case for Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Futures contracts on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 were little changed, while the MSCI All Country World Index extended its longest run of advances since January. Copper futures in New York rallied to a record high after a short squeeze that's prompted a scramble to divert metal in other regions to U.S. shores. Treasury yields edged lower, and a gauge of the dollar softened ahead of U.S. Consumer Price Index data, which is expected to show a slight moderation in price increases. Core CPI, which excludes volatile food and energy costs, is seen slowing to 0.3% month-on-month from 0.4%. There seems to be an expectation that the data will cool from last month, and the market does seem to be somewhat set up that way, said Samuel Zeef, head of global FX strategy at JP Morgan Chase Bank. I think we could see a pretty intense dollar rally if the data is quite hot. Wall Street traders sent stocks up and bond yields tumbling as a slowdown in inflation reinforced bets the Federal Reserve will be able to start cutting interest rates as early as September, and equities pushed higher in early trading after data showed the consumer price index cooled in April for just the first time in 6 months. The S&P 500 looked poised to hit its 23rd all-time high in 2024. Treasury 2-year yields dropped 8 basis points to 4.73%. Fed swaps priced in a faster pace of policy easing for the year. The so-called core consumer price index, which excludes food and energy costs, increased 0.3% from March, according to government data out Wednesday. From a year ago, it advanced 3.8%. 1.6%. U.S. retail sales stagnated in April after downwardly revised gains in the prior 2 months, indicating high borrowing costs and mounting debt are encouraging greater prudence among shoppers. Wall Street's reaction to CPI, Chris Zaccarelli at Independent Advisor Alliance. The good news is that CPI hasn't reaccelerated, and most importantly, it was less than expected month over month. The bad news is that consumers seem to be reducing their spending. On balance, we think it's a positive that inflation is moderating, and although a slowdown in spending could turn into a problem for the economy, Gary Bzeggio at CIBC Private Wealth US. This is the first good CPI report in 4 months, and the market likes it. The news on core inflation was better than expected. Retail sales also showed some deceleration from the previously hot consumer sector. Taken together, this supports a Fed rate cut in the fall. Richard Flynn at Charles Schwab UK, although this will offer reassurance to markets after an unwelcome uptick in CPI figures last month, the figures are unlikely to prompt an imminent change in interest rates. Patience has been the Fed's core message lately. In the meantime, we watch and wait. Corporate highlights. This week's renewed frenzy around meme stock favorites GameStop Corp and AMC Entertainment Holdings Inc. cooled off Wednesday. Boeing Company faces possible criminal prosecution after the U.S. Justice Department found the company violated a deferred prosecution agreement tied to 2 fatal crashes half a decade ago, intensifying the crisis engulfing the embattled U.S. plane maker. Shareholders in BHP Group Limited and takeover target Anglo-American PLC expect the world's largest miner to come back with a third and improved proposal before a regulatory deadline next week, even after the smaller company laid out a bold restructuring plan of its own. Burberry Group PLC warned of a challenging first half after the British maker of pricey trench coats reported tumbling sales on weak demand in China and the U.S. Market optimism. Indeed, traders are in a very optimistic mood heading into the crucial release today, betting it won't undermine the case for Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Global equities headed for a fresh record after a tech-led rally on Wall Street Tuesday. U.S. futures held firm while Treasury yields fell to a 5-week low. The upbeat sentiment comes despite signals from Chair Jerome Powell yesterday that the Fed will be patient and keep rates higher for longer. Data deluge, but CPI isn't the only data story in town today. The U.S. is also reporting retail sales figures alongside the inflation numbers at 8:30 a.m. New York time, and some think they could be even more critical thanks to the insight they give to the wider economic picture. Analysts expect sales to show some growth in April, albeit at a slower pace than March's blowout numbers and meme stock mania. Away from the hard data, the renewed frenzy around meme stocks is continuing. At one point, GameStop shares were surging 31% in U.S. pre-market trading, while beleaguered movie theater chain AMC jumped 34%. Both paired gains somewhat after that, but betting against the rally has proved painful in recent days. Bearish wagers on the pair have lost more than $1.3 billion in mark-to-market losses this month, according to data from S3 Partners. Copper squeezed. Finally, a significant story in the copper market is brewing as futures for the metal surged to a record high in New York. A short squeeze has seen futures jump by more than 7% this week, leaving it at unprecedentedly high levels compared with copper on other global commodities exchanges and prompting a scramble to divert metal in other regions to U.S. shores. Top overnight news, China is considering buying millions of unsold homes to support the property market. People Familiar said local governments would be asked to purchase units from distressed developers at steep discounts using loans provided by state banks. The offshore yuan strengthened. BBG. The IEA lowered its outlook for crude demand growth this year amid an economic slowdown and mild weather in Europe. Still, annual consumption remains on track to reach a record of more than 103 million barrels a day. The agency kept its estimates for 2025 BBG'd out. The ECB is very likely to start cutting interest rates at its next policy meeting in June. Bank of France Governor Francois Villeroy de Galhau said, barring surprise shocks, the ECB remains committed to bringing inflation to its 2% goal by next year from 2.4% currently, he said in an interview on RTL Radio on Wednesday, BBG. The Biden administration is encouraging Arab states to participate in a peacekeeping force that would deploy in Gaza once the war ends, in the hope of filling a vacuum in the Strip until a credible Palestinian security apparatus is established, FT. The Biden administration notified Congress on Tuesday that it was moving forward with more than $1 billion in new weapons deals for Israel. U.S. and congressional officials said a massive arms package less than a week after the White House paused a shipment of bombs over a planned Israeli assault on Rafah. Wei Jie, a top official at the Federal Reserve, said it was too soon to say that progress bringing down inflation had stalled and said it was appropriate for the Fed to hold rates steady as it awaits evidence that price pressures are easing further. It's too early to really conclude that we stalled out or that inflation is going to reverse, said Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester in an interview Tuesday. I kind of always suspected that we wouldn't be able to make as quick progress as we got in the second half last year. WSJ, Washington is increasingly concerned about Russia's momentum in Ukraine, although the Pentagon still hopes that once American weapons begin arriving around July, many of Moscow's recent gains can be reversed. NYT, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva fired Petrobras CEO Jean-Paul Prates following a dispute over dividend payments. The government is proposing Magda Chambriard to replace him. That's it. BBG. He'd be killing those foreign names, dude. He'd be like, I wish I could actually do it. Like, you know? My goodness. But Chad, there's still more. I'm a little bit more hyped, I guess. But I will try to talk like that. All right. So, S&P futures are up by 0.4. Wednesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finished higher on Tuesday, with the NASDAQ hitting a fresh record. Treasuries are rallying across the curve. Dollar is down by 0.2. Gold is up by 0.3. Bitcoin is up by 0.6. And WTI is down by 0.3. Risk on with the help of the rate rally on the back of some renewed disinflation traction in the April CPI report and a softer retail sales print. Latter dynamic fits with the recent shift back to soft landing narrative and bad news is good news tilt. Other recent tailwinds have revolved around buybacks, renewed systemic fund buying, seasonality, and the AI secular growth theme. Big story this week has been renewed meme rip, which has also been flagged as an overhang on momentum. Headline CPI a bit cooler than expected in April, with core in line with consensus but down from recent months. Retail came in below expectations amid some talk about payback for the strong March reading. Empire Manufacturing contracted more than expected in May. Minneapolis Fed President Kashkari and Fed Governor Bowman scheduled to speak today. Fed Mester noted too soon to say progress on bringing down inflation had stalled and highlighted high bar for raising rates. Fairly quiet in terms of overseas developments, though Bloomberg reported China is considering proposals to have local government buy millions of unsold homes. That one's big. OpenAI co-founder Ilya Sutskever is leaving the company. DOJ accused Boeing of violating terms of deferred prosecution agreement. VFC reportedly shopping the streetwear brand and has hired Goldman to conduct portfolio review. NXT fiscal Q4 ahead with takeaways focused on mixed pricing and tailwinds, largely in line full year 25 guidance and fairly low bar. Boot fiscal Q4 and full year 25 guide below, while company said it has seen steady sequential comp improvements across the business in recent months. INFN preliminary Q1 results below, though bookings up year over year and takeaways positive on design wins. Wolf named Glenn Murphy as executive chairman and announced purchase of $2.5 million worth of stock. Wow. And I think that's it, bro. You don't have any crazy headlines. April core is a bit cooler than expected. April headline retail consensus falls. Powell expects inflation to continue moving down, though path may not be smooth. Bank of America's survey shows most bullish investors since 2021 despite stagflation overhang. Bank of America's latest global fund survey said that investors most bullish since November 21st, noting stock allocations highest since January 22nd and FMS cash levels of 4.0, lowest since June 21. However, the team cautioned that risk assets are now more vulnerable to stagflation as reported of a noted global growth expectations falling for the first time in November, with a net 9% expecting a weaker economy over the next 12 months. Buybacks a bullish talking point. New York Fed's latest survey of consumer expectations shows rise in 1 year. And that's it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about the data, baby. My goodness. My goodness. So now we got a lot of time where we're going to be able to do a lot of things, baby. A lot of things, but we got a couple of pre-market movers. So DT, they are up by 4.3 off earnings. SMFG up 3.9 earnings and 3-for-1 stock split. NU is up by 3.9 on earnings. VOD 3.6 final approval of sale of Vodafone Spain to Zagona. VOD up 3.6. I already said that. Dell 2.5. Morgan Stanley names top pick. We're told. Spotify 2.5. Nothing. Ulta 2.2. Grab 2.0. Neo 1.7. JP Morgan upgrades to neutral. MNDY up 18 off earnings. NXT 14 earnings. SRAD 8.6 earnings. BLBD 7.4 earnings. Or nothing. GSM is 7.4 off earnings. BCRX up 6.2. Insider buy. 4 is up by 4.6. Insider buy. Plug 3.2. Follow through from yesterday. Conditional loan commitment from D of E. Dole is up 3.0 off earnings. GDRX up 3. GoodRx and Kroger signed direct contracting agreement. MMYT up 2.1 earnings. OXLC 2.1 earnings. DLPN up 23 off earnings. IPW up 18. TTOO up 14. 8 million private placement. ARQT up 13.9 off earnings. LCTX 11.5 update sales agreement. And up to 40 million shares of common stock. Cassie up 8.9, NNE up 7.1, OMA 6.1 interim results of ongoing phase 1b/2b clinical study of palazestrant, OP 250. TMCI up 6.0, GCTS up 6 off earnings, Wolf 5.4 appoints new chairman, PSQH up 4.8 off earnings, BLDP 4.7, Fence up 4.7, APPS up 4.7, RSKD 4.1 earnings, BGS 4 Serve up 3.9 earnings, EVGO 1.8 insider buy, GameStop trading down 10, meme. That's all it says, just meme. That's crazy. Disney, Bob Iger speaks at Moffett-Nathanson conference. PBR down 7-2. CEO John Paul Prates fired by Brazilian president. Lula da Silva after dividend dispute. DLO down 30 off earnings. AMC down 9. Meme. INFN down 8.6 earnings. Boot down 6.2 earnings. NVAX down 4.2. Reddit 3.4 meme. ASON down 2.8. Rumble down 2.5 earnings. BB down 2.3 meme. CSWC down 2.2 earnings. DHT down 2.2 earnings. Bolt down 31 earnings. PXLW 29 earnings. SPWR 24 profit taking from yesterday. And Wolf Research downgrades to underperform. CTNT down 22 profit taking from yesterday. VTSI down 20 off earnings. Cost down 19.7 meme. DFLI down 14.6 off earnings. Tupperware down 13.1 meme. DRIO down 7.5 off earnings. MaxN down 5.4 meme. ACIU down 5. Big down 4.5 meme. GOEV down 4.3 earnings. And then EWCZ down 3.7 meme. I mean, that's it. It just says meme. I've never seen that in my life. I've never had anything show just meme. And then I don't know if y'all know, but like low key, like people are mad. Every morning on Bloomberg, bro. They're like, just because you find a casino, it does not mean you're in Las Vegas. Okay? It does not mean we're all gamblers. It's one of those things. It's like honestly, like GME, this is like drawing in the sand, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like let he who has never gambled throw the first stone. Because I don't know, everybody getting mad. They're like, it's not the same. It's not manipulated. Doesn't mean the whole market's manipulated just because one thing is heavily manipulated. No. And just because there's a casino does not mean you're in Las Vegas. Does not. Okay. Why are you getting so mad? And then are you dropping? That's gold dropping, but even then, kind of chill it. I don't know where the Russell's at, but Chattadonia, that is all we got, man. That is all that we have here. Those are the plays. I got a couple. I'm not really looking at too much. We got Baidu earnings in a big position, so we'll have that. And then I'm going to be watching the Zaza, the gold futures, MP Dub, and then JetBlue, and then my NQ. We will see, man. We will see. All right, man. But give me 2 minutes. Let me go get a water. I've been pretty hyped this morning. We still got a long day ahead of us. And oil's on the low. I will be right back, baby. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
I think it's hard to get an exact answer from the administration on how much do they view tariffs stoking inflation. We heard from Ambassador Catherine Tai yesterday, the U.S. Trade Representative, speaking to reporters in the press gaggle, and she was talking about that price connection has largely been debunked. When you look at these new tariffs, a lot of them are symbolic. When you look at the likes of electric vehicles, already you don't have massive Chinese companies coming in and sending cars here because of how high the tariffs already were. What you see is the walls going up really as a direction of travel. A lot of people view a lot of this as symbolic. But Matt, whether or not it is Trump or Biden next year in the White House, this is going to be the direction of travel. They are likely going to pull more on levies. Donald Trump is talking about 60% in terms of tariffs he could potentially have on Chinese imports coming to the United States. And this has to do with what U.S. officials will talk about, national security concerns, and also making sure that they can protect United States workers.
Does this mean that, Democrats now agree with Republicans on the protectionist measures that Donald Trump was putting into place? Are we all protectionists now?
At this point, yes. You'd be hard-pressed in Washington, D.C. to find anyone who is not going to want to take a tougher stance when it comes to Beijing.
In terms of the price increase, we're looking at not only 100% plus on cars, and I take your point, right? You don't have BYD bringing cars into the U.S. anyway, even though if they did, you could buy a $10,000 EV. But you have price increases that we just saw on that board for lithium-ion batteries, for solar cells, for all of the kind of things that should make America green. Those prices are going to be higher and higher.
Well, this is what is so sometimes difficult to follow with the administration officials trying to do. What are they leaning on most heavily at what moment? We know that this president wants to be the most pro-climate president in history. He wants to electrify the grid. Well, to do that quicker, that would be, to your point, bringing in these cheap materials, these green materials from China. At the same point, this is a president that also wants to be the most pro-labor union president we have ever seen. To do that, that means shoring up the U.S. base and U.S. companies, and that means making sure you're putting up the walls when it comes to Chinese imports.
That is exactly the point. I think very difficult to be pro-union at the same time as pro-green. He's trying to make it work, and we'll see how that plays out in the election. Anne-Marie Horton, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's surveillance anchor, new surveillance anchor. Great to have you here. Now, some breaking news here. Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico was taken to a hospital in the town of Handlova after being shot. The Interior Ministry is calling it an assassination attempt. We'll give you more details as they come through. But again, the Slovak premier has been shot in what the Interior Ministry is calling an assassination attempt. Coming up, we're going to give you back to the market, the morning calls, and then later we're going to talk to BlackRock's Gargi Chowdhury, breaking down the latest economic data.
Wow, that's okay. That's crazy. Dude, that's kind of nuts. My goodness. Wow, Chattadonia on the Slovakian premier. Slovakia Prime Minister. His name is Fico. That's remember it was like 2 years ago, didn't they? The Japanese dude. Remember that one? That was crazy. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But Chattadonia, we got a little bit of time. We are here right now. You got to hear the news, the plays, the data. You're here right now. GameStop making some moves. I don't meme. So I don't know, man. You let me know. But Chattadonia, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Meme. Mara calls. GME. Buru, China, NVIDIA put, AMD, AMA, Tesla, NVIDIA put, SoFi calls, BB, SPY put, TLT calls, GME calls, NVIDIA, Mama, AMD, Intel, Neo, ignore memes, swinging ANET, 2,000 shares, GOV, NVIDIA calls, Vanny, Meme, Neo, GME, Meta, AMD, PayPal calls, Google, GME, Netflix calls, MSTR, MPW, SPWR, Shop, Vanny, GME Law, GME, FFIE, AMD, Google calls, Square, Shopify's, Riley puts, Macy's Jump, Baba, NVIDIA and Tesla calls, FFIE, AMD, GME, IonQ, Chad calls, still holding hymns, Palantir, IWM, SPY put, AMD, RKT, GME, MPW calls, Shop, God did, Gold, Roblox calls, QQQ Law and puts, GME, ALMD, MPW and Fly, AMD, Affirm, BlackBerry, FFIE, Law Palantir, Mara, MSTR, SPY, Duolingo calls, NASDAQ puts, riding my edible shares to big profits, Amid puts on everything, Josh puts solid DPST, AMD, and the final plays. Mara, Intel, and Chad. Wow, let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Wow. So, Chattadonia, we only have a couple minutes here. It's actually perfect timing. I think it's there. I hope you guys are locked and loaded. I can't believe it, man. An early day, and now the bell is about to go ding, ding, ding. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice bigger than most of us ever have and ever will. And it's something we all benefit off of every single day, man. It's actually wild, man. You know, and I imagine all those books I be reading you and history lessons, man. It don't, without the people who made the sacrifice, we don't have a lot of it, man. So I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America, veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, the families, from the bottom of my heart, and I know a lot of Chads feel the same way, for real. Thank you for your service, dedication, whether you agreed with things or not. You made that commitment, man, and we all benefit, and the least we could do is say thank you, and I hope all of you show that love and appreciation of the vets. So, vets, thank you, and big shout-out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making things run, baby. That's where it all happens, so thank you, but... ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, I don't have my chair today. Oh. Let's go, baby. It's game time. I forgot to sit down. I can't give you the full sound effects, man. It dawned upon me a little too late. I'm standing up right now. So, yeah, my bad. But yeah, I'm sure you envisioned it. That was like the AI version. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll take it, man. What up, Lil Rambo? Oh, LJ Rambo. I thought it said Lil Rambo. I was like, that's a cool name. I'm down with it, man. What's up? Good morning. We standing up. I'm going to try to stand up all day, but now I'm like sad I missed out the sound effects. But we should have a good day, bro. We should have a good day. Either way. So, Chad, we got about 1 minute, 59 seconds. You had a nice watch list yesterday. We had some nice 1,000%ers yesterday, too, or at least one of them. We'll see what happens with the memes. You got a cool gold lesson. I think we might even play gold today, depending on how it plays out. But if you have any questions, you got 1 minute and 43 seconds. You could like the video, but don't feel obliged, my friend. Don't worry. Anything you need, you let me know, and let's have a good day, huh? So let's see, baby. Let's see. I like gold too, but it's up. I want I would try to get it a little lower. Bro, the NASDAQ is pinned. I'm like right below where I got it. I think if I didn't have as much slippage, it would have been a little better. But we have not moved since that first candle. So I do think the first couple of minutes here throughout the day, like that first 30 minutes, we should have an interesting time. And then GME's down. Where's MP Dub? Honestly, I think if that thing held, man, I'm down. Honestly, all the other memes are down. So, but then again, MPW might be able to benefit if the bonds rally here today too. But Chad, you got 1 minute. I'll be probably playing the gold futures, not GLD. GLD would be decent and be careful, okay? Be careful on GLD options. I hate GLD options. I don't know if you guys remember. We had like a random play on one of the GLDs. We hit the nugget, but it took a while for that thing to go up. So that's what you got to watch out for. Oh, I haven't looked at any of the Roaring Kitty stuff. Oh, apparently he's doing it a lot faster now. You can't find the new song. It's called Liberals and Preachers by Josh Answers. If you search Josh Answers on any platform, you should find it. It's on Spotify too. It's good, man. It's good. All right, man. 15 seconds. Like that video. Love yourself, okay? Love yourself. That's more important. And let's have a good day. Call out any plays. You need anything, you let me know. And don't talk about other people. You'll get banned, and that's it. Round 1. Fight. Let's go. All right, Intel starting off here. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, GME down 15. And then we got MPW hugging the 6, but we'll see where that goes from here. Again, don't you have Walmart earnings in the morning? And then China plays, bro. Those actually might be a little bit fire here. I wish we could play Chinese real estate. China options are not open yet. Bitcoin pumping. That was moving a little bit after the data. I think that could be an interesting one. J and J on the high. NASDAQ up 0.55. SPY up 0.4. And then Russell 1.8. And then Dow at 0.4 as well. Wendy. I'll come back. Oh, and Noah. God bless. Let's kick ass today. Much love to everybody. Hey, man, bro. I missed that. I was getting too caught up in the morning here. My man, Noah, baby. Wolf on the high, TSM. Honestly, I think chip makers are doing good, no? Like all of them. And NVIDIA's even up. And then gold getting a pop here. SPY's starting to edge up. Bro, NASDAQ's just staying pinned. Why is Tesla like this? Apple 0.5. AMC, is that AMC moving up? Yeah. So AMC and GME, they're going up there. Again, remember Google's event, they're 0.4. They're actually trailing behind some of the other big tech. Amazon's in the red, surprisingly. DJT up 1-1. Edible, someone said that in the morning. That one's going, damn, that says up 100%. Edible arrangements, the best gift you could give anybody. Wow. And then Vanny, still holding that price. MGNX. PayPal's on the high. So SPY up 0.5. NASDAQ's climbing now too, but still a little behind. But you're getting first move starting to be greens. GME halted. So I don't know. Is this true? Can somebody confirm? But I was told the other day that GME is the most halted stock in history. I'm kind of baffled by that, but then it makes a lot of sense. HT, remember, they had earnings. Yeah, Pfizer's going up. I have that in the top right. J&J, HD, a couple of other value names. They've been going up. And, bro, I sell out of the utilities yesterday, but everyone's like, dude, it's the new AI play. So, honestly, watch some of those values. Yes, it is. 17 times. I thought it was 6 times. That's crazy, but yeah. So, I think it's all, like, if you count all the halts, it is the most halted stock ever. MPW dump. We'll take it, man. Again. That's why I was pretty surprised it held up, but they're finally going down. All the other memes, is there any meme that's edibles up? But I don't know if any of the other ones. I think JetBlue, they came down, and I'm down with JetBlue if that could. Actually, JetBlue's up. Shit. Dell going up. They had an upgrade. Pfizer breaking out. SPY starting to move up a little bit. You're getting to the pre-market highs here. So keep that in mind. You were a little bit higher pre-market. Even the NASDAQ starting to go. And then Russell's the leader, 1-2. SPY and NASDAQ are half of the Russell. Big is up. Yo, big pop on Dell. Hold up. Damn, that's 6%. Yo, what's going on with Dell? They had an upgrade in the morning. Disney streaming unit will be a double-digit margin business. That's a bold claim, sir. Yeah, Disney's popping off that. I'm like, that's a very bold claim. Dell was named Fade, but that, am I tripping? Is Dell up 6% or is my platform tweaking out? Yeah, bro, I don't know, but that looks like a huge pop. Yeah, that Disney news is good, but then now it's flipping. He might have said something else. It's up 6? Yeah, that's crazy. So honestly, the Dell options are kind of tweaking. They're up 600%. NVAC's starting to go. Yeah, watch out for that one. I don't know if a pullback or not, but if that continues momentum, Dell is actually looking fire. Again, it's up a lot already, so both today and the year. Coin, AWIN, up 53. Yeah, MPW went red. A couple of the memes that were red are going green. Some of the greens are going red, but they're down again. NVAX, I was just showing you that one red. That one popped up. JetBlue, they were green, went red. MO is breaking out here too. 45.81. Damn, those contracts, you've been like in the money. MPW, yeah, down 2-3 now. NVO. Let's see. Yeah, dude, that's crazy, dude. I made that one play though. It was at like 5 or 4 something. So we'll see, or 5.13, I think. So we'll see if it gets back down there. And then even JetBlue, if I could get a red on that, I kind of down. I'm surprised Disney, that double-digit news sounded really good. Disney is at a conference right now. Is Oracle still going from yesterday? A little bit, up 0.7. SPY breaking out as well. Again, SPY, you're looking for what, like 527, 526.95? Yeah, I think he's still speaking. ANVS, I had that up there just a second ago. Small cap runner. And then Google breaking out finally. And then there's, Big Tech's doing pretty good, even though Russell's outperforming. But NASDAQ and SPY closing the gap a little bit while Russell's kind of staying there. Tesla's dumping. Oh, wow, down 1. I think NIO got an upgrade today, but they're down. Are all the EVs? I mean, Ford, some of the other ones. Where's China, too? Baba flipped. Damn, Baidu was up 1, and that turned around. They have earnings tomorrow morning. Big, yeah, that was another. That one's actually held up. NVAC's really going, and then Lucid came back down. AMC's halted, I think, and then so is GME still. Abbott gets FDA class recall for HeartMate 3 LVAS kit. Watch ABT, and then I think watch, not Dexcom. There's somebody else who has a heart drug. Is it Merck? So somebody might benefit off of that, but Abbott's not reacting yet. Tesla flushing on the low. Yeah, so Tesla, I don't know. A couple of other EVs are down, but one's crazy. Yeah, bonds are the breakout for now. SPY, NASDAQ both took a little candle down from that high. Where's gold? 23.75. I don't know. So gold did come. Oh, we should have scooped it at the 70s, but it's still kind of in the middle of the data point. There's GME down $2 off the halt and probably halted again. No, it has to be a halted again off the open. That's crazy. I think it got unhalted and halted. So add that. Another one for the history books. MP Dub flushing. What was I going to see? Oh, I want to see MO. Pfizer breaking out and then MO. But Pfizer, no news ticker. I was like, oh, wait. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, what? How can I get you a ticker on a company with no news? I'm confused. I feel you. Well, here's the thing. I mean, somebody brought it. I love you guys, man. I love it when y'all. And I don't know, my real Watchlist people. I love you, man. You know what I'm saying? But because somebody said it, it was like, think about it. What is today? Based on one of the questions we answered yesterday, what would today be? For some people, maybe. Biden April CPI shows prices are still too high. It's not about Bretton Woods. It's one of the questions. Yash does read the Twitch chat, man. Hell yeah. You can still get banned, though, too. So, you know what I'm saying? Show love, baby. You know, be gracious. Hump day, come on. Someone kind of got the answer, I'm assuming. I'm assuming you meant what it is. There it is. Bro, the margin calls. So, like, technically, if you were getting murdered on GME on Monday, you got to put up money today if it worked against you. So, depending on because think about it. If the stock went up 100% by Monday or Tuesday, you might have to put up 50, 100% capital to hold it. So, ironically enough, this is that 72 hours. So, we'll see. Yeah, second halt. I mean, it sucks. They literally got halted and then opened up, and then that's it. It's its worst day. It's crazy because like early morning, GameStop was up, and so was AMC, and then they just flipped. And then MPW was green in the morning, and then flipped, which is weird too because again, MPW now you would think it would benefit a little bit off the bonds and real estate today, but nah. Did the data come out for CPI? Yes, it did. Google breaking out. So, again, they were kind of going a little slower in the morning. And Pfizer, man. Pfizer's almost at 29. It's actually kind of a big deal. So, Pfizer hasn't been this high. It's breaking out one level. But this is kind of where it got trapped from January to March. So, I think Pfizer above 29, we're going to be 29 handle just holding. You're going to be looking good. It might get a little bit more momentum. I don't think Elon said anything. I mean, if anything... That deal yesterday, wasn't it like XAI? And then DraftKings breaking out, but I don't know if that would be it. But looks like a lot of EVs and autos are down. Biden calling on grocery chains to deliver low prices for consumers. Mr. President, the food prices only went up 2.2%. I kindly request you talk to the insurance companies. Thank you. Auto insurance is up 22%. And then I think it went up 18% the other year. So please, auto insurance. Man, screw a used car. Auto insurance is the most expensive thing right now. It's actually insane. Like, so if there is anything to talk about, like greedflation, people like to say that. I think auto insurers they should have a target on their back. And I mean, think about it. You all pay, if you're a working American, you know, you probably have a car to get to work. I mean, that's something a lot of people pay. Yeah, DraftKings came up. Tesla's down 1.7. And then Google and then SPY about to break out. Where's gold? So gold's still holding. I don't know. NASDAQ plays about to go green. CRM. Oh, that could be a good. Doesn't CRM, they report late too. So they might have an earnings vibe. Yeah, CRM's starting to move, but you know, if you start shooting out a little bit, they got earnings right around the corner, maybe in the next couple of weeks. Disney speaking at a conference. They said good double-digit things, but, dude, it's sad. Ever since Bob Iger has won, the stock has dropped $20. Literally, he wins the thing, and then he's coming out and doing all these, man. Like, I just wanted Nelson, bro. This guy, we had $120 on damn Disney. And then they're like, nah, let's try the same thing. The white card bleeds, right? For real. I don't know about Amazon. I mean, maybe anything related to cloud or the Google keynote, but could just be tech kind of chilling out. They were talking about it yesterday in terms of valuation. And Tesla's still lower. SPY coming down. I was just about to go green, and then whoop. GME cracking. Sadly, it's been like that since the morning. Yeah, GME unhalted, going lower. Again, today is technically margin call day, and now some people got a gift. if it was hurting you, just even on, you're still higher than Monday though, which is crazy, but definitely easier to cover here than where it was yesterday. Bro, XLU's insane. I'm kind of mad I sold it yesterday. Literally, everyone's like, it's an AI play now. And I'm like, oh, God. But kind of makes sense. But I'll take my 6%. Let's see. If that doesn't get halted, it'll chill a little bit. MP flushing. Chips are still holding on the day. Or at least NVIDIA is. No, man, I think they all are. Micron's even on the high. Again, Dell and Micron. Dell's even coming back up there. Neo flush. It's weird. They got to upgrade today. And then Baba's holding after that. Baidu sold off. SPY coming down now. Back to VWAP. Disney's drilling. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe should we listen to it? I don't know what he's saying. I don't know how you could sell off after saying you're going to get double-digit margin on the industry or on the segment that's been clapping you. And then Iceberg, we'll probably have to talk about that later, all of the, like, shorting stuff. I mean, you got good questions, but I don't know if I can fit them in right now. I want to see how this died. It's only been 15 minutes. So, yeah, NASDAQ already coming back down here and SPY. So, if this was your little morning move, get back up to the pre-market levels and then fly. You might touch back here, so that's a possibility. You usually see that on those day-to-days. We'll hit that high, come back down, make a low touch, and then unlock the move from there. Again, I think if it is lower liquidity, I wouldn't be surprised. Where's the volume? 6 million in 15 minutes? Not bad. Not bad, but that could fall off a cliff still. Rumble dumping. Again, a lot of the memers they've came down here pretty heavily. Again, GME's down 21. So literally $36. This is where you were after hours on Monday. So that was the high hit after that LT talk. Meme. Kitty tweet. You'll like this tweet? Is it One Punch Man? Meme. I haven't seen the Roaring Kitty ones this morning. I was too involved in the CPI. A Family Guy meme? Meme. I like it. Will Smith, I'm down with that. I didn't see the other ones. We'll get back to it. I want it to go up, though. I want him. That's it. They're clapping him today. Came down. Well, yeah, I think, again, I don't think it's today's 72 hours from Monday, even that Friday. I think they're going to, you'll get one move. I mean, maybe it even goes down tomorrow, but I do think the next week will be a new week to see if it continues or not. But for the most part, just day one going down. We'll see how that tests everybody's resolve. And now if you really want to get into it, now you could ask yourself that question. That's another chip, man. WDC, Micron, Dell, they're all very active, and your boy NVIDIA holding up. Did they halt GME? It's going into the low right now. I think pause for volatility. Oh, no, that's edible. Edible, unhalted, and then halt. No, yeah, then they halted GME. Look at it. It's all just halts. VRT. CDNS. It's one of the NVIDIA partners. Russell's going crazy. It is, but it came down. That's why I'm like the gap. I think either Russell is going to match up to SPY and Dow, or Dow and SPY are going to try to catch up to Russell by the end of the day. So in the morning, it was 1.3 to 0.5, 0.6. Now it's 0.8 compared to 0.4. And then bonds, too. They were looking good. They came down. Again, your dollar is down. But dollar did climb here throughout the morning. Cooked on this. Are you still holding that one from like a couple weeks ago? One where oh shit, oil just flushed. 76. So, 75 is the pain level. And then 75 to 72. I'm probably in at 75 or 72. But damn, that's crazy. Did you keep the shorts? Because then you'll probably have a delta of 0.7 if you still have those. I think it'll be good, but then again, the war headlines. That's the only thing that has faded lately, but I think OPEC had something yesterday. Gold lower? Yeah, gold's at 23.64. All right. Still expensive. Again, that watch list where we were talking about, we could have got at like 23.20. But yeah, gold's hitting the low of the day now. So honestly, we might, like I said, I don't think it'll define the day. I think you're going to get a wild swing, but you're either going to hit the gap fill on the data or like 3/4 of the way if we start to go down. But a couple of assets, except for the bonds, they're starting to give that up. So again, we'll see which one goes first. But gold is the first one, believe it or not. So gold is the first one that's giving it up. Let's see. All righty. I don't know. I see. Maybe we get greedy with gold. I think 23.40 would be a better target, but you can go for it here now if you wanted. We sat, and then bonds flushing a little bit. The Q's on the high now. We're only up 1/4 on the NASDAQ and SPY, and Russell's still holding 0.7, but you are giving up a little bit here. Dust. So yeah, take a look at gold. You're getting those moves. I'm gonna wait for that. I don't know. I think 23.44, but I do like it here on the low. And now chips. If chips give up, that'll add a little bit of that pressure. I keep typing M. Yeah, but they're still up. Again, watch Dell 2. Watch the ones with strength, how they react. Old meme day. SPY would flush when the meme's inversed. God, I don't think we've seen too much of it. The day that it felt like that was Monday, when GameStop was up like 50 or something, and then the market just wouldn't move. But like I said on the watch list, that's something we should look out for. Is like look out for the features of when like there's big movements in those stocks, and then it starts leading into sell-offs in Quality and other names. But as of late, you've actually had a defensive or AI rotation. I don't know what to call it, because utilities went up, value names, like literally go look at your Pfizer's and the MOs, like a lot of value in the Dow kind of did pretty good here on all of this. So that does make it a little bit so, but I don't know if it is how you say. I don't know if it's that full, inverse effect just yet. GME halted, the put will become worthless. Well, the put is going to be dependent upon the value that you have, like what strike price and where the stock is at. So, but you can't trade the options while it is halted. Oh, we got dividends today? Nice. Yeah, we got Abivi dividend. Woo. Let me see. Lighter pop, GME open. Gold still flushing. Oh, that was on my mind. Yeah, I got the O dividend as well. LiDAR, decent pop, 16%. They halted it? And then Mike, everything kind of just flipped right there. And then GLD, that's what I'm looking at. And I'm going to see the Abivi. FFIE, that one's still doing good. That was the one from yesterday. A-Win, we saw that one a couple of times today. Yeah, Faraday's still up. That's crazy. And then JetBlue came down, NVAX, MPW, they're all coming down. So again, I mean, when we made our option on MPWs at 513, so I'd keep that price in mind. Marvel, they're barely up. Intel flip, that's one of them. Now GME unhalted, going. Did they halt it again? I feel like they made another flush. And then SPY here at the bottom. TLT bonds gave up a little bit. You got your boy gold flushing. 2357. Oh, I do think we get the 13Fs. Yeah, a couple people were talking about that yesterday, too. It is something to look out for. Arm dumping. There's mini pop on the SPY from that bottom, but I don't know. It's like kind of the low of here. This could either be the fake bounce, or if it does bounce from here, that'll be really strong, but I'm still leaving up the window. Maybe we get a little bit more. And then gold flush, kind of making a pop as well, too. Not bad. NASDAQ up only a quarter now, or 0.3. SPY, same thing, and then Russell 0.6. Slovak Hospital says Premier FICO is conscious on arrival. And then take into another one. That's so crazy. If you don't, there was literally an assassination attempt on the Slovakian president this morning. Yeah, gold going lower. I want it, man. I'm get greedy or not, but I think I wanted it around this price right now, but then I'm looking at it, I'm like 23.44 would be a way better position. That's why I shorted it last time, but I'm going to go for the long side probably. But then again, don't have to force it. A-Win halted up 200. Again, a couple of names still moving. Most of the mainstream memes are not doing good right now, but there is a couple of plays that are moving. Oh, Big was up, and then they came down. Again, bonds starting to flush. Like we were saying, that 4.3. People were getting a little excited about it, but that is flipped. Housing index in 3 minutes. Apple moving higher. That's interesting. Yeah, 0.6. There's, again, as we started to bounce. And Microsoft, but Apple looks a lot more solid. Then Google back to where we opened up. SPY 9 million first 30 minutes. It's not bad for now, but it could be more. But we've also saw a lot less the last couple of days. But then it is a day-to-day. How do you play gold? I'm going to be going for the gold futures. So you could also use like GLD, but I think GLD is more linked to the price of gold. But then again, be very careful on gold options. They are not good usually. Yeah, bro. NVIDIA and the chips, I don't know, man. A couple of them flipped there, like Intel. It loves that 30. Pfizer, again, in Pfizer, too, $29. That's the target. 3M ripping. Damn, 3M's at 109. Oh, no, 100. I don't have my glasses. I'm sorry. The numbers don't look, you know what I'm saying? That's the Take-Two, the GTA hype, and will you buy? Oh, I don't know. Because it's... One, we don't even know when GTA is going to actually come out. But then, is it Take-Two? Who am I thinking? Yeah, Take-Two owns 2K, right? Who's the owner of 2K? But, like, I like some of these companies. But, like, even 2K, I mean, last time I checked, bro, dude, they suck. Like, in a weird way, the way that they go. Like, I think they're going to make a lot of money off GTA. I think they make hand over fist on, like, some franchises like 2K, but then it's like, dude, their cost and how much they spend on a lot of things. So I don't know about buying it, but, like, even then, I think we need to like, lock in on a date of GTA 6. I think it'll cause movements. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if it's something that I could really, like, forecast right now. They don't need, honestly, they don't need saving. They need to cut the fat. They need to go on a diet. If Take-Two could, cut a little bit of those expense costs, that's a cash cow, especially if you get Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto will probably do like $3 billion. Didn't the GTA 5 do like $1 billion, and that was a record? I think this time around it might be insane. And they're probably going to raise the price too. You know that. That's they've done everything to increase their margin, but they spend a lot. But do you guys realize that, right? Like Grand Theft Auto is probably going to be $80. I hate to tell you that. I don't want to say it out loud because now I put it into the world, and then they're probably going to test it on you through like focus groups and shit and find out, but they'll probably get away with it. But I really think it's going to be maybe even 100, yeah. Like low key. Like think about it, bro. Why wouldn't they? Business inventories decline of 0.1. Estimate was 0. Baba ripping, and then Qualcomm, another chip maker. Retail inventories, excluding auto, down 0.2. Estimate was 0.1. A little bit of bad data. Yeah, Baba's starting to rip here. And then gold still bounced off that 23.59. Kitty tweet, GME open. Bro, they're slaughtering GME right now. So not only are they doing the momentum halt thing, but I think a lot of people dumped on it. And I don't mean like retail. I think Wall Street, they played the pre-cash open to the negative this time. TSM. But again, today I think for some people this is cover day. I think he is posting every 15 minutes. Yeah, MPW, they held up a little bit, but they flushed. All of them. There's like Faraday is up. What was the other one? Like, is this AWIN one? It's like an $8 stock. They're doing good, but most of them have given up right now. This is all across the board. The memes have not been, they have not been hooked up at all. Disney, I don't know if Disney just Bob Iger, bro. I'm honestly pissed at Bob Iger. Dude, that's a joke. I hope Nelson puts another vote forward. The minute y'all gave him the green light, it lost 20% of their value. Like, what? It's insane. GME bounce. There you go. They're going to halt it. Yep, pause due to volatility. Yen dying. Well, yeah, the dollar rocketed up here from the morning. So the data helped the dollar a lot in the yen, but instantly, cash open, this move, dollar just started getting right back up to where it was. I think people are covering today. Even though it's coming down, I think this is a gift. Fed bar before committee on financial services. Sunak shocked to hear awful news on FICO. At this point, we're just getting Fed speakers for the rest of the day. I don't think you have any other data. You just got the housing index came in lower, retail inventories. You'll get oil numbers. And then we got Kashkari, Bowman, and then the other guy I just said. I get some Japan stuff tonight, GDP. And we'll get building permits and housing and Philly Fed tomorrow. You'll get prices paid metrics, which part of it, that could be good. And you'll get more Fed speakers. Friday, nothing. Next week, a lot of Fed people. Canada inflation. Mortgage rates. Next week's going to be kind of dry. And then durable goods and consumer sentiment on Friday. Apple announces new accessibility features, including eye-tracking music haptics and vocal shortcuts. Excuse me? What do you mean eye-tracking music? What in the Sam Altman is this? And the video earnings, yeah, that'll be a little more exciting then. But data is not. I think the week after that, you're going to get more data that could actually affect the bonds. MO's still ripping, bro. Did anybody hold those contracts? because it might be up 1,000% or at least 500 because you're 80 cents in the money on those, and you have 2 days still. Yeah, 3M was running. You held those? Fuck yeah. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad somebody got something off of that. That was beautiful then. JP Morgan red. I'm surprised. I thought financials would be a real winner today. I mean, they are at 0.5, a little bit more than, I guess they're matched up with the Russell, but they should be there. Netflix to host live NFL games on Christmas. Oh, that's big. I don't know if it'll get a pop right now with the environment, but that might be something. When people get excited, they might bring that news out. That's huge. An NFL game on Netflix, even if it's just a holiday event, that's a gateway drug. That's how it starts. I guess Roaring Kitty was referring to Josh in his latest video. That's a good way to get me to look at it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That was the best one. Because you're like, why isn't Josh looking at him anymore? There's a lot of them. I was focused on the CPI today. And then now, I don't know if I could do every 15 minutes, man. You know what I'm saying? It's the law of diminishing returns. You know, there's a lot. I like the last one, though. The one at close yesterday, that was beautiful. I agree. No Country for Old Men. Then bonds finally coming up. There's the bounce, man. So it sucks because I was getting I wanted greediness. I wanted a better price if I wanted to try to play the dip. So I still think there's some downside on the day. But if we can get above here, like I said earlier, that'll show a little bit more strength, man, especially if the bonds play along. The only thing not playing along is the dollar. MPW is dying right now, all of them. I mean, it's not dying as much as the other ones. So, like, hypothetically or looking at it, it's higher on the last couple days, which is good, but it didn't get the same move on some of the other upsides. But they're all dying right now. NVAX, MPW, JetBlue. Today's cover day, it seems like, and there's not a lot of continued momentum, or maybe this is just a short-term blip, and in low liquidity, it gives off that appearance. Eli Lilly running. Eli Lilly, yeah, they're picking up 1.6. Have I seen 310 to Yuma? That sounds very familiar. Okay, so you might have to refresh my memory. I don't know. I think I have. GME open. Again, MO. Fast. Again, Eli Lilly pop in. SPY here at the high. Again, chips are killing it. ARM, do they fall? Remember, they got up. That's crazy. They went above my price. Qualcomm was running earlier. They're still near their highs again. Lot of chip names doing great today. I think that's one of your bigger leaders. And financials, but they're subtle. Some more than others. JPM's down, but financials as a whole are looking good. EVs, it's weird. There was a couple of upgrades, and then I think some of the China stuff could have helped, but nah. GME ripping. Yeah, they unhalted it. They halted on the upside. If that could be good, could recover some. And like I'm saying, cover day. KD. What was I going to show? Humana. SPY's coming right back up. Yeah, Humana's doing great. Even all the healthcare. Healthcare is starting to rip. And utilities again. That's nuts. And then MNQ, whoa, that rocketed back up. Yeah. And then Netflix popping out. I think that news is big, but I don't know how it'll affect the stock, like, immediately. Yeah, they did pop. I guess it's up a couple dollars since that headline. So you might start getting some moves. Utilities, I thought it was part of the defensive move, but literally Wall Street is saying it's an AI play. So now they ignored utilities for 2 years, and now they're saying it's off of AI. So the power demand is leading to the bullishness in Utes. That happened last time with GME. They went down big, then the next day shot up hard. Yeah, pretty much all the time. Like any of these, that's kind of any short squeeze for the most part. But yeah, so I don't think GameStop's dead. NCLH is popping right now. What do they got? Check RCL too. If any of the other ones, is there a headline? Slovak, FICO, and life-threatening condition. That's crazy, dude. GC flying. I hope you bought it. No, I got greedy. I wanted a lower price. Good bounce, though. Yeah, Netflix and NFL deal is kind of big. Christmas game, they're going to stream. CACL Megapop. Yeah, I don't see anything on NCLH. Utility still tied to rates, competition. That's why it's wild. It's wild to think. Yeah, MPW squeeze canceled. I don't know, but again, I'm glad we didn't have to add anything. You know, there's been so remember we chilled the last couple of days. But that has been good for now. But I do think this is now day one of all of them coming down after day 3. So it could mean something bigger, or it could mean we need patience. It's very, very hard to say. But this is day number 1 now after everything. The low tickers running in the market holding up. It's chips. You have some names up 10, 6%. Mark Dez, baby. Airbnb gearing up. I mean, Faraday's the only one that's up with that other one. But again, I mean, you got people here saying they lost everything, and you're already watching how day number 2 is reversed. So, like we said, it's a aggressive game of musical chairs. On it, I saw this movie the other day. It might be maybe musical chairs is too light. It's kind of like Russian roulette, where you like stand in a circle and then you're pointing at the next guy, because someone's gonna win, someone's gonna lose. Spin, 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 and so it's kind. I don't know. It's not really a duel. It's just. It's crazy. Musical revolvers is maybe a better way to put it. NVIDIA breaking out. So, again, if you're like, why are we holding up and what is it doing? I mean, literally, you are getting your NVIDIAs on the high at 933. MSTR. I haven't checked crypto yet. But I think, and then NCLH, I don't have a headline on that. Did we get anything? Okay, music. Thanks for the inspiration. Help you through some difficult times. I'm glad to hear, man. Finger to the sky, baby. Good morning. Russell did give up. Wow, 0.5. So, it's like I told you earlier, it's matched up now. So, literally, Russell and MNQ Russell futures are only up by 0.37 now. NQ's up by 0.49, and then ES is up by 0.5. So the futures on the actual indexes, everything's matched up. And then now you have the Russell futures trading lower. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's here. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. My goodness. Peach Nation, get your ears up. Horna. Amen, amen, amen. So, Bradley Frizzle, we had great negotiations yesterday. I really appreciated it. The offer start at 5,300, go up 100, but it will be dependent upon a quiz. Now, I do want to accept your offer that you had for me, but the problem is the consequence. It does not seem my constituents feel as if the consequence of missing, it's not like, again, if we only stop, pump it up for 1 month, I wanted to accept it. I just want to get this over with, but it feels like that's not, like, what am I? Like, am why would I let people off like that? That we need to have consequences. I can't, if I'm gonna lower the consequences of the felony, all of the big companies are gonna leave the city. You know what I'm saying? I can't do this. So unfortunately, I really wanted to accept. Believe me, I'm in good faith and good spirit. I'm telling you, I want to accept the offer, but I need a 3-month, a quarter ban minimum. So if we could do it, 50 to 300 every 100 points, and then it will be dependent upon a macro quiz at random. But if the Chad fails, it will be a 3-month ban of pump it up. No, just pump it up. Nobody will get banned. It just means, though, that's it. So if the Chad fails, you will not hear pump it up for 3 months at a time, quarter at a time. Unacceptable. So that's my offer. I have to stand by the quarter. I hope you accept. If not, and so you don't have to. Please don't let me pressure you. But that's my take. That's my take. These are just, can we hear it now so we know what we're missing up on? That's funny. You guys are sneaky today. You guys are real sneaky. And then homeboy in here is trying to start the MPW squeeze. He's like, Josh, he talked about you. Are we squeezing MPW? And then the other guy's like, I lost all my money on MPW. I'm like, dude, Chad Facts, you said you lost $27,000 the other day, Rand. I'm confused, y'all. So y'all gotta be, be straight up, y'all. Be real. Don't be a little hoe, okay? And at the same time, you know everything going on. I didn't even play MPW. I just held. You know what I'm saying? So, come on. Come on, baby. Patience. I said we have time. You got to figure it out, baby. But I was called salty. I mean, you don't think you were? I think you were salty that day. So I called you out on it. You said, don't go crazy just because Josh on MPW. And I was telling, I didn't even buy it. That's it, man. Even if I don't tell y'all, if I tell y'all, so I don't know. I don't know. I think it was, that's it. You're chill, though. I think your advice was good, like I said. I really I think the way you said it came off a little, aggressive, but it was good advice. I said, I don't know. It was solid. I can't ignore the solid advice when you see it. Biden accepted CNN invitation for June 27th debate. No way. I've received an accepted invitation from CNN on a debate. Over to you, Donald. As you said, anywhere, anytime, any place. Home court advantage. That's it. They're going to, damn. Of course we got a straight. I would love to see that. I never thought homeboy would do it. Yeah, fuck you. I'm in it. I'll take him out right now. Anytime, any place. You thought I was playing around, huh? You thought I was... I know. Fake Joey boy. Sleepy Joe. He thinks he could debate me. He can't even put together a sentence. I'm excited. Too bad they're going to schedule it when I have to do a court case. Because that's what they wanted. I know. Fake news. Yeah, screw you. I debate you, and I'll debate you. I'll irate you. I'll head of state you. You don't got shit on me, Joey. I mean, Trump boy, your name's Trump. I'm Joey. I'm Joseph. And you ain't got. I'm prepared. I prepared. Yeah. Good. Fuck yeah, you prick. All right, here. Sorry, look, I almost missed a negotiation. Get Josh, get in here. You Bradley what is it, Peach? What do you mean? What do you mean, Frizzle? He drives a school bus? He's a good, really? That's crazy. So Bradley Frizzle says, I think I have to say no deal. Wow. We're getting so close. A restructuring of the deal may be in order. Recess ensues. But with every no deal, we get closer to agreement. 1 quarter too long. Man, somebody paying Bradley Frizzle, man, at this point. I don't know, man. Is this why we all get tinfoil list? Because I'm like, why he want the 3 months so bad? He really saying it's too long for who? For what interest group do you represent? He's an electoral model, sectoral. It's something. I got to find the model. I appreciate you, baby. All right, I'll take it, though. I'll take it. All right, that's fine. May have to investigate some lobbying going on. I don't know. Magic School Bus is a great one, man. It's a great one. Netflix hitting a new high. Again, NFL news earlier. That is helping. And then SPY back up. Russell came down, and then everything's low-key matched up. The gold's still ripping. Maybe we should have took it. And then the NQ, I don't want to say it because last time I did, it changed. GME scamming, drink water, calm. Amen, baby. Amen. Schwab won't let you buy GME. Is this another trap? Y'all are hella sneaky today. And Jimmy, you got a history of being sneaky too. So are you trying to just get me to buy GME on Schwab to test it out for you? Says I need cleared funds. Then you might either be buying on margin, or if your cash account and things didn't settle, then you might, yeah. But T+1, I mean, it should be fast. NVIDIA is still ripping up here again. Chip. I think I've probably said chips 50 times today. You could buy it on Schwab. All right, there you go. You sold your car and bought GME at 79. Advice? Email me the proof so you could get unbanned. Sound good? Sound good. All right, word. See, it's a funny way how, because I'm looking at, bro, dude, you got more people interested in trolling on this than actually doing any serious, because I'm like, damn, what if I did buy MPW? You know what I'm saying? I told you my ideas. I love sharing my ideas with y'all, but I'm like, damn. And and then people on this, so a lot of duplicity, bro. You guys got to be just like I said, I gave you a whole philo on don't get mad, don't at other people's success or failure. We talked about purity and simplicity, you know what I'm saying? And be straightforward, but low key, anything but straightforwardness does not have a place here, my brothers. You know what I'm saying? And sure enough, your account was created 21 hours ago. So yeah. What are you here for, dog? Consistently, because that means you came back. But email me proof and I'll unban you. But I got you. But yeah, I hope you guys see that, though. Everybody is. You have a lot. You probably have half of the market more interested in, harassing people about it than not. Not mad at all. Nah, bro. You got hella duplicity, dog. Hella duplicity. And I say that respectfully. I'm not trying to bring you down or anything. But you know what I'm saying? With people and insinuating and trying to bring people into a squeeze and not saying I'm doing this and that. It's not a good look, but That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna call y'all out on it just because there's so many people in here. You know what I'm saying? And you have people who have to like deal with it, and that's why I'm like, damn. Imagine if I actually made a play on that, and you see how people are. So I'm like, nah, man, y'all gotta ease up because that's annoying. Call out Wall Street. I mean, some of you guys might be Wall Street, low key. But we have made our call outs on everything. But that's what I'm saying. Just be straightforward. That's all. Be straightforward and sincere. Otherwise, it sticks out like a sore thumb, especially with the Chad faxes. You know what I'm saying? GME, is it unhalted or did they halt it? It's flushing now, 31. No audio. We didn't get enough. Yes, there's a lot of audio yesterday. Just music and videos and then speeches. There was a lot. I felt like there was a ton. Thank you for what you do. I'm honored, my friend. Thank you for being a part of it and helping me and adding to it, being legit, baby. I love it. Well, that's the thing. Even if it's back to Monday, that was still a huge gain, but we are going to find out. Thanks for removing the trolls. I won't be able to get all of them, but I don't know. If you've been paying attention, though, like, it's a huge lesson, and this is part of the shadiness of Wall Street, bro. Like, these dudes are plants. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, low-key to a degree, and even if they're not, I don't know who's paying them or not, but some people just work for free, you know what I'm saying? So you got to just, I hope y'all learn from it, though, and see it. Like, you know, you got people trying to play on emotions and doing all this other stuff, and it's just like, dude, it's simplicity. If it's not straightforward and pure, you just look at it and just be aware, though, and watch yourself. That's all. ANET. You were calling that one in the morning. Yeah, there's 52-week high. That's part of the Qualcomms, the Microns. Again, cloud and chips, bro. No other news. We will be getting oil numbers a little bit later, but low-key, the calendar is going to start dying down with events. We'll get a couple of earnings next week, but that's about it. I think I like Walmart a lot, but remember, their last earnings wasn't hot. And I would like another one. Bro, we should have bought the gold, but I got greedy. But GG if you took it, if you had the balls for it. That's a nice $12 pop. That's big money. I think I guess $120 per small contract, $1,200 per big contract. Not bad. You think Ukraine attacking Russia will make oil skyrocket even more? It could help, but oil has a ton of factors with it, you know, and it's like once again, oil starts moving to the upside unexpectedly. It gets people freaked out, and it looks like it's connected to something, and then all of a sudden it just dies. But the war headlines are a big driver. War headlines, OPEC production, general supply demand of all the other countries too. That's kind of it, but I think gasoline demand is one of the lowest thing out there right there. Like, I think it's the lowest in like 10 years. Serious question. Should I long-term penny stocks? Well, I'll give you a serious response. Everything depends. That's like, if you want a real answer, everything in economics, everything in life, even if you've been watching the Watchlist lessons, and, you know, that's why I love that book that I'm reading to you, is because it's giving you every side. It all depends. A lot of people are saying no instantly, and I would lean towards that, but it depends. What are we talking about here? Every stock. But usually, if it is an OTC stock, chances are it's probably a money pit that's going to scam you. But it all really depends. My view, I wait till a company confirms. So if there's like a penny stock and there's like they're going to cure cancer and desalinate water at the same time, and I'm like, this could change the world, I would rather pay 1,000% more after they have confirmed it rather than trying to go for it early. You know what I'm saying? So usually the big mistake people make with penny stocks in a long term is you think you're Warren Buffett and you're trying to get in on the ground floor. Like, just imagine the scene of Wolf of Wall Street. It's like getting in on the sun before sunlight. Every penny stock, I would say, to a degree, has that element to it. So it depends. You know, Netflix was a penny stock at one point. But you got to think about really just like, is it confirmed? Is it making money or not? Crude inventories, draw of 2.5 million. Estimate was draw of 600,000. And gold's rock. I think oil is going to rip, but last time I said that like 4 months ago, it did the opposite. But that does seem, that seems like a huge draw. Gasoline, draw of 235,000. Estimate was gain of 1 million. Cushing, draw of 341 versus 1.8 gain previous. And then crude oil inventories, actual minus 2.5 million, estimate minus 600,000. Distillates minus 45,000, estimate gain of 700,000. So that seems bullish for oil, but I don't know. You never know like I said, the oil market gets crazy. Last 2 weeks been hectic. Thanks for all the info, Bar. I'm honored to be your first super chat ever, man. Thank you. God bless you, baby. Or not. Oh. It's amazing. Uber launches shuttle service in the U.S. No way. How are they going to do that? Is that company owned? No, that's crazy. That could threaten all the airport contracts and shit. Gold about to break out. Oil too. That oil number, bro, we should have took it. $15 since that low there on gold. GG's, baby. GG's. Nippon Life and Daiichi Life wary of foreign bonds on risk of yen upswing. Your biggest insurers in Japan saying they're dumping bonds. Is that what that means? U.S.? Yeah, shuttles. Like you ever see those airport shuttles? Just like a big van, like a big E550. Uber has speedboats in Europe. I did not know that. I know they have helicopters. Like in some places, like you could Uber a helicopter. It's pretty cool. CPI was good in the sense it didn't surprise us. So everything came in line, and I believe headline or core came in slightly lower. And then retail sales dropped too, which gave us another boost. Abivai's on the high. They were selling off a little earlier. And then Uber's not moving off of that. Remember, they still had bad Michigan news a couple days ago. Too late to buy Uber? I mean, Uber's at a weird price right now because it's like we're still up a shit ton on it. You know, it's like it's up a lot from if you got it at the lower levels, you know. Still, this would have been an all-time high a couple years ago. But then it's still down like 20% from the all-time it was just at. So it's in a weird middle. I wouldn't buy it for the long term. I mean, our last purchase on it was at $24, so I think we just chill. Do I think that MPW is actually dead? Thinking of loading? I mean, there's two ways to look at MPW. One as a short squeeze, and that has its own answer, and then two as a distressed value play. So even in both instances, I mean, I've been approaching with caution, hence the last couple of days where I'm like, yeah, that would be my favorite one, but I didn't make a move for a reason, and it's just both of them. It's hard to answer, but I would generally try to view MPW as a distressed play, and being distressed gives you elements of a short squeeze if they could reverse, but at the same time, the company, their biggest tenants reporting BK, they got all these things going on. I mean, you never really know how that's going to play out, and that has its own underlying level of risk, which you could tell. Go look at an MPW bond, go look at an MPW dividend. That says a lot. What does it matter, the price you get something when added into the long term? Because the idea is to not touch it for 10 years, so everything should be lower. Yes, 100%. The thing, and at other times, I would tell you, fucking don't even think about it, just buy. But right now in this climate, in the last year or two, you have a vast gap between value and what you could be going after. So in a weird way, try not to get too emotional. You want to go for the names that are good and 10-year plan. The price won't matter. It really won't, as if you really are consistent. And that if you could really stick to that and have that experience, then do it. But the thing is right now, the gap between value and some of these things, it's something I've said in the beginning of the long term. And simply all it comes down to is try to go where your dollar is the strongest at the time. Does that sound familiar? I don't know if you guys have heard me say that, even back in the day. Because what I'm trying to say is your dollar, bro, you could go anywhere in the world right now and get a lot. You know what I'm saying? You could get you'll go to Japan right now, go anywhere. Your dollar is super powerful. But then you take it to the United States stock market, it don't get you that much NVIDIA. But right now, if you literally even a week ago, 2 weeks ago, it could have bought you utilities at a huge, tremendous value. And cash is paying 5% right now too. So at the same time, your dollar has it's a position, and it gives you something really, really good right now. And that's just where, when I'm bringing up prices for the long term, I'm more or less implying, try to maximize your dollar right now, because you could get paid doing nothing, risk-free, or there is some names where you're getting 2 for 1. Your dollar is going way further in terms of return and what it's bringing you than some other assets. But that being said, you stick to that 10-year plan, you average, you'll get your way. I wouldn't trip too much about it as long as you stick to it. Yeah, we're ripping again. I mean, chips, if you're telling me AMD, you about to post a new song, baby? Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, AMD was actually kind of down a little bit. It held the gap up, but damn. Yeah, dude, chips, it's insane. ANET still, I have that up. Qualcomm. Bro, this is all a chip rally. I don't even know, because someone's like, why do I see the low ticker active? I mean, now we're starting to go up in NASDAQ better than Russell, but I think this is all chips. Kind of nuts. By sticking to it, you're talking about holding what you buy and contributing. I mean, actually averaging down. If you're going to buy a stock, you're going to buy NVO at the all-time high. Hopefully you buy it the next month and the next month and the next month. Maybe you could take a small break, but actually sticking to the plan of dollar cost averaging. So if you actually do that, then yeah, that's what I mean by that. And then hopefully too, though, there is a broader balance you fit it into. Eli Lilly versus IBM. I think both of them are not getting you as much value right now. So I would probably look somewhere else. If I had to pick between those two, I think I like Ozempic more than I like AI. I just know how people are. That weight loss, bro. But I think both of them, they're both all-time highs. They're really up there. And that's again, I mean, I'd kind of take Starbucks over both of those names. You know, it's either you get the people weight loss, you get them AI, or you sell them expensive coffee. But expensive coffee is the discount right now. Even Nike, UPS, shipping is better than some of those, in my opinion. But this is, with everything I just said, go compare your dollar and what it's getting you. In some names, if you're paying all-time highs, you're getting a little less, but there's a reason they're up. Like Eli Lilly's killing it, rightfully so. A Biden campaign has proposed criteria to limit which television networks allowed to host it. It'll be hosted by Miss O'Malley. Broadcast hosted by a Republican debate in 2016 and Democratic primary in 2020, which Biden participated, so neither campaign can assert something that sponsoring is unacceptable. I think the problem is if anybody tries to limit the reproduction. So like I forgot what it was. It was like a couple months or a year ago. Or I think it was Vivek. One of Vivek's things, they like limited how it could be reposted because of where it was hosted. But we'll see. Did we play Pump It Up yet? No. Wait, are we hitting an all-time high? I didn't even think about that. Oh, shit. Yeah, bro, this is a new I didn't even think about that. Spy's a new all-time high today. Yeah, no shit. But we didn't hit 5,300. Again, chips still going, bro. All of them. Pfizer stopped moving. MU's going crazy. Apple's starting to break out now on the high ticker. You do have Kashkari around 12. Bro, we should have took that gold. My goodness. And where's the Russell? So NASDAQ's outperforming the Russell now. Look at that. So Russell might be able to catch up here later in the day, but I do think some of the short squeezes coming down kind of brought that down. Yeah, Intel was leading in the morning. So when the chips weren't doing as good, Intel was doing good. And then once all the chips picked back up, Intel said, not so much. Chips leading very heavy. I've said it so many times, but it stood out even at the low. Like that low was even NVIDIA breaking out and still holding. And then literally half of this is all chips on the high ticker. Where is GME? Is it still halted? They let it trade for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes without a halt. NVIDIA breaks 1,000 this week. I don't know. It might be able to go up simply because that pre-earnings move, but they do have earnings next quarter. Hey, bro, you better play it. Booney, what's up, man? Your first one. Let's go, Booney. Love it. Thank you, guys. I'm telling you. I'm your first super chat. I don't know what to say, man. I really don't. It's amazing. Intel, like off-brand Doritos next to AMD or it's literally Shasta. Like we got Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and then RC Cola. Is this the money you said was in the small pockets of the market? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is in NVIDIA and then in the leading chip makers, but yes. But yeah, you got to keep in mind the potential, what's it called? The potential, I've just blanked. What was I going to say? I was thinking liquidity, and I'm thinking some other things. I'll take it, man. Long-time follower, Just Joy, baby, right? 1983, baby. God bless you, man. Thank you. And welcome, bro. Welcome. So it's good to hear. I hope you got the long term, too. Amen. Vanguard rejecting purchases for GME. I mean, it is substantially higher from the last couple of days, but that doesn't surprise me. How is the GME thing even legal? I mean, dude, let's take a step back. What even happened with the first GME? There was no consequences to begin with, whether it was Roaring Kitty or anybody else in the, like, yeah, people lost money. Some people made money. We found out hedge funds ended up profiting off of it when it was all said and done. But, you know, it's not like it's, I don't know, man. And then SPY, dude, this is all-time highs. Again, Russell could be another play out there. I don't know, but it's actually starting to catch up now. That's what I'm saying. There's that little bit of a gap. And then how much higher are we? We're like right above the high. That is crazy. Raytech Holdings at $5. IPO at $4. What's Ray? Raytech. I don't see anything. I want to know how many he's offered. Just watch for the criteria CNBC post. You've listened since 2020, but you've always wondered what's the history of Chad? Like, are you saying why we say the word? I think it's turned into like a streaming thing lately. Like, I feel like a lot of people call their chats the Chad. But for me, I thought it was because people were making fun of me. So, like, in the beginning, I would say, like, shout out the chat. But then there would always be assholes who would, like, make fun of how I talk. And they're like, who's Chad? Why you keep saying shout out to Chad? So then I just ran with it. I was like, you're right. It is Chad. So shout out to Chad, baby. Amen. And then they're like, who's Chad? I'm like, you don't know Chad? And then that's it. It became a very culty thing. Give you understanding on how we could continually go up, whether it's good or bad data. I mean, I don't know. You've been here, right? I feel like we have talked about this so much, and I encourage you to kind of have closure with it and understand it as soon as possible. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, it is what I said from like my first beginning of the year video. We are following a path. It is all about the policy. That's it. Until the policy changes, if, how, when. But this is a path. That's why we're looking at the data on a micro level, but everybody is following a broader macro path when it's all said and done. I want to see the golden path. I want to see the Roaring Kitty video. Trump says he'll accept CNN's June debate invite. Fox News.
This is that there's an argument to be made that Roaring Kitty is actually running this company right now. He is driving them toward a strategy that might be that there's an argument to be made that Roaring Kitty is actually running this company.
He's just saying they all just talk out of their ass, bro. I like that one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, man. CNBC, bro. CNBC. He's actually tweeting GameStop now. Because I think I even talked about it, but like, I don't know. And it had me take a step back. Because like, dude, and I mean this respectfully, but like, sadly, the AMC people just keep trying to hijack it. Adam Aaron, bro, is damn Al Qaeda. Okay, AMC Qaeda is what we should call it, because they just be hijacking everything. And I think that's why Homeboy had to be a little bit more specific, because again, it was all movies, and then his only tweet that he favored, and like, I see the connection, but I do think that every single time, and like, that's how it happened, bro. In the beginning, it was GameStop, and then you had all these offshoots. Like, you had bro, this is deeper than some of the Middle East conflicts, man. It's crazy. He sold at $3. I think he sold them at $7. They said the average price, but yeah, bro, they're just, unfortunately, I think that's what happened every single time. He issues another $6 million at $7.43. Yeah, but that's why like, people were saying maybe he's gonna move on to AMC next. But it's like, Roaring Kitty can't do his thing, and there's no short squeeze if the CEO keeps dumping supply. They're just like, that's just the fact of the matter, unfortunately, and that's why AMC got real murked with all of it, because Adam Aaron. I don't think it's the people's fault. I think it's Adam Aaron's fault, and I've said that for years. I have warned you of that predator. He is a predator when it comes to the stock market and dumping shares on the public and getting them happy about it. Like, I've told you for years on this man, and that's why it's unfortunate. But so yeah, I do. But I think that's why Mr. Roaring is focusing on GME now and trying to get some clarity on that, because it does always lead into something else. I don't know why the semiconductor, it could be maybe earnings anticipation. There was a couple of big upgrades in the space, but they were leading just straight from the morning. Even that like first bounce, we were selling off, and then they started the lift. They were already holding. Am I holding BHC? Yes, but that means you haven't watched the watch list in like 2 weeks, though, or maybe 3 weeks. So check it out, man. It's good, man. You might like it. You in the stocks? Maybe. Now people call him Young Dilute. I don't know, man. They really like Adam Aaron, though. Like, if you like Adam Aaron, and again, I mean, stock goes up 100%. Everyone's going to like it. But he is savage. You throw shade like an old oak tree. Adam Aaron, I will gladly throw that shade. And then for the people who don't watch the watch list, just kind of motivating them, but hopefully you don't take it too negatively. But at the same time, I mean, a lot of the info you are looking for is available. And I've spent a lot of hours to put it together, and it's there. And I just, quite frankly, I think people the harvest is plenty and the workers are few, actually, is what we say. You found the Aaron burner. Right? They took a lot of money from a lot of people. They were looking for easy money, but they didn't deserve what he did. It's a weird situation, I feel you. Because it's not like everybody was a saint. Like, oh, duh. Yeah, but then, like, dude, it's pillaged. No, I mean, again, somebody said it yesterday. They were like, oh, because I made a joke about watching the movie, but, you could learn, and I could learn from it, but, like, what happened? Anytime you say you, myself included, anytime I talk about somebody else, you open up the door to negativity. So I do accept it. I mean, maybe I could be a little nicer about it, but with all respect, I do think Adam Aaron and what he did to that company was very negative, and I hope I could warn people so that they don't lose. But at this point, I do think if you should already be aware of all the warnings. That's young dilution. We'll see, man. For tonight's watch list, can we get a lesson on hot money? Oh, dude. Did you see how excited I got on that? I have one for you. I was reading it the other day while I was getting the other one ready. We could talk East. I think I've given it in the past, though. East Asian financial crisis. That's what it relates to. So it'll take us back to the yen in Asia, even Thailand and Malaysia. You think it's the end of the meme hype? I don't. I think this is a step along the journey. And that's where I'm like, and I hope, that's why I had to call out a lot of people that are acting like industry plants, because let's be real, nothing happened and nothing still happened. This is like, you know what I'm saying? The stock started moving, homeboy tweeted, nothing, it moves 3 days up, first day down, it's like, this is just one step along the journey of whether this materializes into anything. So maybe this is the end of it, but it's also, this could be your first pullback along that story. So that's why I'm like, I'd be patient, and hopefully you put yourself in a position where you can't get hurt no matter what it is. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, you have to move cautiously, but it's too hard to say if this is something new or something has ended. This is day number 3, day number 4 now. Always love how you contextualize the price moves so we don't get caught up in the price action. Thanks, Josh. I hope it does help, man. God bless you. Oscar. Oh, my Oscars. Amen. Oh, y'all need to wake up a little bit, baby. We've been up early. Been here for an extra hour. Ooh. Good morning. Wait, an interesting thread about the Google AI agents? What's that? Oh, is that the email thing? It seemed pretty crazy. They said they'll find your receipts and shit. I haven't done it though. I didn't want to press accept. So like they offered like the Google like pilot thing to like get all of their AI stuff, and like I actually read the terms and service, and I was like, nah. I don't know, bro. Like it seems cool. It probably could help me out a lot, but I was like, I don't know, man. I don't accept, actually. I don't accept. The Delta, I think you might have to add it. You might have to hit the gear and put it up there. I don't think it comes standard. I'm going to say Oscars. I love the Oscars in the chat, baby. Shout out all the Oscars, baby. What was sus in the TC? They have access to, it's like even more than whatever Gmail is, and then it's constantly like learning from you. And then they could use you for any other training and all of that. And it's just like, I want to access some of this stuff, but it just seems like, you already give away a lot with Gmail and Google, but that's why I'm like, yeah, what more do you want from me? That's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I collect. Yeah, but at least I'd rather, You know, when it's all said and done, I'd rather say I didn't accept. Opinion about Finimize, Ray Dalio, or Jamie Dimon. I don't know what Finimize is. Ray Dalio's an OG, and I mean Jamie Dimon's great. I don't know. I don't know what we're looking for, but I do think, I like Ray Dalio the most out of all of them. But sadly, I think the Dalio fund got clapped recently. You know, they outperformed with a lot of the macro stuff, but lately it did turn against them a little. Isn't it? Got clapped from the book. No, but even just like lately, dude, he's been just some of those global macro trades. They did not hit how they did. Like some of them pulled back heavy. And again, there was a lot of surprises that I think the yen caught a lot of people off guard. You are living through history with it. 100K in cash, where should you put it right now? A money market till we answer the question. That's number one, so I would do that. Why are bonds rocketing up right here? But it depends if you're going for trades or long-term. But, you know, if it's long-term, I think there's a lot of deep value that you could go for. I mean, as far as trades, I mean, either bonds, commodities, or AI/tech. That has been the ultimate winners. Next nothing for the week, honestly. We're going to get a little bit more data, a couple things overseas, but it's just going to be Fed speakers and follow through from here on out. Gold running back. Dude, they gave us a window to get it. I was like, all right, I'll just get a little more greedier. 23.80. No. Oh, somebody grab it. Anybody? Oh, that was beautiful though. That's beautiful. I'll sit and sulk. The NQ went up though, the MNQ. So I'll take that. Leave cash infidelity. Disney's at a conference right now. Is that 99? Oh no, 102. You might be seeing 100 soon though, or 99 on that. I think Bob Iger's a POS on this, man. You know, but then again, I don't want to throw too much shade, but what I'm referring to is it has been down 20% since we took the catfish out of the tank. That's it. And I'm like, man, I knew it would happen, but like I thought it would take longer. But yeah. MPW down 10. I think every single name that benefited off of the short squeeze the last couple days, they got a haircut today. We didn't play Pump It Up yet, and unfortunately, we don't have a deal. So even if we do hit 5,300, we don't have a ratified deal for Pump It Up. I never agreed to anything. That's why Bradley Frizzle has gotten us closest to it. But you know, there might be a Pump It Up shutdown by the time it hits. Said deal. It could be signed up. I mean, today I gave the offer. I thought we could have closed today. I made the offer, but now he rejected, so we're going to come back tomorrow, and we'll see. But, yeah. You think people regret not voting with Nelson? No, not yet. I mean, quite frankly, you know, and hopefully if I could throw shade, you know, then I could kind of take it back. I could be short-sighted, right? It's only been a month, too. You know, any real investors are probably going to take a quarter, 2 quarters, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's just unfortunate with the share price and how it's played. But I don't think people are regretting it just yet. Definitely thinking about it and kind of just disappointed, or maybe they're using it as an opportunity. But I do think give it a quarter or two, maybe a little longer to really judge it and say, yeah, this isn't good. It's still up from the lows, too. Pinduoduo's ripping. And then oil's breaking out here now. So that's good after the downside. Baidu came back. Where's Baba? I'm surprised Baba or China names didn't get more crazy. They probably need more of the earnings here, but that China news about the government buying houses is pretty big. Yen carry trade unwind any view? I mean, I think we still need to see if the currency is going to fail or not, sadly. And then right now I do think the bonds, Japanese bonds, are a big issue. And I think just, 20 minutes ago, an hour ago, two of the insurance funds said they're worried about treasuries in U.S. So no crazy view just yet. And that, just the same typical stuff. But I'm still more fixated on, is this currency about to go through the failure mode or not? Because we're still kind of hovering there. MP Dove gave up everything. Let's see. Oh, it's still higher than when I made the play. That's why I'm tripping still. So 513-ish. That's when I made that option. And remember, I thought I top ticked it. Remember I was saying, I was like, okay, I'm going to buy in. It'll go down now. It still went up from there. So it's a crazy contextual point. I'm back. Geek. How you living? You got the law tar? That's it. The law. You could be back traded, but the law tar forever. I hope you've been doing good, though. Good morning. Would you be down going half on investments? If it's a good one, yeah. Really down. But then again, I will tell you, though, if you could do it without me, do it without me. I'd love to see you get a big bag, and quite frankly, that is my best individual advice I give to a lot of people. If you have an opportunity, especially if it's like a real estate deal, and you don't need anybody, I would do it. Try to do it yourself. Because you don't want to split that pie up and deal with too many people. But if the right deal is there, I'm down. Yeah. If you have house, somebody sent me one. Donnie, he sent me a dope ass crib. I have somebody interested. It's a New York place, and I was like, "Yo, man, I'm down." But I don't know if you guys have any off market. Send them to me. Agents, wholesalers, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I got a couple decent ones that we're moving on that some people sent me. So if you have any, bro, I saw that. I sent that one to Lending Tips. Is that area is West Side Detroit good, or what are we talking about? Broadcom, huge pop. Spies starting to break out here. Broadcom a little bit. Just through the high, I think all the chip makers are making that move. NQ now. Dude, is NQ about to hit 1,000? Where's Russell? Gold is cripping. Gold is up 1 now. Oh, dude, it's back to 23.88. Modular homes on house lots in the right area could be good, or a place where you could do it for Airbnb if it's hot. That could be very good. Yeah, man, more chips. SPY 52-week high. I think you're about to hit 5,300. You're at 52.89. Wow. Dearborn is West Detroit. Oh, I'll fit in then. They'll love me in Dearborn. I don't know the area that much. I sent it to LT though. I like it. I like 14 units. 52.89. So, bro, you got 10 points still. 5,300. New 52-week high. And that's it, man. Everything's starting to break out. Dearborn's good. Costco is now on Uber Eats? Shut up. Like, I could order a hot dog? Stop. West side is C plus tier, but has upside. East is gold and coming up. All right, I'll see what LT says, but it seems like a good price, man. Just for that many doors. How do you buy gold? The futures. There's also ETFs, but I don't like them. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can order a hot dog. That'd be crazy. $1.50 hot dog. But then you have to pay $10 for delivery. Wondering, the miners are not the move. But, I mean, make your decision. I don't want to be held against, but I've strongly disapproved of miners my whole career. Not Drake, but the point is the spot gold and the actual gold is better than the actual company, because there's a company, they could still F it up even if gold goes up. No, I was talking gold miners. What do you mean? Because you don't see, Drake likes platinum jewelry. He's not into gold. Israel defense minister says alternative governance to Hamas must be established in the Gaza Strip. Bro, it's bad. Do you guys not so? In the Kendrick song, it's sad, bro. When he says freaky 69 God. He says the devil is a lie. Dude, he's dissing somebody. Brought a teardrop. He's dissing somebody. If you know, you know. But that's not about Drake. That's not about Drake. It's about somebody else. It's crazy. It's crazy, actually. It's like, damn. No, it's not. It's not about Rick Ross. No. You would think it was because the song, but no, it's not about Rick Ross. It's not about a rapper. I'll tell you that much. It is not about a rapper. There you go. Bank got it. I'm pretty sure that's who he's implying, sadly. You think TLT plays are coming? Probably not, to be honest. I think you'll get vicious bear market rallies. You'll get vicious bear market rallies in bonds, but the way Powell is, I don't think TLT. I think TLT is just like if the yen could not materialize, I think TLT is also dying too. And what I mean is that the only way TLT hits if we have an emergency cut or if we cut to zero. You need an economic collapse. You need a huge decline that leads to a surprise quick cut. Broadcom, SPY going up again, and bonds are there. And then is BABA RRX on the high? I just saw something I wanted to. Bonds getting a decent bid right now. There's MO, NVIDIA still. Dude, this is insane. Started reading the Bible with my wife before we go to bed because of this channel. Dude, that's awesome. Honestly, even for both of you too, man, that's hype. It's a good relationship. I love it. Oh, yeah, he posted another one. I forgot. The kitty one. I missed the first like 10, but hey.
You should fight one another for the honor of leadership.
Not necessary.
There shall be no knifing one another. Everybody knows who's in charge.
Me.
Right? Yes, you. Of course. Of course. Of course. You should fight one another for the honor of leadership.
I don't get this one yet. But it's back. Is this back to Avengers 2? Dude got set up. I love it. This is all just like, this is just like the Kendrick beef. Like, what does it mean? There's layers to it, bro. Oklo. Oh, that's the Altman thing. Bonds are breaking out and the SPY, man. High ticker. Half of it's going to be chips. Let me see. Healthcare and financials. Financials might be another one. I thought they were going to do a lot better here today. NCLH off the bottom, too. MP Dubs, so 530. Shiv. What's up, baby? Good morning and welcome. Oh, Vanny. What happened with Vanny? Vanny Cons? What's that mean? Why so many Vanny? Again, Fridays for Vanny. That's it. May 14th. That was yesterday. Did somebody buy? Wait, was this a plan or did he just get these? Expires 2034? Damn. Hold on. Who is this? Chief Operations Officer. They got a 10-year stock option. That's 25% at year one, monthly thereafter for 36 months. Contingent right to receive one share of Avani, the performance-based RSU. Yeah, bro, no, this is great. Yeah, this is honestly, yo, Vivani, I think they just gave out performance RSUs. I'm kind of down. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so literally, Vanny, all of the executives yesterday, they're receiving, they all got about 300,000 shares at $1.81, and then they have performance RSUs. I think that's the 100,000 of them, and it's dependent upon the stock trading at or above 315 for 3 consecutive trading days, another 1/3 1 year after this date when the market condition is first achieved, and the final 1/3 1 year after the second vesting when the market condition is achieved, subject to the reporting person's continued service. If the RSUs fail to be at or above 315 for 3 consecutive trading days within a 4-year term for the date of the grant, the RSUs shall expire. Yeah, it's performance based. So that means they literally need what's it called? They need the stock to go to 315, and they probably have to have certain approvals, and the stock needs to hold up even after that for another year. So pretty much executives get a fat, I mean, think about it. That's like $500,000. So each of them gets an extra $500,000 to $1 million. And then if the stock doubles, think about that. If the stock goes to $10, they all just made a shit ton of money. And then SPY's still ripping, man. 18,599. Damn, the NASDAQ hit 18,700. When was that? That was March 22nd. Crazy. But again, we are going up here. Bonds did start to chill out here. I think the daily expected move is here. This is 0.8. NASDAQ has already gone there. But yeah, SPY is at what we were priced in. That was for Vanny. Yeah, so we were talking about Vanny a lot lately, and everybody kept harassing me with it. That's the sketchy biotech for Friday. But yeah, this is all updated last night. SMC, all the chips, man, it's actually insane. Pro GLD, that was beautiful. Oh, and then SPY again at the high, and then chilling out here. What time is it? Oh, it's about to be Euro close? Damn. Bro, gold's about to hit 2,400, 23.90. That was the one that got away. It's a good idea, though, but hey, it happens. I'm going Vanny shares, because like I told you, Vanny, this shit may not play out how you think. And again, that thing just said 4 years, and they have 1 year for the first performance target. But like I was saying, that play could take 6 months to 1 year if you don't get hooked up by Friday. So I would be very aware of your time on that. Yeah, that RSU is a 4-year plan. Gold took it, bro. It was beautiful. We should have taken it, but hey, it happens. GG if you got it. Some good call-outs. And then bonds still going up, and SPY and NASDAQ and Euro close in 8 minutes. Jim Cramer tweet roasting GameStop. Yeah, man. Bro, people on Wall Street did not like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, people did not like this. I'm telling everybody I saw a couple of digs every single day on all of it. Disney's down because Bob Iger's speaking at an event, just saying all sorts of crazy shit. Actually, it sounded good at first, but then it started going down. Oh, yeah, wait. Shouldn't GameStop rocket now that Kramer got involved? I didn't think about it. Yeah, what up, shit? Good morning, baby. He has cufflinks that say buy low, sell high. Oh, no, that's why I'm not cut out for TV. I have random dreadlocks in my hair that I have to pick out. So that's the best I could do. I don't even know what a cufflink is, to be honest. I don't think I've ever used them in my life. I've had some big meetings, but they did not require cufflinks. Oh, no, I had them. A wedding. They gave me cufflinks for a wedding once. I remember. Oh, ayos! 10 of them, baby. Oh, what's up? He said, let me join first and then spread it around. Oh, my goodness. Horn. God bless you, bro. Thank you, man. 10? Yeah. I mean, Vanny is a liquid as shit, bro. The other day, I was trying to buy way more shares, and I couldn't even get filled. Nobody's trading it, and then it's all based on the data. So I still think it could dump, too. They already set their dilution in place ahead of time, which is both good and bad. But, again, other names in the space have done something similar, so I'm not too worried. But it is very illiquid. So I would be – that's why any moves will – the littlest moves will cause it to pop and drop, and then people just stop trading it. It's not that active. It's a biotech, just waiting on the data. I should comb more. Yeah, but I'm on my last line. I have like one like hair strip across the top of my head. Once that border goes away, bro, it's gone. That's it. I'll have no hair up there. It's amazing. It's amazing. So I don't know. I'm on my last line of defense. So we'll see, man. We did not get Pump It Up. We haven't hit 5,300, and unfortunately, we do not have a deal in place. All right, zero close. You know what? All right, I sold out of those NQs from the morning. I'll take 190, so not bad. And then I'm down to rebuy it, but let's see if we get a euro close mini dump. And then, boy, I should have took the gold. We would have made a bag, dude. Even on the small contracts, you would have made like $400 to $600, I think. Even on the small ones, that was a nice move. It's good. I have any gray hair? I don't even have any gray hair. I just got no hair. It's cool. Mm-hmm. What are the membership benefits? Honestly, nothing. We never really offered anything crazy. I didn't want to like limit people. You know, like members get this and that. We do have stream alerts, but again, if you're here live, you'll get it. Maybe as of late, if we are moving to a weird like situation type beat. But for the most part, just to support, but you'll get everything no matter what. That's why I try to have a high standard in here. You know, and it's love. And that's why I shout out to the people who support. They don't have to, but they do. God bless, baby. Oh, bro, I'm still standing today. I'm getting kind of tired. But, like, bro, the last 3 days of stretching, it feels like I just got hernia surgery. I can't, dude. I'm so sore just from stretching for, like, 3 or 4 days. It, like, hurts. Like, it feels like right after I had my surgery, I'm like, oh, my gosh. So I don't want to overstretch today, but I'm like, damn. My goodness. I might be, but I just didn't move. Like, that's it. So, like, I just know, like, I felt like some muscles. Yeah, I was doing some yoga. But, like, I could just tell the muscles I never used finally got moved. Planks. Yeah, I've been doing some planks. Planks are good. You know, 5 minutes of planks a day is very good. If it hurts. It does. It feels, bro. It's crazy because this is, like, the sorest I've ever been in years. And I'm talking, like, even from lifting and it's just all stretching. That's why I'm like, this is insane. I do. I think the stretch, that's why I'm doing it. I'm putting a whole new focus on flexibility because, like, I'm starting to get injured again. And it just makes a lot of sense. You know, I think you get more balance, stronger core, and you could just move way better. Played with your niece and nephew, and you got sore. Bro, one time I went to the beach with my nephew, and we were just digging sand castles, and I think I sprained my wrist for like 2 weeks. I was like, nah, that's crazy, bro. Arm, I don't know. It kind of ran ahead of the other chips, but a couple names, they were up in the morning and flipped. Arm was one of them, Intel. And then it just seems like it went from laggers in the chips leading today, and then the leaders took over. All right, sold the NQ too early. Euro close. You might get round 2, baby. That gold is just staring at me. No, we're definitely turning into boomers. That's it. And then I'm over here just yelling long term every day. And then there's like another GameStop rally. You guys don't understand. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it, man. You don't realize there was somebody 3 years ago 3 years ago, the last time your boy Roaring Kitty tweeted, you know how old they were? They were 16 years old. Now they're 19. They have their first job. And now they're like, oh, I could invest. It's a whole new. And then they like go on YouTube and then they see this faceless guy. Yeah, get a long term. Get a long term. No, I don't know if you're going to do it. Get a long term. Yeah. So yeah, I'm slipping down the boomer path. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's sad because, like, I don't know. If I age like normal people, I don't think I'll be live when I'm older because I'll just be way too out of pocket. Imagine me as an old man, you know what I'm saying, 70 years. I don't have to give a shit about anybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go see my Lord. Like, why would I would be so out of pocket. I don't think they'd allow me to. There's no way. There's no way. I'd probably be worse than Alex Jones. They probably know this. This is probably why I've gotten banned in the past. They're like, you know what, we should keep him at bay. They know what this will develop into. Mm-hmm. Oh, the OG snipe. Bro, I've seen that dude. It's the funniest thing ever. It's kind of terrifying. All right, man, 18-6 on the NQ. So that's going. I gave you guys a little bit of gas. Netflix turning? No way. So Netflix had the NFL pop and flipped. Yeah, Bitcoin stocks are doing good. The older you get, the less you care. Amen, man. But even then, sometimes, I don't know, maybe we talk about it on PHILO. Timbuktu, baby. My guy, how you living, baby? God bless you. Amen. Vanny got excited. I wouldn't be, man. And I'm on a biotech drought, too. So every other biotech I've played in the last, 6 months has taken out my knees. I've hit Vanny prior, but so far, I haven't had a good biotech in a minute, bro. So maybe this is the time, but if you don't understand the risks, pucker up. Can I say that? Maybe I'm getting older, but either way, I'd be very careful. Be very careful. Don't get too emotional about it. All we got is rats and GOP. And that could go a long way, but that's it. So just keep that in mind. Kashkari can have an effect. It just depends what he actually says. And he's said a lot of things in the past. How can we play Vanny? The first step is watching the watch list at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's Wednesday now. I was answering the questions yesterday, but now you have a beautiful watch list. So second link, baby. I think it's 9 minutes in. I talk about it. And then if you go even last week, I have Vanny up there, and I even think on Monday. So, yeah, but it's super risky, and, that's it. These biotechs, they are fun, and it can be exciting, but, you could lose 90% of your money. And we've seen it happen multiple times. There's I've had crazy biotech hits, but you never know. What was the one after Longeveron? Was it Rami or something? Oh, and then we had CDTX or one of those. We had that heart drug at the end of last year. But you still, either Proverbs. No, there's another one. Proverbs got, there's Romulus? Rita. Yeah, Romulus. I don't even know, dude. So, yeah, you just got to be careful, though, because they will clap you. And when they hit, it's really fun. But when it's not, it's painful. The watch list every day. You don't have to, but it would definitely take you a long way. And then at the same time, I'll try my best, even then. I'm not always against repeating stuff, but, certain topics, if it does kind of get too repetitive, and too, I'm not trying to pump anything, and I want to make sure you guys have, real info and due diligence so that you can make a good move. But, if you're just hearing something and want to buy it, that's usually going to hurt you. So be mindful. I didn't see. Finally, Roman Empire talk. Romulus. Oops. Oh, Missy Elliott? Yo. I'm not gonna lie, like low key, I be fucking with Roaring Kitty like little by little with some of these videos, and I'm like, yo, he got some culture. You know, the movies he be showing, then the Will Smith non-cussing rap. You know what I'm saying? Now you hit me with the Missy Elliott, dog. Stop it. Fuck your shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nah, that one. I like that. He's growing on me, dude. Way too much, man. Way more than I would like, probably. That's that one. Oh, amen, bro. Nah, he said at 500 a pop. Stop it. It's funny because, like, low key, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I low key thought Wall Street would give in. Y'all, I don't know, man. Y'all some hoes, bro. Because I thought Wall Street would give him more respect. They make a movie about him and do all that. But right away, that stock pops, bro. They all be talking shit. No, man, they don't even care. Oh, dude, I don't talk. Oh, man. Yeah, bro. That was great. Good guy, bro. Good guy. Financial still flushing, man. And then chips running. And it is Euro close, Chatadonia. So you guys want to do a push-up? I need to do something. Oh, dude. I am sore. I'm going to do some back things, but I need to move. I've been standing all day still, man. So I need y'all to move around. Stand up a little bit. Change positions. I'm telling you, bro. Just get moving. Stretch a little bit. Breathe real deep. Relax the jaw. Stare away from the computer screen. I'm turned around right now. That's the thing about standing. I'm much more hyped. I don't know if you guys realize, but like straight up, I'm standing. So like I'd be like walking around. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know, man. So just move around a little bit, and then stare away from the screen. Blink a little bit. Relax. You know what I'm saying? Just move. Just get moving, baby. Get moving. That's it. All right, let me get some of the. Oh wow. You were forced to sell a bunch of stock that was an equity from a previous company. Should I put in the high interest savings for now until the next market dip? Well, I mean, what are the terms? Like your high interest savings, what does it pay out? And then is there any like restrictions? Because right now, like there's way more like liquid, like money markets could pay you 5% right now. If you have like a SPAX off of Fidelity, or you could go to Bill, or maybe a 1-2 year bond, but then that starts to restrict. So just depends. But in general, I mean, there's some value plays you could buy right now that are good, but I have been, standing behind, whatever you're trying to decide. In the meantime, you could get a good yield, and like you could just get paid to wait no matter what. So like you don't have to have a crazy plan of like I need to buy this or wait till a gigantic dip, but like no matter what, if you have any money right now, that's it. So you're getting 4-3. I don't know. I mean, how easy is it for you? Because I'm the type of person, like you could go get 5% in Fidelity on a SPAX account. It's just sitting there. That's it. So like all the money in my Fidelity, when I don't use it, it sits in cash, but that cash is in a money market right here. Like I only have $3,000, but it's going to pay me. I'm going to get paid about 4.99 on that. So you're getting 4.3 on the savings. If there's no restrictions on the savings account, it's really a question, is it worth it for that extra 0.7 for you to move? If it's easy, sometimes I'll stay. Like I'm the type of person, you're telling me it's a 0.7 difference. That is a decent amount, but if I don't have the account set up and I have to do this and then there's slippage and all of that, then yeah, it's 4% a year. I'm assuming for the savings, yeah. and for the SPACs is 4.9. So it's up to you, but you don't have to right now, just don't. I wouldn't put it into account, and I'm not a financial advisor, not a recommendation, all that good stuff. But I wouldn't put it into an account that has restrictions. So somebody even saying like a 90-day CD, if it pays less than SPACs, I mean, that doesn't seem rational, because why would you put a 90-day limit on your money to get less money than full liquidity? But then again, maybe technically speaking, a 90-day CD should be a 3-month bond. That's Bill, 1 to 3 month bonds. So if it's the same, I mean, there you go. But I'm looking at yield and restrictions. With whatever they offer you, is there any restrictions on pulling your money, taking it out, all of that? That is what is the real factor that makes it make sense or not. And that's why it's like right now, risk-free, doing nothing, 4.99 easy. And you don't have to think about it. But if you could have a high-yield savings paying you similar, don't have to move, and it's already set up, it works with your flow, then, I mean, that's it. You can move it easy, then yeah, it's up to you then. But it's not bad. You could get 0.7 if you want to, really hunt for that yield and move it to somewhere else like a money market. Maybe ask your bank. That could be something you could do. Ask your bank where you have the money in the high yield savings. Ask if they have a money market option. And the money market's right now around 4.9 to 5.2. So that could be good. But either way, I think chill until you find something, and you could always work your way into some value. Not a recommendation. Why not better in the treasury? Well, because when you buy a bond, you have a restriction. I own bonds right now. I have a lot of 2-year bonds. I'm a big fan of the 2-year, and I bought them when they were yielding a lot higher there. And then I've been also using some of the shorter terms. But bonds have restrictions, a.k.a. maturity. So you only get your money at maturity to get that full yield. So if you need that money in that time frame, you're going to sacrifice tying up money for a time frame. And there's nothing wrong with that, but like I'm saying, there's options right now that exist that are paying you more or almost the same with zero restrictions. Did you miss when you bought bonds? I didn't. They weren't like, this wasn't a play for the stream. This was I told you guys this though about like a year or two ago. It was almost, I think about almost 2 years now. But we were talking about things. It was when the yields were getting high, and I was already stacking cash, and then remember I told you guys here, I started putting $250 in every account that I can, and then I started putting it in Bill and then or money markets, and then just have a lot sitting there, just getting my yield. Why don't you keep it under Bill? Well, even then, I wouldn't use Bill. And now that I have easy access to a money market with Fidelity, I wouldn't. But then I just prefer the bonds because I trust the Treasury with that amount. Because like I'm telling you, I had accounts where I didn't want to put more than $250 after the banking shit. Biden tweet, I've received and accepted an invitation for debate on Tuesday, September 10th. Trump says he'll arrange his own transport. I'll bring my plane too. I plan on keeping it for another 4 years. I like it when Biden talks shit. I don't know. Sometimes because I'm like, yen rallying. Where's the dollar? I think yen gains where the dollar's losses. Yeah, the dollar, because again, yen had a 1% pop right off the data. And it is euro. I mean, we're right around where I sold out that NQ. Faraday starting to run up. CTNT, was that the NVIDIA one yesterday? I got FFIE top right. We didn't talk about the 3M cutting dividend, but they announced that from their last earnings. So I need to just see what happens with it. I was playing the pug on my gold. You hit it, baby. Hell yeah. Thank you. That makes me happy. It makes me happy. Even the MO. That's what I was like, at least I hope somebody got it, man. Amen. Oh, nah. Let's go, Arturo. Ain't a 4-year beer. Stop it. God bless you, bro. Thank you. Get hype, Chad. Oh, man, bro. Oh, I want to do another stretch, but I'm like, I'm sore. I don't want to overstretch, bro. Oh, man, it's rough. RWM back to opening. It's good. Again, it was up, dude. It was up like 1.5 in the morning. It's up at 1.0, so there's still a little more. And then it's all Russell, NASDAQ, SPY. They're matched up. I still have 3M, yeah. That's in the long term. But, yeah, they lowered the dividend. They didn't get rid of it, but they lowered it in kind of ratio to the healthcare. So you got a free company. We got the spinoff shares, but they did lower the dividend. That's why I said, like, even the last couple weeks, I said we could have bought 3M, but then once they kind of gave updates, I'm like, all right, I don't know. We got to let it sit for a little and work itself out. But, yeah, it is what they did. Am I going to be live for June 27th? I guess. I would love to see a Biden-Trump debate. Yeah, I could do it right now. You know what I say? I say we're gonna raise the tariffs on China. I don't know. I agree. I had the same idea. Fake news media. They don't want you to know. Hey, I say we got the price of insulin. I know. I think it's insulin too. I could agree. Seems like we could be best friends. I don't know why we're fighting. I know, it's a shame. Can you believe it? No, I don't. You believe that? You believe that? Hey, the pals, you were soft landing. I know, I think Pal's a dickhead. I know. Fake news media, the Fed, credible inflation, credible commitment. Don't believe it. So, yeah. You're going to have an identity issue when you're old and demented? Are you just, from experience? I appreciate it, man. Thanks for looking out for me. That's why I need guidance and mentors in life. So I think Amen. Nothing but love. You say that every time. You say that every time, sir. You do. You have a hella bipolar, Chad. You throw 3 Josh shades, and then you're like, I love it here. Good game. And then, woo! So I haven't timed you out. I don't know. I kind of let you. I think it's because I like your hairline with mine. But I don't know. I've shown you a lot of love. But you do have a little bit of hatred towards me. But it's cool. We'll take it. With all due respect. With all due respect. You can't say with all due respect and then... Yeah, Kashkari should be on in 10 minutes. But yeah, we will have it on. I don't know. I think, you guys know you could go through your chat history now too. So even then, you're telling me you got no hatred, but like you guys should go read your chats. You know what I'm saying? And then you guys should go through your history, and then like, I mean, just I don't know. You could pray for a little bit, meditate, and then, you know, go back and think of, you know, and just see how would you respond to in other ways. But yeah, you could do it. I don't know how. Somebody showed me. I don't know, a chat, because they were trying to defend their ban. I could send. I have a screenshot. What do they say? One of you called Lending Tips a heifer, and then they sent me this whole. They used Chat GPT to write out a claim of why I should unban them. Where is it? But yeah, because I screenshotted it when I was in court. I was like, you ain't going to play me. I know y'all going to do that. I damn screen. I'm like, y'all play around with my boy, man. Y'all were disrespectful. I don't even know if disrespectful is a word, but yeah. Did you unban? No, it wasn't even a ban. It was a 24-hour timeout. Like I said, man, I hope you guys could appreciate it, but, you know, I've been trying to help y'all out a little bit. I'm trying not to leave you in the dark, but if you don't meet with the standard 24 hours, because YouTube will ban you and I'll never see you again, even if I unban you. So YouTube is out for you, but that's all I could do. Yeah, that's it. Is heifer racist? I thought heifer meant baby cow. That's what we used to call fat people. I never saw it as a racist term, but that's news to me. So like when I was a little chubbier at one point, I never called any. My sister would call me a heifer. So when I was like a little chubbier, and I had my days when I was a little bit on the heavier side, and my sister would call me a heifer. She'd be like, "You heifer." She'd go to the gym. I'm like, well, damn. Okay. Yeah, Goldman is GS. Gold is GLD. That's the ETF. Call it bulking. I'm in my stretching phase. That's it. Not bulking, not getting ripped, just stretching. Fix the membership, baby. God bless you. Don't worry. Don't worry. You were so big as a kid, they called me Daniel the Dolphin. I would have looked at him and like, you're stupid. That makes no sense. The dolphin's hella aerodynamic and shit. Like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even get down. Like, Daniel the Dolphin sounds like a great time. Fucking, that sounds like a cartoon character. Where is Daniel the Dolphin? I don't think dolphins are fat. I'm sure, like, I don't know, I guess it's a giant fish, if you think about it. You used to be flamed for being tall? Well, you know what? That's crazy. You know, nowadays, we shame all the short kings. Actually, no, bro. I don't know if it's a TikTok trend, but I've been seeing all these TikTok trends, and they're like, short, tall couple. And then all these mother effers, bro, the girl's like 6'2", and homie's like 5'6", and I'm so proud of him. And I'm like, good job. So I don't know, but yeah, we short kings, we got to work a little harder. But I'm sorry you had to go through tall discrimination. I may contribute to that. I'm sorry. I'm just jealous. I have Kashkari stream at noon. I have it queued up. We're ready to go. So don't worry. You won't miss it. 4 minutes. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. I was going to do it during the speech, but, you know, I think I could use this moment to give you guys some liberals and preachers. It came out today. You guys could get the whole song.
Hey.
You're about to hear it all.
Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Read a book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name Muhammad, would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was Moses, would have told me that he chosen. If I said his name Confucius, would have said darn it, I know it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you changed the way you treat us. Mrs. Phillips traded time, Miss Pelosi traded stacks. Mrs. Phillips molded minds, Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime. And it happens all the time, so my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really hear the pain. The people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
There you go, baby. The younger generation thinking guns and wars the only way to really heal the pain. Amen. Amen. It's out now, yeah. You could get it, bro. You could get it, man. It's out there. You have to search Josh Answers on Spotify. Mm-hmm. Roaring Skitty schedule change? Is it back to 30 minutes? It's fun, man. That was a fun song. I don't know, man. I like guitars. Guitars are dope, man. Guitars are dope. Every 10 minutes now? That's a lot. I don't know. I like the last Missy Elliott one, man. That one got me. That's it. GME. Yeah, it's moving up. I mean, like middle of the day. I don't know if they're going to halt it. So we'll see, man. And Luda. Yeah, Luda was in the Missy Elliott one, too. That song that you just heard is called Liberals and Preachers by Josh Answers. You bought 2 shares of GME. Nice. Good luck. Good luck, my brother. And then the NQ came down. SPY, Russell's still holding up, though. Russell's still below the NASDAQ, but still pointing everything matched up. Everything matched up. New kitty tweet. We're supposed to have Kashkari. It's not live yet, though. Be careful. Oh, I just turned off I'll turn it down, but I had the audio live. So he's going to come on any moment. I don't know if we get pre-written statements or not. I don't think we did last time with Kashkari. So hopefully if there's no pre-written statements, more aspects of volatility, or the fact that when we listen, something can happen. Your girlfriend followed me? Can't chat yet. She likes the country song, says it's funny. That's good, man. I hope. I don't know. I think somebody's girlfriend DM'd me, though. They said, buy me a Cybertruck, and I was about to be like, Lord, I was about to be like, no. And don't you disrespect the Chad DMing any other. But then that was just like the Middle Eastern in me coming out, and then I moved on. I didn't say anything. So amen. I hope that wasn't it. But even then, I don't know. Unless it was you, then it's not that weird. But I'm down, man. Shout out the songs, baby. Where am I from? I'm from the earth, unfortunately. Yeah, me and Eric on the same wave. We both said earth. I am really sore, bro. I don't know if I could keep standing, man. And why hasn't this played, bro? So we're waiting here. It's supposed to be live 2 minutes ago. We're waiting for Neil Kashkari. Remember, it happened. You already saw it a little bit too. You guys know what it is? If they say, what's it called? If they say neutral rate longer, then we have a problem. I think I was overstretched. That's why I'm trying to chill a little, but I am tempted to go and do it. The CPI came in good. I think headline dropped, core came in line but lower, and then retail sales dropped, and that was seen as a favorable development. So it was all good. I mean, it led us to a new all-time high today. The bonds got a little bit of a bid, but they're not as low as they should be. And that's where we're at right now. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Pfizer, they were running earlier. And oil's on the high. And then gold is just staring at. Why is Pfizer kind of running? Again, 29 is a big level. I don't think, I wouldn't take that level lightly. So that'll be very great if we could get above there and hold. Biden, no. We're waiting for Neil Kashkari, the Fed. He's a voter. We heard him a couple days ago. Some little reactions, but yeah. Sitting is crucial. Yeah, but like, I sit a lot. Gotta get these glutes activated. Silver pop. Still go fear the same. Shadow boxing and basketball defense drills. Nah, for real. I was literally like low key just jumping around. Amazon was down all day today. I don't know if there was a real reason. People were asking, maybe related to some cloud stuff, but I doubt it because of Google. But I don't think that was valid enough. Better Buzz. I used to love Better Buzz, but then I got it so much I got sick of it. Like I think the last time I had Better Buzz, I almost threw up. It was the weirdest thing ever. Because like I just had it too many times and then it hit awful. Oh, this is like an event.
Yes, next up. Wow, Chris, that was awesome. We knew that was going to be a good story. Thank you very much.
All right.
Oh, we're fortunate to have you and some industry champions with us. We need stronger voices like this in our industry. I want to take a moment and thank all of our Williston Basin Petroleum Conference sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors. Crowley Fleck, Enerplus, KLJ, Lund Oil.
This costs $2,000 to $10,000.
Neighbors, NDSU Foundation.
I'm going to do one of it one day.
Newcoda,
Just so they're like,
Petro
they're trading
Hunt,
fraternity.
PTRC, RDO Equipment, Sandpro, Valence, and WBI Energy. Let's give them all a round of applause. Now, our last session this morning is going to be fantastic.
Too early.
We have with us Todd Slauson and Neil Kashkari. We're just getting going here for this morning's session. Next up will be our Petroleum Council, Chairman of the Board, Todd Slauson. He's going to have a discussion with Neil Kashkari, President of the Minneapolis Federal Reserve Bank. Neil is no stranger to this event. I believe it's the third time you've been here, Neil? This is awesome. He has presented several times, and I vividly recall one of those times, Neil, you made the comment that was the technology developed in the Bakken has had a bigger imprint on the world.
Yeah, it's because this is an oil-producing place.
That's quite a statement. And I think we are living up to
Imagine
it, Bakken.
all these climate protesters.
See what Neil has to say
today. Fossil finance.
Along with Neil,
and then homeboy does a meeting with
Slauson.
A giant oil rig behind him.
Neil is the president of the Minneapolis Fed, one of the Federal Reserve's 12
shout out our diamond sponsor.
The 9th District, which is what
Land
we are,
oil.
is made up of Minnesota,
Diamond.
Montana,
fossil finance,
North and South Dakota, northwestern Wisconsin, and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Neil serves as a member of the Federal Open Market Commission, where he sets the nation's monetary policy.
Here, I'll make it more
As some of you may know, that a few years ago, I served on Neil's board of directors for the missions near developing technology for NASA space missions. I'm a literal rocket scientist. He later held a variety of roles in public service and finance, most notably as the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury during the 2008 financial crisis, where he oversaw the Troubled Asset Relief Program.
It is, but like, listen, this is what I'll tell you, bro. I had a realization very, very recently, and I'm like, damn, if they hate Roaring Kitty on Wall Street like they do and all these TV people, bro, for the way he acts and then he still just killed him. Oh, I'm like, dude, they must hate me, hate me. You know what I'm saying? They probably think I'm an abomination. But I got the law term, baby, for decades, so stop it.
Watch the Denver versus Minnesota.
He's back, but yeah, I'm like, you got to think about it. You got to think about it.
I wish I did. I didn't.
I got to refresh. We need a faster one.
Wolves fan.
There you go.
You know, I'm really much more of a football fan than I am a basketball fan. I know my Minnesota friends are going to be outraged at me saying that, but I'm a football guy.
Okay, just in case you don't know, Denver won. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it up. So you're an aerospace engineer. Where are you from? Where'd you grow up?
I was born and raised in Akron, Ohio. I studied engineering at the University of Illinois. As Kathy said, worked in aerospace for a few years before I went back to get my MBA and went into business and finance.
Okay. Good. So you're speaking to a group of engineers, geologists, salesmen. There might be some bankers in here. So I kind of want to set the stage a little bit by talking about why there are 12 branches of the Federal Reserve versus one. What are your mandates? What's the FOMC, which is the Federal Open Market Committee? Can you kind of set the table a little bit and kind of
Sure. So first of all, let me say thank you for inviting me back. It's great to be here. The U.S. Congress created the Federal Reserve, our nation's central bank, in 1913. And our basic job is we do a bunch of different things, but one of our basic jobs is to try to manage the ups and downs of the U.S. economy. If the economy is growing too slowly, we will traditionally cut interest rates to try to give it a boost. If the economy is overheating and inflation is too high, like recent experience, we will raise interest rates to try to tap the brakes on the economy to bring the inflation back down. In 1913, when Congress created the Federal Reserve, they did something unique. And they wanted, just as Kathy said, they wanted all the different regions of our country to have a direct voice in that policymaking process. So they created the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., and then
nothing's pre-written right now. I haven't had any headlines, so
and our jobs
things might get active if he says the right thing or the wrong.
And that's why we have a board of directors made up of business leaders from all across our region. Kathy served for 6 years. We have Brenda Foster. I'm not sure if Brenda is here today. A banker from North Dakota who's on our board right now, and others over time that contribute their wisdom of what's happening in the regional economy, bring it back to Minnesota, and I take it back to Washington, D.C. So our mandates as it relates to the economy are stable prices, what we define as 2% inflation. I don't need to tell you that we've had much higher inflation than that in recent years, and maximum employment, as many Americans gainfully employed and contributing to our economy. Well, typically, if you see that if inflation is too high, we'll raise interest rates to try to bring it down, or if inflation is where we want it to be, but the labor market, there's a lot of unemployment, we will traditionally cut interest rates to try to bring it back into balance. And so that's, walking or traveling around the region is a big part of my job to get to know what's happening here in the economy in this part of our district. And then ultimately, we have to make the best decisions we can for the country as a whole. We can't set a different interest rate for North Dakota and California and New York. We have to try to pick the monetary policy that's right for America as a whole. But my job is to make sure that this region, and my colleagues' jobs, are to make sure that this region has a direct voice in that process. And so that's why I'm grateful to be here.
So literally no headlines,
today.
But TLT and chips and Apple breaking out.
2% inflation rate that you're trying to get, and obviously the last 4 years we've been well over that. So what caused this inflation?
It's a confluence of events that surprised us, to be honest with you. Let me just go through them very quickly. First of all, COVID hit, the services economy was shut, and there was a lot of stimulus put from the government to try to support small businesses and families who lost their jobs or whose businesses were shut. So when a lot of money went out into the economy at a time when the services economy was shut, you know what we all did, you and me? We bought a lot of goods. So we said, well, we can't go to restaurants, we're going to buy more goods than we normally would have. At the same time that those supply chains for those same goods were gummed up because of COVID and because of the pandemic. So you saw skyrocketing inflation on the goods side of the economy by more demand for goods than is normal and supply chains for those goods that was gummed up. And those supply chains took a lot longer to get healed than we appreciated, than we thought was likely going to happen. At the same time, and much closer to home in this conference, Putin invaded Ukraine, sending oil markets to the roof, sending commodity markets to the roof. And oil, as you know, is a very important input to the global economy. When oil markets and commodity prices go through the roof, that sends an inflation shock wave all around the world. So that happened at the same time. Obviously, oil prices have stabilized relative to Russia invading Ukraine. Commodity markets have also stabilized. One piece of good news is that when Hamas attacked Israel, we did not see that same price response from the oil market or from other commodity markets. That's good news from the Fed's perspective, that it keeps the inflation, at least another shock from hitting the economy. That didn't happen, I think in part because of the work that you all do to effectively try to put a cap on some of those high energy prices. So
GME,
it was
candles?
a confluence of events. Some of those things have gotten better. The supply chains have mostly gotten better across most sectors of the economy.
House
so that's
Republicans
good news.
proposed
we haven't
tariff
seen further
on
increases
Chinese
in commodity prices,
by 30.
as I just said, from the Middle East. But there's still some underlying demand in the economy that we're focused on now to get it. Inflation's come way down from where it was. It went from a peak of around 9% to somewhere in the 3s now. We're still well above where we need to get to, but we've made a lot of progress over the course of the last year.
So you mentioned that basically we're down from where we were to begin with. In the second half of 2023, basically inflation dropped. It was looking good. We're on a good path, and things seem to kind of rebalance themselves. And basically the last several months we've seen indications.
Is there like an ETF for any of these?
Even though we see a lot of mixed signals. I mean, the April jobs report came out and said, okay, maybe it is cooling a little bit. So what indicators are you really looking at? There seems to be so many tea leaves out there to read. What are you looking at that's important to you as the symbol for what inflation's doing?
Vanny is starting to move.
Well, as you said, we look at a lot of different data to try to get a read on where the economy is going. And so we pay attention, of course, to oil prices, because as I said, oil feeds into just about everything across our economy, or broader energy markets. We're looking at the actual inflation data. A lot of our economic models, we've got very sophisticated models to try to predict how the economy is going to respond. Those models have not done a very good job given those unique dynamics that I just described. So we have to pay more attention to what's happening to actual inflation and to what's happening in the real economy. So that means, our American spending. people have been spending a lot more than I would have guessed, given where interest rates are. So consumption in the economy has been higher than I would have guessed. As much gloom as there appears to be when people are surveyed about how they feel about the economy, most people are spending like they feel pretty good about the economy. If you go on airplanes, they're usually full. If you go to restaurants, they're usually full. If you go to hotels, they're usually busy. So people tend to be spending more money. The savings rate has gone down. It used to be around 7%, now it's around 4 or 5%. That seems like a small change, but at the scale of the US economy, it's actually a lot more spending than we had before COVID hit. And then I pay a lot of attention to the housing market. Housing is a big driver of inflation, a big driver, a big thing that people spend a lot on. The housing market has been much more resilient, despite the fact that mortgage rates went from 3 to 7.5 for a 30-year mortgage. The housing market has been much more resilient than I would have expected, given those big mortgage increases. We think that's for a lot of different reasons. We think that there's a pent-up demand for housing. There's been a pent-up shortage of housing across our economy for the last decade, and people are still feeling like they just need to go out and buy, or leases are now ticking up again. So housing is probably the area, I mean, we're focused on a lot, but housing is an area that I'm very focused on right now.
Yeah. Talking about housing, it just seems like we're in a weird situation that I haven't ever seen before. Mortgage rates really dropped low, to some percent, and maybe I'll ask you why they dropped so low. People got great mortgage rates, but they seem to be locked into their homes. They will never see those mortgage rates again that low in their lifetime, and they're not selling their homes. So those homes aren't coming back on the market, even though a lot of those people want to move. Interest rates are so high, interest rates are so high that basically developers can't really go out and start new housing, projects, apartments, and single home, stuff like that. And then basically PE firms are buying houses and creating single-family rental homes, which we haven't really seen in the market. So how do you solve that issue with people who are locked into their homes? Is it maybe a good idea that maybe that thing can travel with them a little bit to their next home? I know you can't do that, but how do you solve this housing issue?
Well, this is not unique to this time period. 30-year mortgages have been around in America for a long time. If you look back in the late 70s and early 80s, when the Federal Reserve raised interest rates aggressively to bring inflation down, people also had this lock-in effect, and there was a big spread between current mortgage rates and the average mortgages families are actually paying. So that's not unique to right now. And this notion that people aren't selling, I agree with you, you're right, but those same people also aren't buying. Most people who buy a home are leaving a home. And so it takes supply out of the market, but it also takes demand out of the market.
Funds, sir?
So I think that story gets a little bit over too much attention because it affects both sides of the equation. Long term, we know that monetary policy can bring inflation down. The big question mark in my mind is how restrictive is policy right now? I would have told you, relative to the pre-pandemic, having mortgage rates where they are and having the federal funds rate as high as it is, mid-5s, that would feel like we'd be putting 2 feet on the brakes, slowing down the economy. It seems like there's more resilience in the economy than I had expected. So maybe because of some of these dynamics, these interest rates only really mean we're putting 1 foot on the brake and not 2. And so there's a lot of, the biggest uncertainty in my mind is how much downward pressure is monetary policy putting on the economy. That's an unknown. We don't know for sure. And that tells me we probably need to sit here for a while longer until we figure out where underlying inflation is headed before we jump to any conclusions.
So basically you're seeing the economy is good right now. Basically things have rebalanced themselves and things are kind of ticking along a little bit. And at the first of the year they were saying, hey, there's going to be 6 cuts. And then people say, well, maybe there's 2 to 3 and maybe there's 1 to 2 coming up. Maybe there's 1 after the election. And now it's kind of looking like there might not be any cuts. I know you can't project that or say that, but it seems like it's changed, and you've kind of said maybe the monetary policy is not restrictive enough. Maybe it needs to stay here for a while, which is your wait-and-see approach, or some people said, well, maybe it needs to come up a little bit more to knock it back down again. And so that's kind of what you've been saying is that path forward.
Well, bonds hitting it high.
So let's talk about
Big
current
question is
situation
how
with
restrictive
banks.
policy is now.
Right now, they're in a
that's
tough
a headline
situation
to
as
hit.
well. People have pulled their deposits.
The bonds
out,
are
put
up,
them in
stocks
treasury
not
bills
moving.
And other institutions where they can get a higher
But that's the phrase, bro.
interest rate.
The market has not liked it. We'll see if it does it 3 times in a row.
Made because, like I said, the development and it's just rates are too high. They're in a kind of an unprofitable situation. How do you see help for those banks?
Well, I think when I talk to a lot of banks, and I'm going to be seeing some this afternoon, they're a little bit more optimistic than I think you just described. Traditionally, a higher interest rate environment, banks or make more money because they can lend money at a relatively higher rate. And while their deposit costs have gone up, consumers tend to be slow to actually move out to money market funds. And so banks generally are quite slow in raising their deposit costs. And so it ends up being a more profitable environment for them. Just backstage, this is an anecdote, just backstage, a nice woman was helping us. She said in her day job, she's a mortgage banker. And I said to her, and I'm not going to out her, I'm not going to say her name. I said, well, how's business? She said, oh, we're so busy right now. I said, how can you be so busy right now? She said, well, we're making a lot of FHA loans and VA loans. And I said, what are the interest rates that people are paying on those FHA and VA loans? She said 6.5%, 6.75%. So less than the 7.5% in a traditional conventional 30-year mortgage. But I'm surprised that they're so busy, even with their customers paying 6.5% and 6.75%. That also tells me there's a lot of pent-up demand for housing. And so I actually, the banks that I talk to feel like, yeah, they don't like that their deposit costs are going up, but they don't seem like they're that short of activity. Projects to lend to, whether it may not be offices for commercial real estate, but there are a lot of other segments in commercial real estate.
Been leading that way there, but Spy's getting a candle, high taker picking up.
Economic activity.
No, that's interesting. During my lifetime, a 5 to 6% interest rate or mortgage rate has been pretty normal. I mean, when I got my first home, it was like 11 and 12%, and so which was terrible. But, 2 to 3 was really pretty crazy. How did it get that low? What made it that low?
Well, I think it was a combination of factors. Remember when COVID hit, tremendous uncertainty about what the economic future held. I mean, in the moments, go back in time, some unique things happened when the pandemic hit. Back in 2008, when we had the financial crisis, investors fled. They wanted to get out of the mortgage market. They wanted to get out of stocks in many cases, and they ran to U.S. Treasury bonds as a source of safety. So there was a global demand for U.S. Treasury bonds because people said, we're going to be safe in treasuries. The darndest thing happened that we've never seen before. In March of 2020, there was so much fear in the world about this pandemic that no one knew how contagious it was. No one knew how deadly it was, what was going to happen. Were you able to go to grocery stores and get food? People just wanted cash. They didn't even want treasury bonds. They just wanted cold, hard cash. So there was huge demand across the banks and across the Federal Reserve to flood the economy with cash, to meet those needs for cash. And so treasury markets ended up freezing up, and the Federal Reserve had to step in to try to provide liquidity to calm things down. So we had a lot of different emergency interventions to try to stabilize financial markets at that time. And there was a lot of stimulus coming from the government. Those combined actions helped to drive interest rates across these securities down, including mortgage rates, which ended up then translating into a very attractive mortgage rate for families who wanted to go out and either refinance or get a new loan to buy a home.
A lot of investment decisions are made upon the 10-year interest rate, as I've heard you say. And right now, we're kind of in an inverse situation. The 1-year, 6-month, 1-year deal is well higher than the 10-year deal. People have suggested that basically that's maybe because the Fed is holding too many securities, treasury bills, and needs to unwind some of those. Can you kind of explain what I'm hearing some people say about that?
So this is a complicated topic, so just bear with me for a moment. You're talking about the yield curve, which is when the U.S. Treasury Department
NCLH popping here. It hasn't hit a new high yet.
So they can raise money from taxes, and they can raise money by issuing debt. They issue debt of different maturities. Some of it's 1-month debt, some of it's 1-year debt, all the way out to 30-year debt. And if you put those interest rates that the government pays on a piece of paper, you can have a chart, and that chart is called the yield curve. And in normal economic environments, when the government borrows for 5 years, the 5-year interest rate will be higher than the 1-year interest rate because they're locking up your money for 5 years instead of 1 year. Or 10 years will be higher than 5 years, or 30 years will be higher yet. So it's an upward sloping curve. Well, when central banks raise interest rates aggressively to try to tap the brakes on the economy, a curious thing happens that overnight interest rates can be higher than long-term interest rates. So we say the yield curve is inverted, and it's currently inverted, and it's been inverted for the past couple of years as we've been on this interest rate tightening cycle. Now, this gets a lot of attention because in the last 30 or 40 years, traditionally when the yield curve is inverted, a recession has soon followed. That is, knock on wood, not yet happened this time. The economy's been remarkably resilient. That's been good news. But it leads me to wonder, again, back to what I said about 10 minutes ago, how much downward pressure is monetary policy really putting on the economy right now? Maybe the economy just has a lot more resilience in there. And then it gets more complicated when you think about the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. During the pandemic, we bought long-term bonds to try to stabilize the Treasury market and to drive down long-term interest rates to provide more stimulus. We've been unwinding that process for the past year, and that unwinding process is going well. So there's a lot going on into what ends up showing up as long-term interest rates, but I think the process is continuing and will continue for the foreseeable future.
The Fed's control of monetary policy and the legislation's in control of fiscal policy, which is basically government spending and taxation. Can you get to your 2% inflation mandate without help from the other side, the fiscal side?
We definitely can. You know, if just generically, if a government spends a lot of money, issues a lot of debt, then you're going to see a more robust economy. And the independent central bank, if they have an independent central bank the way we do, the independent central bank, all else being equal, will have to have higher interest rates to achieve their inflation goal. So yes, we can achieve our 2% inflation goal, and we're committed to doing so. If the federal government had a different fiscal path, then maybe we would need lower interest rates in order to achieve it. But we can definitely achieve our 2% inflation goal. It might just take a higher rate environment, at least for the near term, to achieve it.
Well, we're at an oil and gas conference, so we'll get into the oil side of this. First of all, you monitor.
No, we have not added anything to the long term. I mean, what day is it? The 17th? Oh, why did you pause?
And everything here.
15th? So yeah, nothing this month.
The early story that I'd heard
everything went up.
Basically, royalty owners and people were going into the banks and sending so much money into the banks, and no one was getting loans because everybody had cash and buying new tractors, that basically that money was going up to the feds. And then it's like, well, wait a minute, where's all this money coming from? What's going on over in North Dakota? And that was maybe affecting the M1. But in general, how does the Bakken and the oil production here come into play for your policy, your branch bank? How are we affecting you, and how are you affecting us?
A lot of different ways.
Hit a new high. Bonds have been leading the way the last 20, 30 minutes.
This is my 9th year.
Actually, NQ is leading.
So there have been, even
the bonds doing
9
good
years
too.
of the Bakken, there have been ups and downs in that 9-year period. Look at the labor market here. I think the labor market here, there have been times when the labor market here is incredibly tight, and it's not been so tight around the U.S. economy, and you're drawing in workers from all over America to come here, creating opportunity, high wages, and also challenges here in the local economy that I met with lots of local leaders that talked about those. And then of course, when the oil market goes down, you've got the reverse happening. So our region overall benefits that we have a very diverse economy. If there's a sector of our economy that's down, there are probably other sectors that are doing well. One of the challenges more recently is the whole U.S. economy, the whole labor market has been tight. So if you have a particularly hot sector, you can't simply draw workers from the rest of the country because everyone around the rest of the country also has tight labor markets. And so the dynamic and understanding the labor market, the Bakken is actually in North Dakota, is very interesting in giving me insight into what's happening here and what it means for the broader economy. And then, of course, the oil market broadly, as I've said, is such an important input into the U.S. economy. And the fact, Kathy talked about the innovation that I've seen that you all have been leading that's taken place here, in many ways has helped to cap some of the upward price swings of the price of oil. And that's when I say that's profoundly beneficial to the global economy, to help cut off some of these massive upward price swings that we would otherwise see. And that has led to profound benefits for the U.S. economy and for the world economy.
We'd be happy to give up the upper ones if we could just get rid of the lower ones.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. It's trust me, Kathy was on my board when we saw some of the shockingly low oil prices when the pandemic hit. So I get it.
Well, we didn't think it could go negative until that morning, and it's like, oh my gosh, negative.
I don't think he's
37,
talking about Kathy Wood. No.
Hard to get your
Chad,
head around
I'm
that.
sitting down.
Yeah. But this crowd
I've done this since 4 a.m.
Get low prices.
I need that's it. It's class game. I'm sitting, bro. I'm sitting.
Packing. It's amazing what we've been able to do here over the last 12 years, especially 14 years, especially. So. Keep the
Dell's still going?
Okay. So
and Home Builders, nails on the high.
That you do. You started a Opportunity and Inclusion Growth Institute. Can you talk about that?
Oh, and it's push-up time, and I just sat down. Oh, well, I was stretching a little bit. I was like, dude, I need to sit down.
And we have a research center at the Minneapolis Fed focusing on tribal economies. Tribal economies have a unique set of challenges that are very different than many of the challenges we've been talking about. So we have researchers focusing on that and working with tribes to understand that. And then we have lots of pockets of, while different sectors of the economy
feel nice.
may
I don't
do
think
well,
I appreciated it as
different
much.
workers and businesses may do well, we still have people who are not fully participating in our economy. And what are the barriers to them fully participating? What are the barriers to them getting jobs and contributing to our economy and being able to provide for themselves and their family? So we have a research center that we set up 6 or 7 years ago, focused on trying to understand this. In many cases, it goes back to education barriers. You know, if you don't get access when you're a kid to a high-quality education, then that sets you back on what kind of jobs that you can get as a young adult and as an adult. And these things tend to perpetuate generation to generation. So we have a very active research focus to try to understand what some of these barriers are, to then hopefully equip local, state, federal government leaders with the information they need to make the best policy choices they can.
Sounds like a wonderful institute, and thanks for starting that. You've been outspoken against cryptocurrencies. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well,
he's going to say, what can you actually buy with Bitcoin?
Been around now for 12,
I always
13,
ask people.
14 years, and I always ask people, I'll ask you, okay, let's make this interactive. Has anybody in this audience ever bought something with Bitcoin? And I don't mean you bought
listened to
Bitcoin.
way too much of this
I mean
shit.
you bought something using Bitcoin. A sandwich, a book, anything. What? Beer. You bought beer using Bitcoin. Tell me, I wish I could get
that
you a
surprises
microphone,
you, yet
'cause I always
Biden has
ask this
given you
question,
every
and everyone's
single
like
speech
crickets.
exactly the same.
And people
all of
online
them,
right
Biden,
now,
the
right
Fed,
now,
even
there's
Trump
Bitcoin
does the
bros
same
online
thing.
Who are just outraged
I don't know if
by
y'all
me
listen to
asking
even
this
Trump
question, 'cause they
over and
say,
over
"I bought a
again. It's
beer
the same
yesterday."
shit.
I'm not
all the
questioning whether or
time.
not some Bitcoin evangelist can do backflips to
The
find some
ECB, amen.
usefulness. I'm questioning whether
Yeah, bonds
regular
are leading
people
the
in
rally
their
here right
ordinary
now,
life,
even
after
above the
12 years
Russell.
of this being in existence, have any usefulness of it. And overwhelmingly, the answer I get is no. As opposed to, let's just do a contrast. AI has tons of hype. Well, I just learned an anecdote that somebody's veterinarian, they took their dog into the vet to get a checkup.
And there it is, New Holland
That
Spy
apparently
and
the
CRM.
veterinarian has AI listen to the vet session and then create a summary of the session and email it to both the patient and the veterinarian, and it goes in the file. All right, that's actually useful. Wow. So 12 years in or 13 years in Bitcoin, it basically has shown no actual usefulness in the real world, other than as a tool of speculation. And so, look, I compare it to Beanie
Clearly,
Babies.
he does not
If you want to
understand
collect Beanie Babies,
Bitcoin
God bless
ordinals
you,
and
collect
NFTs.
Beanie Babies. But I'm just cautioning people who think this is an actual investment vehicle of usefulness. We learned, by the way, it was supposed to be an inflation hedge, and then when inflation took off and the Federal Reserve raised interest rates, Bitcoin got crushed. And so Bitcoin is not an inflation hedge. It is just another speculative asset, like a meme stock. I'm not opposed to meme stocks. If you want to trade meme stocks, God bless you. Trade meme stocks.
Wow.
Buy Beanie Babies. Buy Bitcoin. That's up to you. I'm just cautioning you about thinking it's an actual
Come on, no
investment
pump on
vehicle
that.
or an actual currency.
I'm a little worried about a currency that it's advertising on television, which seems
Gold?
to do, and they're talking about, the fees are cheaper and everything else. And the
Oh, you're talking
international
about
fees,
Bitcoin.
but, they're advertising.
Okay,
currency
boomer.
on television, which is
New Donald Trump, 1
So, okay,
ounce
what about
golden
digital
eagle.
currencies?
Get your golden eagle today. Are you worried about the Fed, China, Russia, economy, inflation? Buy your gold today. Right now, the safest form of investment.
Digital currencies already exist. I can send you could send me.
So I'm worried if it's advertised on TV.
Or PayPal,
sir?
Or Zelle. Those are digital currencies. So what is it that a central bank digital currency could do that Venmo or PayPal
I can't believe he brought Beanie Babies into this.
Do? I've been asking this question now for 5 or 6 years, and all I get is a bunch of word salad answers. So far, just like Bitcoin, nobody can explain to me what problem this is actually solving. And so, we're studying it. So far, I remain quite skeptical that there's any usefulness in this, other than, and nobody at the Fed wants to do this, other than putting the government in a position to monitor your transactions or things like that, which nobody at the Fed wants to do. So, it's fine to study it, but so far I remain deeply skeptical that there's any value proposition to the American people for a digital currency, just like there so far hasn't been for Bitcoin.
We've got a couple minutes left. You've gone through my 15 questions, so basically I can talk about the Denver Nuggets for a couple minutes, or I can ask you who your favorite president was, and be careful because Teddy Roosevelt was just here.
He was just here? So I think I have a Teddy Roosevelt story.
Dude,
I'm a history junkie, American history junkie. If you make me pick a president, I'm going to pick Lincoln. For all the obvious reasons.
Classic.
But it's more than just a cliche. The more I've studied history, the more
classic
Lincoln is in the annals of history. But I'll tell you, I think a Teddy Roosevelt story, which is I like steak, okay? So I'm always looking for how do I get a better sear on my steak? And then somebody sent me an article that allegedly Teddy Roosevelt would grill his steaks directly on charcoal. He had a big charcoal pit. He'd get hot. He'd fling the steaks.
I've not heard this one.
So I tried it. It's amazing. And you can't do it with lump charcoal.
I appreciate food tips, so I don't know if this bothers me or not.
And basically, you have to be
kind of down to try that.
Cook it, but you get a heck
I don't know.
of a sear.
I didn't think I'd get that out of this meeting,
off,
but
and you get a great flavor.
Has anybody tried that? As a presidential tip,
allegedly
apparently.
That came from Teddy Roosevelt, so he's my inspiration for how I cook
Allegedly.
steaks.
Awesome. Very good. So thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate the conversation and discussion. It's been educational.
I always enjoy coming out here. I always learn a lot. I got meetings the rest of the day.
He just gave you all the fast route to cancer.
Part of our district,
I think we'll end it there. All right.
I'm grateful for
Good
what
luck.
you all do. And
grilling
I'm
on
grateful for
charcoal
the
directly.
Insights you share with me. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. I mean, not really any headlines. Literally, the one he reiterates Bitcoin. Where was it? Skepticism. It was that one headline about not knowing where neutral is, but we actually went up this time. So the first 2 times he said it, market didn't like it. But sadly, he did not get anything out of that one, Chattadonia, which is good. Literally, the next couple of days, whether it's tomorrow, end of this week, leading into next week, you have a lot of you got a lot of Fed speakers and not that much data. So these guys are going to be the drivers of all of it. So we will see. My goodness. I remember the Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies were hot back in the day. 13F, Burry, FSLR. Oh, bonds. Dude, bonds keep leading. Did he buy any more China? That's the question. So I guess Burry's 13F is out. PHILO happened. Oh, dude, I didn't even realize the time. My goodness. What would be the idea for shorting today's prime and subprime loans through credit default swaps like Burry? I don't think they're as distressed in that sense. I mean, you don't even have regulations to allow it. I mean, low-key, you would be better off, like, if you could get a credit default on the bank that owns it. There's a higher chance that the bank that gave the loan, like, I don't think the loan will go bust, but the bank that held the loan, they probably bought a shit ton of bad bonds. And then if they have a commercial building, but commercial's the only one. But even then, though, there's mother effers like me out there in commercial that are just waiting. Like literally, I've been a part of a couple of auctions lately because there's been some highly distressed properties that have gone up for sale. And I thought I'm going to lowball and be up there, but mother effers are doing the same thing 30% higher than I am. So you still have people waiting to buy the ultimate commercial dip. But that's the only real risk right now in terms of like bad real estate loans. Unfortunately, the residential loans they're not that bad. And the bad ones are held by the FHA, the government, if you really think about it. But commercial, commercial wasn't as regulated. You know, if you like, they want to protect the consumer, and residential, that's where the last problem happened. But commercial is big money. Like, they don't care if you lose $100 million. So, but that's the area that has risk right now. Vanny, I don't even think there's a range right now. Vanny is now 48 hours into the event. Maybe you've noticed it in the chat. Mother effers are perking up, you know? So that's it. It's just 48 hours till event. It's either going to have a run up. It's already, dude, I'm up since I made the average. So, like, we got a good gain so far since we almost 10% from our average there. So that helped out a ton. But it's just going to dance around here. Either move up or down into the event. Maybe, I think between 170, maybe $2, maybe higher, but that's it. It's all biotech. So don't be confused. That's why, like, I really have been encouraging you guys for weeks to make your mind up on it, because then the price is going to move and people are just going to jump on that. But this is all just IV technically. Imagine it was an option. They do have options. I would go with the common stock, but literally it's all just moving like the IV, getting ready for Friday. My average on Vanny so the last video update, my average was like $5 or $6. Because remember, those were free shares. I had I already cashed out, I want to say like $3 or $4 grand on Vanny already. I'll have to double check. But I made money on it on the first time around, and then I held some free shares, and then they got murdered. But then I made the average down a couple days ago. So my average is now 221. CRNC, I believe that was your boy related to, what's it called? The NVIDIA deal yesterday. Burry portfolio size 103, prior was 94. First Solar's running off the Burry thing. So there it is. I think everyone's just digesting that now. So he added JD, Baba, HCA, new Sprott. He bought gold. No shit. So last quarter, but why he bought a gold trust, not a miner, but literally Burry got into gold last quarter. I don't know. That was a new addition. Then he bought Cigna and then oil, BP. He added to AAP, added 42% to VTLE. Added First Solar. Oh, Baidu was new. So he didn't own Baidu. He just added Baidu. I thought he already held it. But he was holding Baba and JD. He did an interview in 2008?
$125 million, I think, on the funds in 2007. Basically,
that's how he talks.
$8.4 billion of default swaps related to mortgages or financial companies.
Some of them thought you were crazy.
I
never seen this.
But some of them thought I lost my mind.
So you made a ton of money.
Made a ton of money, much more than I ever imagined. I'd ever have. My confidence in the trade had ticked off some people.
Even though you made them rich.
It's remarkable. There are investors who made tens of millions off this, and we're still pretty upset. We made $7.
And we're still pretty upset. It's Dr. Burry. You never heard him talk? I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. This whole time I thought he was Batman. Although I thought he would have the Christian Bale voice. Like, honestly, I don't know what I expected, to be honest. That's why I was just surprised. But I think I have heard him in the past, but my mind has registered it as Batman. So that's where we're at. That's interesting, though. He bought a gold trust bond, still ripping. When Burry tried to clap the banks, you said, nah, F him. Market went up, and then he said he was wrong. No, I mean, I've always liked Burry. There was just, I mean, I think it was like, what, maybe like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I just started telling you guys, like, yo, maybe stop chasing the Burry 13Fs. Because, like, he just kept bringing up random stocks, and, like, people were like, prison stocks. I was like, dude, calm the fuck down. So, but I don't know. He's a genius. I respect him highly, and I like him, but I'm not necessarily, like, it's what I told you guys. I think I said this verbatim. You don't know what the hell he is thinking. So you are just seeing his plays, but, like, you don't really know what's really going on. So I think it's very easy to misinterpret what he is doing, and, like, everybody was going for it like crazy out there. It went 6-12, really? Did he get out with the green? But that's good. But, like, even then, I don't think anybody was looking at prison stocks, prior to this. And that's why I'm like, that could be one part of it, but I don't understand it. But yeah, I guess it just recent. I don't know. Is he still in it? I think he might have got out. Because I remember last time it was low. And if it seems like it was new, I don't know if he dumped it or not. I guess we could check right now. He got out, but it was still a good hit. Yeah, that's crazy. But I just thought there's a point to it where you just got to kind of fall back on the whole chase the Burry plays, because it wasn't like even his puts, calls. You don't know if he's hedging. He's buying China stuff and then taking other risks. And it's not as if he's fully, like, it's not the same thing as buying credit default swaps on the whole entire economy, or the real estate market. He may be bearish or bullish in one area, but he does diversify and do other plays at the same time. He bought more Square, new Roaring Kitty vote or video. How are banks giving out loans to people without jobs in 2008? Well, it wasn't. It was a mix of, like, they would have approved it anyway because everybody was there was nothing stopping them, and then they would get commission, and then the house value would stay up, so the house value kind of gave them the money. But then, like, don't underestimate, there was people just lying. Like, it was a system where, like, they were like, wink, wink, like, people were just putting down whatever, and, like, they just weren't checking it. That's what happened. It just, like, it was just all rushed through to get the money, but, like, pretty much you could have put your dog down. Like, you could have literally said PHILO is 17 or 8, just turned 18. PHILO, where does he work? He works at Petco, and he makes, $70,000 a year. And I'm his previous landlord because he lived at my house. You know what I'm saying? And then they were literally just like, they're like, word, approved. And then they take the commission, and then PHILO wasn't going underwater for a minute. PHILO made 50% pretty quickly, depending on when he bought it. But then PHILO was like, fuck it, I want 7 more. So PHILO would go buy 7 more. And remember, PHILO is just a puppy. He just learned sit. But now he has 7 properties. And then think about it, 7 times like what, 1.5%, and then times another 1.5 to 4% higher rates on. Dude, the banks are cashing out on this, and they repackage it, sell it to Wall Street with the fixed yield. So you know what I'm saying? And all the while, PHILO's cash out refinancing all of these. And then all the other fucking pit bulls in the neighborhood heard what's happening. They're like, what the fuck? And then they got involved. And then, yeah, but just nobody was checking. That would be the easiest way to put it. Yeah, 2008 was, sadly, And I mean, it sucks because like this situation is different, but '08 kind of felt like today. '07 more specifically, where it did hold up the highs up until like the last minute, but like '07 prices were high, but then activity was just slowing down. It was the first time when people are like, oh shit, my house is not selling in a day, in a month, you know, but the prices were still elevated. And then you would start to see, you know, 10, 20 houses for sale on a street. All the prices were high because they had to be high, but then eventually it got clapped. Yeah, VKTX is running. Come on, let me get a Vanny run. And Amgen, though. Hold on. Again, Eli Lilly was already up, but remember, Amgen is part of the Amgen is on the list of one of those Ozempic plays. Was I trying to foreshadow that in the gold lesson? No, I wasn't. It's funny, I saw it. Liquidity came up, but no. You know, that's the beauty, man, and I hope you guys could appreciate it. You know, that book that I've been reading you guys and going over it is like, it just covers everything, unbiased. That's a book that, like I said, I studied that book 10, 15 years ago, I guess. Kind of crazy. No, 10 years? I don't know, man, a while ago. But I always appreciated kind of the unbiased nature. So even then, giving you lessons, I mean, I will stop and interject and tell you my opinion if I am reading from the book. But at the same time, it is, you know, it should be just straightforward, give you both sides, and call it a day. VKTX is what's the other? I think it's called VK. That was the cruise line. It kind of sounds like it could be a cruise ship. Viking Therapeutics. Yeah, bro. Pfizer 29 is a very, very good price, man. That downtrend starts to get shaken at 29.30. So remember from last time, because like you could see here, like this, even after that little failure there, you broke out of it a little here. We got excited, then fell. But you know, if you could start to work like up, this thing could start to base out a little bit, which could be great. MO, yeah, MO popped too. So good gains on our top divvy plays there next to Abivi. Is it too late to add Pfizer? I mean, the ironic part is like I'm like down 0.5% now on it. You know, I've bought in way lower and way higher. That's why my average is weird, but it has gone up a lot. Like, so literally our last purchase was in April, and it's up 9%. And then even we purchased it in February, it's up 7.8. And then we bought it in December, and it's up 10.8 from there. So in the short run, there's a lot of upside. It's already moved a lot. That's kind of the problem. Pfizer in the green now? Yeah, bro, it's good. BTI MO, in your opinion? Sadly, I think Philip Morris is better than both of them. Otherwise, I like Altria. I think they're decent, but I think the Zyn craze and your boy Philip Morris, like they still own a lot of good tobacco products. So I am very excited with that. You're worried about selling specific tax loss or just first in, first out? Talk to your accountant. Talk to whoever does your taxes, but first in, first out's good. I mean, assuming you still have like another broader plan, but it all depends how you're set up. Hello, update on the day. It's chill, man. It's low-key been the data did, in fact, come in lower, and it was the first time in this year where data did not surprise to the upside. Retail sales supported us. The bonds got a little bit of a rally, and they're kind of at a squeeze mode. If we run below 4.3, you had Kashkari in the Fed. They didn't really say much, and we've been going up straight since the data came out. And that's it. And then the rest of the week is just going to be like Fed speakers. And then we don't really have that much on the way. So look at bonds, like look at 10-year. It might get squeezy here, but this is the first level. But like you're right there, but like 4.32. If the 10-year goes below, it might stop. So this could be the top of the day or the bottom, depending on how you want to look at it. But if it goes below 4.32, that's where people are expecting bonds to get real active. And again, this is almost like what, like 6 months ago you broke below 4.32. And look, at last time that happened, it caused a 0.3 rally and then relieved. And then by the end of the month, bro, it dropped almost 1% from the other high. So this is important here. And so far, the data and how everyone's feeling, that has helped it out a little bit. ZT is still holding it, yeah. That's it. Because now, I mean, we got bad start off the price. I thought Powell would have been more favorable, but, you know, it's all coming back. We're still down, but if the bonds do squeeze, I think it'll be there. Otherwise, we only got 2 weeks, though. I might have to roll those. TLT over SPY hit a high and came down. It's still bad because, again, last time you broke out, bonds were kind of at this level on the first high, and then later at next level they came up. But then by this high, you know, the divergence was still pretty bad. And last time we were at that high, I mean, the bonds, they took another 0.3 down. You did 140 on TLT. That sounds kind of familiar. I'm sure the Chad facts. The poll, I mean, we still got to do a vote for Pump It Up still. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow, but if you hit it today, you guys might not be getting it. Oh, wow, you're only 3 points away, man. It's sad. It's sad. Wow, it's right there, though. You're right near 5,300. New all-time high, and SPY is still going up. That's crazy, bro. Literally, what? How many days in a row is this? I guess you had these two little red ones, but again, you went 300, just like November, bro. This is 300 points in what? 12 days? You guys realize that? I guess you sold off the same amount in like 20 days or a month. But, dude, that's 300 points in like 12 days. 10 days. That's nuts. Low volume. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're saying. Like, low liquidity. I mean, that's a word to it, bro. What do you mean too fast? We saw way faster in the beginning. That's the, if anything, it's kind of becoming more normal. Bostic is proud. So no movement last week because no data, and this week we're just gonna rip. Well, I mean the data at least you could justify a good print today, but now we'll see because next week you're not gonna get much. So how that ends up playing out will be very interesting. Can we acknowledge how messed up auto insurance is? I mean, did you hear me in the morning? I mean, that, right after getting the inflation data, that was the thing that I was like, come on. Even then, I've kind of been to the nature of, again, Biden was saying stuff about, companies and greedflation, and it's like, yo, I think the insurance companies, because, again, insurance, the only other time in history that insurance has ran up this much was in the 70s during your OG inflation run. But you're getting insurance prices as if inflation was going up 20% or rates were at 20 like the 70s. It's because vehicle theft skyrocketed. Well, nobody has blamed the theft, believe it or not. They've blamed cars having a higher average price and more technological advancements making cars more expensive to fix. Yeah, so Dan, he says that's because cost of repairs going up that much from my standpoint at an insurance company. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Patrick David says it's due to rising vehicle theft. I mean, I would say that's a little more political, but I don't think I'm sure there has been in certain, like Kias, in certain vehicles, but I do believe it is mainly the parts. And then just cars are more expensive. That's it. Like even the used cars. Remember, we were talking about that not too long ago. Like, dude, some of these cars are still mad expensive, even if and they weren't always like that. So, you have to pay more to insure it. It has a higher value. The story of Ephesians 4:14. I think the chat would love it in the way you tell stories. Hey, man, the book always does it better than I do. You know what I'm saying, baby? I like the story. I'm always up for a good story, man. Which one is that? Ephesus. My neighbors are insurance agents. They said cost of repair, rentals while in repair, shortage 3 to 5 months. I can't. Is that sarcasm though? Like my neighbor's an insurance agent. Yeah. Keep it simple, supply and demand. No. I'm going to disagree. Because, again, insurance has to do with collateral. So, supply and demand, it's just like not everybody's insurance is equal. That's the whole kind of point. Is that, so if your car is worth $20,000 versus $200,000, your house is $100,000 versus $1 million, all of these are going to have their... No side eye, but why is that political? Because I think it is true that thefts have ran up, but that is kind of a talking point about companies and trying to say why certain things are happening. We've seen more theft on a retail level. That what is it called? Shrinkage. That's been proven on Wall Street. Go look at the 10 Qs and what they say. But I do think I don't think car thefts have been occurring en masse to lead to a 22% increase in insurance. Again, car values going up 20% and auto parts, what I'm that is more realistic when it's all said and done. But I don't think people are jacking cars that much, even though theft is a problem and people bring up the theft with all the politics. But I don't think it's happening in automobiles in that same way. Well, it's not even think about it. There's also fake claims, too. Don't underestimate that. Remember I told you guys about the strikers and, these stolen cars people were selling on Facebook? But, do you know what people do? And people are doing this now. Sadly, I think Baidu talking Tesla robots. Remember, people said it was fake, but then that caused a huge rally last time. I don't know, man. Are you sure is that new? Because that could be old. But like, this is, and here's the thing. This is what I'll tell you. This is happening right now. This is kind of a sign of the times too, with some people getting clapped a little bit on their payments. But like, do you realize there's people out there, they will go sell their car to somebody and they'll post it like it's a stolen vehicle. And they'll say, hey, I'll give you my car, $2,000, no title. And the car still has a payment. Do you get what they're doing? So not all these cars are stolen. But it's literally people trying to commit insurance fraud. Because what they're doing is like, they're like, damn, it's mad illegal. Yeah, it's super illegal. You'll get fucked if you get, like literally, you'll get in a lot of trouble. I do not advise you do this. But this is part of the insurance discussion here, where it's like there's fraudulent claims, but people are literally saying, like, they don't want to pay their payment. They buy the car, $1,200 payment, and they're like, okay, fuck this. They go and try to sell it without no title. They get it to somebody, and then they report it stolen in a month. And then they say, oh, my car's stolen, pay me back my money, insurance. And then, boom, they just got out of their payment. So it's illegal. People do get in trouble. I see people on TikTok. I see insurance people exposing them on TikTok. It's hilarious because they're not dumb, bro. Yeah, you will go to jail, but it is something that people are talking about. The what's it called? Is the another one? So you're getting another headline there. So you may get a little bit. Remember, last time Baidu had a gigantic pop. It's still been kind of holding, but that did cause, like, I want to say, like an $8 move. You are getting Baidu Tesla news. It's the same repeat of the one that someone said it was a rumor. And some chads are saying that's 4 hours ago. You're not getting an immediate reaction, so it could be a reiteration. Be careful. Bruh, NASDAQ ripping. My goodness. Baidu earnings is tomorrow morning. All right. Please hold while we connect your call. I need to go to the bathroom. All right. BRB. Unless they let me know. No commercial break. Oh, my goodness. Riley earnings. Wonton Fuego. That's a cool name, man. I really want a wonton right now. I'm not going to lie to you. Like one of them cream cheese wontons from Panda Express. I know I could have picked a better place. But, yeah, it's good, man.
We need to see.
All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Maybe 1/10, maybe flat. What would actually convince you more than today?
In terms of getting, more on the path to a rate cut this year?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that, look, 0.3 certainly more welcome than 0.4, but if you get a few more string of 0.3% increases, I think that more supports the argument that inflation progress is maybe stalling, more moving sideways than really moderating. You really need to get down in that camp of consistently 0.1, 0.2 increases to make the point that, like, we are really back in a sustainable 2% territory.
Mm-hmm. All right, Molly Smith, Bloomberg economics editor, thank you so much for joining us on this CPI day. We appreciate it. And of course, it's not just CPI day. This is also a day where we got news not just on inflation, but on presidential debates will be happening between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. The first will be on June 27th in Atlanta, the swing state of Georgia. And that is where we go in our next conversation. I'm pleased to say that joining us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio is Dr. Bernice King. She's the daughter of Martin Luther King Jr. and the CEO of the King Center, joining us from our Atlanta bureau. Dr. King, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time as we look ahead to what will go down in Atlanta just over a month from now.
Am I hearing that right?
Against a backdrop of polls suggesting, including a New York Times Siena poll just earlier this
Show
week,
some
that
respect,
not only is
sir.
Donald Trump leading in
this
swing
is
states,
MLK's daughter.
Georgia, 20%
That's
of black
insane.
voters is the tally he's winning
That's
right now.
awesome.
That would be the highest for any
I
Republican
don't think I've
presidential
heard her.
candidate since the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Wow.
What exactly do you see happening here? Why is support shifting?
Well, I think when people feel like they are not getting their issues heard or represented in a period of time, and there is a shift in the possibility of changing administrations or candidates, people have a tendency to shift parties or shift to other individuals who may be running in the same party. We saw that.
This is Bernice King, Martin Luther King's daughter.
President Obama.
I was just grabbing me a water. I didn't go to the bathroom yet. I heard that. I was like,
when
what?
Obama ran again. Some people who did not vote for him the first time voted for him the second time. Or people who did not vote for him, people who voted for President Bush, and this time around when Obama was running, did not vote in the Republican Party. They voted in the Democratic Party because they wanted hope, they wanted change. So I think there are people in the black community who are feeling like not a lot has changed, especially economically in the black community, and I think many of them have been driven by that.
Dr. King, it's great to have you with us, and I appreciate the time that you're giving us today from Atlanta. We were in Atlanta for the Senate runoff that reestablished Raphael Warnock as the senator from Georgia, and I had the opportunity to walk around the King Center and spent time walking past that beautiful reflecting pool, and the people we spoke with that day talked about Joe Biden and Democrats, what they could do to help Georgia. Raphael Warnock, of course, was a big part of that conversation, and we're having a very different conversation at this point now. But you're there. What are you actually hearing from people? Do you believe these polls? Do you believe that Donald Trump is going to secure the black vote in 2024?
I don't know if it's a matter of a belief. I think there are many people concerned that could be the case. And it's not speculation. I mean, especially black males who seem to be more attracted to Donald Trump and his candidacy. And I think there has to be a plan and a strategy for the Biden administration to really creatively figure out how to reach, especially this next generation who's very disgruntled right now with the Biden administration. It's not going to be easy, unfortunately, but this probably is the most defining election of my time. You know, I've been here 61 years. I've been, voting for 45, somewhere around there, 44 years. So, it's an important election, and people have to be very thoughtful about how they want to see our nation move forward in the coming years, and who is going to best represent that policy-wise and tone and
You're about to hit 5,300. Wow, dude, this is Bernice King, bro. This is Martin Luther King's daughter.
That is just as important as the policy side. As we know, most of the policies are passed by Congress. They're running as well this year. So it has to be very thoughtful in the approach. And I'm not sure many people are being thoughtful at this time. Typically, people are led by emotion. And we also have to be thoughtful globally. It can't just be about me, because I live collectively in community. It's about my neighbors. So I have to think about it holistically, about who would best represent us holistically as a nation, and also those very fundamental issues that affect the least among us.
Well, as we consider the issues and knowing that President Biden
52.99.7, you're right there, bro. You're about to hit 5,300.
Giving the commencement address at Morehouse, we have seen a lot of turmoil on college campuses lately. The issue of Israel and the ongoing war in Gaza is definitely one that seems to be shaping this election
I think that was a
cycle,
very
and
good
especially
answer,
given
man.
You and your
Like
family's
everything she
legacy
said.
of peaceful protests.
I think she's given both
what we have
sides.
seen
That
on
was
campuses
beautiful.
across
I love
the
it.
country that have not always been peaceful, and in fact, in many instances, have turned violent?
Well, I think in all fairness, it has to be a balanced approach in how we talk about it. As with any protest, any movement, there's going to be people who infiltrate. Happened with my father. The difference, I think, in today's time is because there's not a real strategy that people are organizing around collectively with parameters and criteria. It's very difficult in a world where people can get, information instantly to have those kind of regulations, but you have to, because otherwise what becomes a story is what you're saying. My father was able to guard against that. As you know, in Memphis, they had to pull him out right before he was assassinated. Shortly before he was assassinated, he led a protest there, and some people that infiltrated to turn it violent. And he had a track record of nonviolence, and that's important as well as we approach these. So yes, that is true that there have been some, but I do want to applaud the young people who have not been violent, the ones who have been trying to press the message about what's happening to the Palestinians, and those who are pressing the message about Palestinians and freeing the hostages, because all of this is getting lost, because I think there are people out there who genuinely want a holistic approach to what's happening, and they want something that's humane and the saving of lives, period. And so that's not getting to the surface. And so I do not support the violence because I come from a place of nonviolence, but I do know that there are people out there who do have a posture of trying to do this in a peaceful way. And unfortunately, when people feel like their demands are not being heard, it often happens. That's when Daddy said you get the violence is the language of the unheard. So we have to look at why is this happening as well.
It's an awfully important line right now. Dr. King, Kaylee mentions the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address by President Biden. That's not all we have on the schedule this
I really
week.
like
On
it.
Thursday,
This is very
tomorrow,
refreshing.
he'll be
I'm
meeting with
surprised
plaintiffs
it's on Bloomberg.
from Brown versus the Board of Education case and their
That's
families
the only
on
thing.
Friday.
That's why I'm like, wow,
He's
this is
speaking
great.
at an NAACP event and will address members of the Little Rock Nine, a campaign event on Saturday in Atlanta, and then Morehouse on Sunday. Dr. King, does being present like this help?
Well, if being present is consistent, yes. It's very difficult if people perceive your presence as being more political. And I think that's what a lot of people who are in elected office face. And that is, where are you in the middle, in the times in between? And I think people are experiencing that. They're showing up now. But what about those other times? Now, I'm not suggesting that that has not been the case with the administration.
Disney,
but
they're
if it
still
is
getting
the case that
clapped.
you have been consistently present, then the
Speaking of
messaging has
clapped,
to improve,
MPs
and people need
still
to
there.
know that you have. And those people who know you've been present need to be the voice saying, "Let me show you how they've been present. Here are the results." So the campaign can't speak. The people who have benefited from the administration, should I say, need to be speaking. Let me show you how this has impacted my life. This is what I have gotten from the Biden administration. So now is the time for the people who believe in this candidate, who believe in President Biden, because he's a candidate now, unfortunately. He's the president, but yet he's a candidate. So now the people who believe in what he's done as the president need to be speaking for him while he is the candidate and saying this is what he's done for our communities, our group,
amen, bro.
with these issues.
I love everything she's saying.
Only,
I don't know. This is very refreshing.
you could make the point in the way that you just
God bless
did,
you,
Dr.
bro.
King. We're delighted that you could come and talk to us today. Live from Atlanta, Dr. Bernice King, CEO of the King Center. Thank you for joining here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons.
I did not have that on my bingo card today. That was Martin Luther King's daughter. Yeah, man. So much for non-biased. My guy, I don't think you were listening then, my guy. That was beautiful. I don't know. I could get, and then no violence on top of it, man. Amen, dude. That was great. That was a glass of water on a very hot day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why don't she run for pride vote for her? That was beautiful. Yeah, that was balanced as hell, bro. For real, like she talked about both Democrats, Republicans. She talked about the things, again, showing up for the right reasons. She said people do need to speak out on both sides. She said people are both disgruntled and they also like things too. And it's just about, and then even the Israel stuff. Like, dude, that was great. That was great. Well, if you heard that she was going full pro Biden at the end, that could be your interpretation, but I personally did not get that. I don't know what she is. That's how I liked it. Again, this is my first time hearing her, but I don't really know what she stands for or not. But at the same time, I mean, I think she also said some stuff in the beginning of that would have made you think she was going against Biden. Again, she did say that the African-American male vote is disgruntled with Biden extremely. I don't know if she said extremely, but that's what I think she painted a full picture of both sides. And like she said, if it did affect you positively, you should stand up instead of a politician showing up right before an election. And I don't know. I was very respectable. I like it. Call real estate today, baby. Exactly. Y'all the sheep. Well, remember, right when you start talking about everybody, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. What up, Cole? Oh, first lot. Man, God bless you. Miss you guys. Found out some interesting news. Gonna have twins. Need some baby merch to deck the kiddos out, man. That's too long term. Maybe they could share it. They're born the same day. You know what I'm saying? Hard on. Let's go. Yo, congratulations, my guy. Damn, twins. 2, double. That's like a stock split, kind of. You're like, oh, I thought it was going to be 1 share. Now it's 2. That'd be a trip, man. Twins. I think we got a couple of Chad. We have twin parents in here. Mm-hmm. The Chad Silver Spoon. Nah, for real, though. But, I don't think not all of us got to grow up with the long term, but I strongly encourage you give your child the silver spoon and give them a long term. Your friend just got preggo with twins? Oh, wow. Twins. I don't know. I feel like that's exciting, and then it's like, oh, 2 of them. 2 of them. Oh, man. You have 17-year-old twins? Wow. Yeah. I think we got a couple of Chad twin parents. 24-year of abundant long-term account for the twins. Amen. 2020 about. That's crazy, man. Congrats, bro. 6 years giving me the long. Oh, then you ready to go, bro. You ready to go. That's exciting. God bless, man. See, and you got experience, too, so it won't be too overwhelming. Wow, bro. I just got goosebumps. I just saw another email. Hard. I don't know. I never really said your name, so I don't know because you were so humble about it, and I thought it was beautiful, man. But I said the trade. There was a chat in here. I don't know if you want me to bask you in the glory that you deserve, but there was a chat in here last quarter. They used the 2 standard deviation, and they played Palo Alto, and they turned like $500, I think, into $50,000. It was 50 or 30,000. I'll have to double check. But they just emailed me. They used that money, and they are in escrow right now on a property. Amen, bro. Amen. Amen. We got Chad twins. We got option trades turning into houses. So good work, baby. Good work. I'm very proud. That's what I'm talking about. Or no, I mean, another one, bro. No, well, remember, Palo Alto Networks was a huge play. I ended up not going with that, but they said they used this strategy, and then they went in with like a bigger amount, like $500, and it just hit. That was it was like a 30,000 or a 50,000 one. Oh no, I need to see in the chat, but yeah, they kept it low key, bro. That's why I haven't said their name, but it's a Chad, like, I don't know, it's very inspiring. So I was like, hell yeah, bro. Wait, taxes? I mean, if they got a good tax plan, I mean, honestly, what they should do is probably go gamble at the... They should go gamble on another option trade, because then if they lose by the end of the year, that they could lower their taxable gain. But then they will get benefits for taxes off of the property, because then they get to, again, they can, what's it called? No, different stock. They could use a different one. Think about it. They could literally go, that's like the fucked up part when you realize how taxes work sometimes. But like, in a weird way, he's going to have a taxable gain, but if by the end of the year he took a loss equivalent, he won't have to pay taxes on it. But then it's kind of like one of those situations you could make another high risk. But then again, if you lose the money, you just spent it on a house, so I don't know. But then you will get to write off the interest on the property. It doesn't have to be, no, just total on the stock. If you do it on the same stock, within 12 months, you'll probably get a wash trade. I didn't see it, but let's take a gander at the latest kitty video. So many, man. I'm getting lost. Oh, it's him.
Investors who had lost big on GameStop were looking for someone to blame, and Roaring Kitty was starting to look suspicious.
Shut up, bitch!
Investors who had lost big on GameStop were looking for someone to blame.
Dude, I love him.
Was starting to look suspicious.
I didn't love him at first, bro. He's growing on me. I don't know, bro. It clicked. Bro, it clicked. I'm like, maybe the Lord has protected me, and he's blinded me from certain things. And I love it, and I'm so grateful to be surrounded by so much love from all of you, man. So even then, bro, when you guys support people, it goes a long way, bro. You know that, because I'm like, dude, the way Wall Street be hating him, I'm like, they hate me too then, a lot, because this guy is growing on me. I love him, bro. No, I love him. I'm gonna watch that again.
Investors who had lost big on GameStop were looking for someone to blame, and Roaring Kitty was starting to look suspicious.
Shut up, bitch!
Investors who had lost.
Oh man, that's great. That's great. Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. I think. Dude, there's a witch hunt on the dude, bro, and they like misrep. Even to this day, bro, to see how the CNBCs and Bloombergs are already like talking about him, I'm like, damn. But I think that's part of. I don't know what he's trying to message, but I think there is some part of it. Like, we did Homeboy dirty, like, you know what I'm saying? We did Homeboy dirty, and he did good, and he cashed out, and he did amazing. And honestly, I don't know. Like, he got done dirty. There's already another one. Yeah, that one was 13 minutes old. I guess I'll see the other one since we're there.
You're flying to Akron just to zing a guy?
Don't you understand? It's not about him. To have a line is perfect as jerk store, and to never use it. I couldn't live with myself.
See, there are no jerk stores. It's just a little confusing is all.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to
God bless you, baby. Cheers to that. Cheers to that.
Not you.
You're flying to Akron just to zing it?
I don't know, man. I love the dude. I definitely was not like that 2 years ago. I'm very appreciative. Mm-hmm. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, dude. Cattle. And then we're still at the highs. Bonds didn't move for the last like 30 minutes. Ladder. Yeah, ARM, it was up in the morning. That's the crazy part. FFIE. Dude, it's doing it again. It's up 190. I don't know. This one's kind of squeezing. It's crazy because it's still like cheap, but nah, man, this thing low key. That's kind of nuts. Baidu, I swear last time it was down. Oh, no, now it's coming up. GameStop is going to tank past support chart. Okay. I get it. I don't own any. I have my 4 shares from whenever, but you know, show appreciation to Roaring Kitty. We got to, you know, bring him down a notch. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. I feel you, bro. That's kind of what I've been seeing the last couple days. Yeah, I feel. Mm-hmm. FFIE. Dude, and we're right. We're hugging the high. I don't know. We might not do it. It's either because there's so much time left in the day. We need to either rocket past 5,300 or you get right to the level and then we sell off and then do it on Friday. Trying to be as patient as possible for the dump. Well, we are going to have slow weeks after this, so be careful. Because now we are, and then again, I think after this week or next week, then we're going to start getting good data again. Why has nobody mentioned how much movies he's watched in his lifetime? Right? Dude, he has a good history of it all, bro. He has a very, very good history of it all. It's amazing. That's why I'm like, it's kind of cool. Even Missy Elliott, bro. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Yeah, Pfizer, if we could get above 29, it's going to be good. But FFIE, man, that's the only one in the this one has gone up every single day. When you and Jay Alt were in the Roaring Kitty stream, we would talk about movies in the soundtrack to 28 Days Later. I mean, he definitely has knowledge, bro. I gotta love the culture. Like, there's a lot. Like, that's why I'm kind of mind blown. There's shit I don't even know. But then, like, it's like OG and then new and then somewhat like the good nerdy films, too. SMCI's up 11? Damn. And they're right below 1,000. Then Dell. I mean, they're coming back down. Broadcom's on the high. Soxel, another chip run here. And you are near the 5,300 again. 52.9940 or 0.5 away, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Mm-hmm. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, Broadcom again, healthcare too, besides the chips. I don't know why financials, they didn't really get too much of a bid, but healthcare, Utes, they did good still. But you're right near the level. Oh, no, we did not do PHILO yet, actually. Damn, it's already 10:30 too. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. There it is. Oh. 5,300, ladies and gentlemen. 5,300. Wow, congratulations. You can pump it up in spirit. I don't have a pump it up skit for you. Unfortunately, you could contact your government officials. You could. I don't request an emergency pump it up. Oh man, it's kind of underwhelming. I don't know if this took it. I don't know. It doesn't hit the same. Honestly, we have to work for this 5,300, bro. And we did 300 points in like 10 days, man. I don't know. I mean, the bet. It is quite it's a new all-time high. You've never been here in history. You know that? Like we've never been here ever. It's the first time, and you get to be a part of it. So it is quite great. The best I could do is liberals and preachers. That's it. The best I could do is liberals and preachers. I'm sorry. I don't even want to be that disingenuous and hit you with self-promo. You know what I'm saying? But that's the best I could do on any of this. I don't know, but it's not as funny, man. But, yeah, that's it. That's the best I could do. Unless or DMX. Actually, what's it called? What was that one song the other day? Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you one. Baby. That was glorious. Maybe a little different than what you're used to, but I had fun. That was great. Baby. Welcome to 5,300, baby. Welcome to 5,300. Welcome to 5,300. Wow. 50. You've never been here, dude. You've never been here. Thank you. No, I didn't hear that song until Roaring Kitty posted it, so that was great. That was amazing. I vibe with it, bro. That was great, man. Welcome to 2024, I guess. Holy. That was great. Wow. 110 would risk rug pull again. I mean, low key. I don't know. It's a different song. Maybe it brings different fortunes. Who knows? That's crazy, though. 5,300. It is. When you let it sit for a second, bro, it's kind of nuts. We were only 50 points below it, for the last, month. But, it hits a little different, man. That's a new high. And, dude, that FFIE is going insane. This is actually a short squeeze because it has not gone down. Out of any of the names, MPW, GME, AMC, it does not matter. NVAX, J Blue, whatever you want to put. Dude, this is crazy. I'm not in it. I would be extremely careful. It's a penny stock, and think about all the pumpers that got in before you ready to F your life up, but this actually is squeezing. I know I had a high short float, and they should be bankrupt, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, it's kind of nuts. We're only 70 points from SPY 60. Oh, SPY. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean? I'm like, that's not. I'm like, how? But yeah, you are right. The SPY itself, it's kind of crazy. Excuse me, I had to burp. Lucid jealous. Yeah, man. Just lucid. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba. If the Fed announced rate cuts, we go crazy, but then I would dip out of everything. I would dip out of everything, maybe play a future to the upside for a little bit, but then yeah, I'm gone. I would literally leave. Like I would sell out everything. And I would, not the long term, but maybe, but not really. But then I would hold the cash. I'd get all of my trading positions out. That's if they did it today, because that would be very scary. If out of nowhere they're like, yeah, we're cutting rates, that means all of the data is about to plummet. Oh shit, were y'all turning up on all of that? Oh, no way. I missed my Pump It Up donos, man. God bless y'all. If I did, that's crazy. Your day has been made. Fish, Jesse, Brian. Oh, man, God bless y'all. Wait, what was over 1K in 2021? That song's called Narcos by Timmy Turner, I think. FFIE might be shortable. I don't know if you'd want those problems. It says hard to borrow. Estimated annual rate to short is 5.25 based on the daily fee of your order is 0. I think I can short it. How much is $100? $80? But you have to put up $250 in collateral. It's kind of expensive. So for every $80, every 100 shares you borrow, you have to put up $250. That's kind of nutty. Faraday. It sucks. You know, Faraday, I knew about Faraday in 2014. I knew somebody who worked with them. But they were low-key back at like 10 years ago, which is crazy when I say that out loud. But like 10 years ago, Faraday was kind of like, it was something that should have been a leader in like both EV and like auto design, believe it or not. Like they were making like, they were like one of those names back 10 years ago. They had like concepts and people are like, oh yeah, Faraday Future. That's why the name is Future. I'm telling you, like back in the day. So it's wild that 10 years later, they really haven't done anything. It had a little bit more street cred than like Workhorse. Like other companies would work with them too. But yeah. Also, he bought during the 23 when it was $3. Ooh. Yeah. First real red candle. Yeah. I mean, I sold out here on my NQ, but and that was kind of one of those, but it didn't last long. And then Bond's still holding up. Oh, they have earnings 515? No way. And then Baba back to 81. It's crazy. It was just at 88 or so. Where was it the other day? At 85? I want to say isn't Faraday already in bankruptcy? I think that's why it's squeezing. because I'm pretty sure this thing was shorted like 99%. They were supposed to go bust. But hey, if they do an offering, you guys might have just saved them. No, their market cap's only 5.4 million. Like, low key, we could probably buy them all out if we wanted to. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. I'm kind of confused. There's no, like, see, that may be the roaring kitty shit. Like, if you really think about it, because, like, low key, I really think all of us could buy, we could put $5 million and buy this. I really think. No, it's not 38. It's at 5.3. It just depends on the shares, if there's other shares, but let me get a second opinion. But on E-Trade's usually correct. Yeah, a lot of you guys have 40 million. Key statistics. Oh, I see one that says 12 million. So yeah, there's probably a big difference between the shares outstanding and the float and then everything else. Huh? I see an enterprise value at 112 million. So yeah, I don't know then. Yeah, this number makes no sense. So I don't know, there's probably a shit ton of shares somewhere, but then it's heavily shorted because they were, I want to say they were going BK. That song is good. I'm sorry. It's official. Apple picked OpenAI for their AI. So in February, they had a reverse stock split. And then they announced updated master plan to strategically position. So they didn't file BK. I thought they did. Then they have something in China. They settle agreement with Palantir. Oh, God bless you, Alex. Thank you, my friend. And then SPY running. More chips, bro. More chips. That is the gigantic leader of the day. And China waking up a little bit. Yeah, so that's weird. So Faraday, honestly, I think they were just getting clapped. They had the reverse split and all that. GameStop, low-key kind of popping. So they haven't halted it yet, but this is it's getting back to the open. And remember, it was not down in the morning. Like early morning, GameStop was up. It's actually kind of nuts. Like I don't know. It was briefly, you had a little bit here because I think it closed It closed right around here. So you were green in the morning and then it sold off, but you were only down like 7 or something. So low key, this is getting back to yesterday's lows. So, I mean, again, some people are like, is it dead yet? But that's pretty good for now. Yeah, it was at 60, but I'm saying like in the morning with like how it kind of moved, and keep in mind yesterday's close. Yesterday's close was only around like 40 or 50, 47. So the 60 was nice. It was 59, and then the low yesterday, you hit 35. So it went down to a price it traded at the day before and then the close of Monday. And then, I mean, shorts had a gift. They were able to close here for the last 3 hours. So we'll see. Yeah, you're moving, bro. You're doing double, 2 standard deviations almost. We should have held the NQ. We would have killed it, but GG's if you did. Okay, I need to go pee. It's already 11, though. We're a little bit behind.
This week, not just this Israel bill, but also the FAA reauthorization. They had last week punted it a further week. The new deadline is Friday for the actual 5-year bill that the Senate passed. When is that going to happen, Jack?
That is about to happen, it looks like. At the end of the vote series that they just started in the House, they are supposed to vote under suspension of the rules, which means they sped through, they skipped the step where they have to separately vote on a rule for consideration. They believe they have enough bipartisan support to get 2/3 supermajority, which is necessary to vote under suspension of the rules. So assuming there's no major surprises, that should make it through the House within the hour, if not even less. And that is a good sign that there weren't surprises or more opposition than expected, given that they are quickly taking this up under suspension of the rules.
Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick is with us live on Capitol Hill. I have to ask you about the speaker while you're with us, Jack, because it seems like he upset a lot of Democrats by going to Lower Manhattan yesterday to be part of this media opportunity, I guess we'll call it, outside of the courthouse to support Donald Trump in his criminal hush money trial. Democrats today are saying, don't look at us next time you need a bailout with a motion to vacate. Was that a one and done? Is he vulnerable again now after this move?
That is a very active question. Democrats are going to have to constantly be reevaluating, you know, what has he done for Democrats that makes it worth it to keep him in power if there's another revolt, and who's the alternative? I am a little skeptical that there'd be another revolt as we get closer and closer to Election Day, so it may be sort of refreshed as we move toward the next Congress, but it's very much something that Democrats are going to have to constantly think about going forward.
Got it.
All right, Jack Fitzpatrick of Bloomberg Government, constantly thinking about Congress. Thank you so much. Joe and I constantly think about all things politics. We'll be back with more politics at 5 p.m. on Bloomberg TV.
That's why do they play that? That was an ad for an India ETF. I feel like Wisdom Tree. Like, why you gotta play that music, Doc? Yo, Wisdom Tree. What's up, man? That's it. It had no words, just flutes and just, you know, drums, and it just said First India ETF. Yo, come on, bro. Like, y'all couldn't just be like, First India ETF, man. You're getting married in India? No way. Dude, that's going to be a dope wedding, though. I've been to an Indian wedding, and they are a blast, bro. Almost as fun as the Middle Eastern weddings, bro. But no, that's going to be a fucking party, dude. Let's go. That's it, man. 5,300. You get married Saturday? Wow. Congratulations. Dude, we getting twins. We got child's born. We getting houses. Now you getting married, baby. Oh, you went to India for a wedding? Your best friend from college was from Bangalore? Dude, they're hype. I've never been to India. I want to go. I've been to a Indian wedding here, and it was so much fun. It was so much fun. Your brother gets married next Friday. Wow. What's going on, man? I got an invite with Josh Answers. Man, I would love to, but I'm going to have to join the streaming event for that one. I cannot go to India. That's a long flight, man. It's a long flight. I am going to a Chad wedding. There is going to be a Chad wedding in San Diego, so I'm going to attend. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited to go. So it's very, very cool. But, you know, if you're local, I'm always open to it. You know, I'd love to. But then that's it. But, like, can I be honest with y'all? Can I be, like, super honest with y'all? Like, don't invite me if you're going to get a divorce. Okay? So you better, like, that's all I'm saying. Like, just don't, you better make sure, like, and think about that. So, okay? So don't invite me. Don't be like, Josh, come to my wedding. And, like, I want you to really, you better love her with all your heart. It is a part of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Otherwise, don't invite me. I don't want to. Like, come on. It's America, so just don't. You know what I'm saying? But, like, better. If I get married, will you come to Chicago? I want to say yes, Daniel, but I don't want to give you some, because, like, I feel like you hit goals, you know, and that's what I love about you. You're very motivated, so I don't want you to just get married. I'll just come to Chicago. How about maybe if you get engaged or something before, so then you could still call it off and I'll still see you, but that's it. GME pop and halt, screw them. This thing does not move. And then the fine, I'm like, okay, it's back to yesterday's low. Hold on. And then it finally, the halt. Timeout. You ran out of timeouts. Timeout. That should be a technical foul. Nope, timeout. 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 Well, anyways. Yes, thank you. It's time, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you can't even complain. You know what I'm saying? We've had a great day today. We had the news early. You had a great gold call outs, NQ call. You had a lot out there today, man. So now I think we should take a moment and let's talk about life. Let's talk about ourselves. And honestly, man, praise God. I'm glad to be here. And I'm like I said earlier, bro, for real, like, dude, it's crazy because, like, you know, sometimes if you open up your eyes, man, and you look around, like, sometimes you might be, I don't know, maybe at your job or where you're at, bro. Like, dude, you could be surrounded by darkness and evil and hatred. But, like, bro, you know, they say a brother is born in a time of need. And, you know, when, like, you could have people around you, bro, that are such a light, it blocks out everything else, man. So for real, I'm very, very grateful to be here every day. And like, that's what I'm saying, man. I hope I could give you a light, but at the same time, you guys are a light as well. Like I'm saying, this is not a one-way street. So I'm very appreciative of the moment, man. And I really hope you are too. And just thank you for all of you who have been a part of it. And just like, you know, just being involved and at the same time, you know, we are all so different and we all have such different backgrounds, man. And the fact that we could come together, have some communion, bro. You know what I'm saying? And have there's something bigger, and it don't matter the time frame, the world. Like, it's amazing. So this is a blessing that we have right now, and I'm very, very glad that we have it, man. And that's why I'm giving you guys a shout out here to start it off as always. But today, man, I have a couple. I could go all over the PHILO spectrum, dude. I got a lot. I haven't have one, but I don't know. I think I might punt till tomorrow. I got a Epictetus or I got a Stoic one for you. You know, I know there's been a lot of Bible talk, but you know, something came up and it vibed very well. But man, I think I'm gonna punt for tomorrow on that one. But today, I'm gonna do what I have done, and I am going to slap you in the face with repetition. Oh, you know why? Because I'm going to just give you one more call out, man. Why ain't you meditating? Why haven't you taken the time to pray? And I'm like, seriously, call it whatever you want, bro. Why haven't you taken 30 minutes for yourself to be with your thoughts, to be still? You know, and this is something I've been talking about. So I'm not here to just repeat it and shove it in your face. But like I'm saying, bro, little by little, some of y'all have been like, you know, if it's funny, because if you're going to call me an influencer, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't trying to tell you to buy anything, bro. But like, I hope hearing this enough and hearing my reviews and the Chad's reviews, bro, I hope you are influenced to give yourself some time. But I need to explain to you why and what it is. And there's something. And even then, you're calling it heathenism. Well, I'm glad. I hope we could expound upon it. Not the heathenism aspect, but do you realize what I am trying to communicate? You know, and like when I'm saying give yourself this time, be alone with yourself, and get, dude, just learn to sit with your thoughts. This is the phrase. Every single day that you do that, every single time you are taking that moment, bro, even focusing on the word, you are configuring yourself so the grace can flow through you. I don't know if y'all feel me. It's going up another level too. I don't know if you feel me, man. This is what I want to talk about today. It's the configuration that we have. Bro, we are not set up right now. And that's what I'm saying. If we don't ever spend time you doing certain things, do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you don't have a relationship and give it that relationship, bro, this whole idea, you need to configure yourself and give yourself this time so you can let the things flow through you. It's a big deal. It's a big, big deal. That's why I'm saying everything in the world, man, and you go through it, bro. It's hard to be thankful when you spent 3 hours looking at things that make you angry. You think you're just going to go sit there, pray one day and everything. You know what I'm saying? And like you're going through all of this. You got all this stress and it's like, bro, you got to start letting the configuration. You know, a lot of the things I'm preaching, it's peace, bro. You need to be able to receive it and let it go through you. Everything. You want ideas. You want energy. All of these things, bro. It's bored. Like, you have to configure yourself. Unfortunately, it just don't happen like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't hit us. I'm not saying that a prayer don't work. I'm not. Because I do think it is. But hopefully you guys, it's bigger than asking the prayer when we're on a plane. I'm saying getting in this habit. So every day that you are spending working and fighting towards peace, you are configuring yourself to let the good things flow through you. So Chad, this is a big deal, man. And can I just tell you something? Because I've prayed a lot in my life, and I've had a lot of prayers answered and a lot that have not been answered. But there's one big thing you got to understand. Almost always, bro. If there is a sincere petition of heart, you will almost always get a response. It's kind of wicked. And this is why I say, bro, I don't know, man. I've had to humble myself a lot lately. I've had to really look at my relationship. And this, I'm glad. I've been configuring myself. But it's just like, dude, words don't mean anything. You know that? You can say whatever you want. Over and over and over. But that's, dude, he says it. Some people, the biggest fear should be, you said my name, you did all this, but who are you? You never knew me. Yeah, you say my Lord. And the dude, again, a lot of this stuff we've been talking about, bro, I'm talking about your heart. That's what I mean. I'm trying to tell you that a sincere prayer from your heart is the most powerful thing. I don't know if y'all feel me. A sincere movement. Like, bro, like, I feel bad about I did this. Oh, I want to get better. You could say it. But it really, like, you have the sincerity of heart, bro. That's where it is. You can repeat the words all you want. But this is a big deal. And that's why I'm saying, man, this time you give yourself, you pray, even if you're not applying it to that, man. The best thing is, like, you could take this in every aspect of life. A sincere heart goes a very long way. But, like, this is what I'm saying. I don't know. You may have to spend a little bit to the point, but, like, yo, find out what it is. That's why I'm saying that purity, that singleness of mind, bro, a focus. But like when it's all said and done, bro, like let the sincerity come out, because you know you're not going to be perfect and you are going to have your mistakes, and it's hard to address certain things, and you have so much of life and history behind you. But like for real, bro, like don't ever underestimate the power in the sincerity. It's one thing to say something, but you need to get that embedded into your heart. And this is why I'm telling you all this, because it's harder than I thought. And that's why I'm telling you, man. You know, even then, I hope you could witness the journey with me. But like, dude, it's hard. And real sincerity, bro, it's not as easy as we think. And I think I've made the mistake of thinking it was sometimes. You know, there's only so many times you are really actually moved in your heart about something. But what I'm trying to tell you, man, is that is a focus. And hopefully you could configure it. And you know, I'll give you the last point. Because this is kind of what I've been saying. And I don't know, maybe you can make a decision. But, like, there's a reason why I think this time for yourself is important. The prayer, meditation, whatever you want to call it. But, like, you need to have that configuration and start setting yourself up and building this. Because if you don't consume it, it is going to consume you. And that has been something I am worried about. You know, even a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago, I think this is what sparked some of it. And when I'm thinking and I'm looking around and really, I had some sincere prayers, and I did have to take a step back. But, bro, like, do y'all realize, what do we live in? We live in a consumer society. They call you the consumer. I don't know if y'all feel me. Consumer. Do you not get it? Bro, everything in life we are consuming. But that just because we are called the consumer does not mean that we can't be consumed. Welcome to the irony. And this is what I'm trying to say, man. I hope, because this is what I realized. I said, damn, you know, there's things right now, and I've realized that if I give in, it will consume me. Some of y'all, you may not be at that crossroad yet. Certain things in life, you're going to have to deal with it. But you're going to have to figure out at one point, I hope you gain the clarity to see it. Because you're going to be faced with that crossroad where either if you give in, it will consume you, or you are going to be the one that consumes it. That's it. My brother, you will take dominion, or it will have dominion over you. Oh, come on, Chad. So, Chad, I'm just saying, man, you are the consumer. Don't forget that. But behavior will consume you. It really will. It really, really will. And that's why it's good. I'm glad, because I'll have a good philo for you. We'll talk some stoicism too. But dude, you really got to start thinking about this. And that's why I'm saying, man, I don't know your answer. Nobody does. It's okay. But that's why I'm saying you got to spend the time to configure yourself. Because you see what I'm saying? Give yourself 30 minutes, man. If not, that world is slowly consuming you. You may not realize it. You think just because you're consuming, you're not being consumed. You know, and I'll tell you, do you know how it works? There's things and forces in the world, bro. And everything is always good in the beginning. And it's the mafia. You don't know you are consumed until you took the loan and have to pay it back. Y'all don't feel me. I don't think y'all feel me. You don't and this is what I became more aware of. So don't have no shame, my brother. Because I'm like, damn, if I don't give my time to think about it, I mean, it's very easy to overlook this. I'm not talking about anybody or anything specific. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I think it's everything. Everything. If you can consume, but there is behavior that will consume you. And sadly, we don't know until it's too late. We don't try to get out until we can't get out. And that is where you need to keep this thought in mind. That's why I'm saying, hopefully you give yourself time to prepare. Always. So, moral of the story. Give yourself that time, bro. I've been telling y'all. I've been reminding y'all. And I think everybody got their own pace at different times. But there's something bigger. And there is a goal. And you're doing it to receive and let the things flow through you. And hopefully to not let the things consume you. Because we got to take a step back at times. And if you have that in your daily habits, I hope it offers you a shield. So, Chad, I hope you have a great rest of the week. I'm going to have a couple more things we'll follow up on. But, my brother, do not let it consume you. Configure to let the glory rise through you. Take that one to the bank. And that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. And cool real estate today. Woo! All right, let's see. Where's my guy? Yeah. I would usually give you post-PHILO Uncle, but today you have post-PHILO Josh. Isn't that crazy? Some of you already heard it a lot today, so thank you for bearing with me. God bless you and good morning, baby. Liberals and Preachers by Josh Answers.
Hey, Xavier. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name Muhammad, would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was Moses, would have told me that he chose. And if I said his name Confucius, would have said, darn it, I know it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you changed the way you treat us. Mrs. Phillips traded time, Miss Pelosi traded stacks, Mrs. Phillips molded minds, Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime, and it happens all the time. So my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really hear the pain. The people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
I wish there was a woo at the end. After playing it 3 times, I'm like, yeah, woo! I feel like that's a country thing, baby. What's up, man? What song? That one's Liberals and Preachers. It just came out today, so you guys could get it everywhere for you. I mean, I love the Minions. You know, it's called the actual language. There's a name by Pixar that it's called Minionese. So they technically have a language. It's like a mix of like Spanish and something else they said. But there's actually a study on the language of the Minions. It's amazing. Still gonna live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the exchange. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really hear the pain. Can't find it? Search on YouTube or Spotify. Should be on there. May take some time to aggregate, but I think it's there. Powell's not today. I think we might, is it Bowman? We might have one more Fed speaker on the list. Let me see. Yeah, Bowman at 3:20. So in an hour. But no Powell. They get some Japanese data tonight. Tomorrow, building permits, jobless claims, Philly Fed, import-export prices, and then Fed Bar, Fed Harker, Fed Mester, Fed Bostic. And then Friday. And then Fed Waller. What about Fed Flintstone? That was kind of funny. That got me. Because I saw the Flintstone, but then I read it as Fed, but then I like that. Fed Flintstone. I guess I don't know. It's a good car, bro. Good car though. DraftKings. Or is it? One day there might be a Fed Flintstone. I feel like that's how we know they're messing with us. It'll be like Fed Flintstone. Or you know what I'm saying? And we're just going to be like, wait a minute. And it's going to look like him too. And we're going to have to just act as if it's a credible commitment. Meta Ripon, 1 Iraqi soldier, 2 wounded in attack suspected by Islamic State militants on army post near Iraq's city of Kirkuk. 2 security sources say. Flata Entertainment. Flata. Victoria's Secret to bring back runway fashion show after 6 years. Wow. Brondo. Good movie, man, if you haven't seen it yet. Bro, Facebook's like ripping. 2.5 is pretty big. And then it's almost getting to the gap fill from earnings, which is kind of nuts. And then bonds hold in, but they have not done much. Yeah, I'm looking at bonds. I'm going to have to roll over my bond. They have 2 weeks, but the rollover plays are already expensive because you have to go 3 months out. Boo. The 5.2 interest rate on Robinhood. It's good. I think you need Robinhood Gold, but yeah, it's legit. Just like you could get 4.99 on SPACs. Super duper easy. Oh, I forgot. I want to see our dividend. I know, again, I haven't made any purchases yet this month, and then we're getting close to our dividend goal, but I want to see it. Did the drip? Come on, add the shares. Gratitude's making it to the bathroom and back in the middle of the night without falling down. Oh, dude, that reminded me. I fell out of my bed yesterday going pee. I stepped out of the bed in the middle of the night and I did trip. It was kind of crazy. That's really funny. Oh, and I had a weird dream yesterday. I was with a Chad. So I had a dream. Yes, dude, my dream was hella weird, bro. And then I was doing drugs in my dream. I don't know if that's a good sign. I was like, oh, shit. And I was like, wait a minute. And then I was with a Chad. Yeah, I don't know who it was. I just know it was a Chad. And then, I took you everywhere. I just took you with me. And then, and then we were with, one guy was a prince. And then there was another dude who was bawling, and we were in some crazy McLaren, and you're like, what the you're like, how do you know this dude? I'm like, this guy, and then I was like, oh, it's nothing. This is don't trip. And then it ended. I had a helicopter in my living room. And then I was like, what? And then there was a small helicopter right next to it. And then I was like, all I remember is taking a picture, and I was about to post it on Instagram. And then I was typing out the caption they don't know nothing about that. and then I woke up and fell out of my bed. Yeah. That was the weirdest dream I've had in a while. All my other dreams are kind of boring. They're nothing crazy. I told you there was one, I didn't remember it fully, but a bunch of shit was on fire, and then we were escaping some natural disaster, but that was months ago, so you have nothing to worry about. Don't worry. I know we got some dream interpreters in here. Scott hypnotized by the Google event. Too early. France foreign minister sojourn foreign agent bill puts Georgia's European Union path at risk. Anything interesting? The data, we finally had your CPI not come in hotter. First time in 2024, believe it or not. But we've gone straight up. Retail sales supported it. You had some crazy oil numbers and crazy moves on. We had a great call out on gold, but missed it. Oh, it was beautiful. It was glorious, actually. But nothing too crazy. You had Fed Kashkari. I was telling you what he was going to say before he said it. But, yeah, that's it. IRM. I like IRM, but I don't know. We're up 100% on it. I don't think I'll probably ever buy it again unless it came down. But, that space is hot right now. Digital realty is very big right now. Not fake land, but real estate used for technological purposes. Oh, yeah, we got earnings. Let me just get you a Baidu and a Walmart preview. That sound good? And then I think we missed the press conference. That was early. Oh, wait, no. Is it happening now?
To do it, to lean in during a political
All right, let me go grab these real quick.
cycle. Is this the time for the president to lean in?
Look, I'm not going to, this is not about a political cycle for this president. He's been leaning into this for 3 years, right? We talked about the crises.
He doesn't even know there's an election coming up.
When he walked into this administration. One of them had to do with racial inequality. And from the beginning, he has pushed for Congress to move forward for the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. It didn't move forward, and he acted. And he acted some time ago and moved forward with an executive order. And we're going to continue to push for that. It has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with this being the right thing to do.
When I blame Tim Scott for holding it up?
Oh, I'm not going to get into the blame game here. Because I don't even know where the process is. We believe that Congress should move forward in getting this done in a bipartisan way. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Good.
Thank you. What are the next steps after White House officials met with the Chinese this week in Geneva on AI?
What are the next steps?
Yes.
Look, as you know, the president signed an executive order on AI, which is the most comprehensive executive action that he took. And what I would say with the China, those conversations are going to continue. But this is an issue that the president believes that we need to act on and thinks it's an incredibly important issue to move forward on. Those conversations with China are going to continue. Those diplomatic conversations, I don't have anything to preview beyond that.
A bipartisan group of senators this morning put out a roadmap for their view of legislation on artificial intelligence, led by Senator Schumer. Does this White House have a perspective on it, and have you weighed in at all directly with those 4 senators?
Yeah, so this is very similar to the answer that I gave, but I will say to this particular legislation, we're grateful that Leader Schumer and Senators Rounds, Young, and Martin for their work on this important issue. We're very grateful. As you know, and I think we may have mentioned this, after the president did his executive order, as I mentioned, is the most significant action done by a government. He within days of signing it, he met with that exact group of lawmakers to underscore the importance of moving forward with a bipartisan legislation. So we're appreciative of that. We think it's important that they're doing that as it relates to the exact approach of this piece of legislation. That is something that Congress is going to have to move forward on. But we're grateful. We're grateful that they're moving forward in a bipartisan way. Again, the president talked to this particular group about this, and so we're glad to see this moving forward.
Just so I understand, so you're appreciative of them working on something related to AI, but you're not backing what's in the framework.
Well, it has to. There's a process here, right? It has to move forward. They're going to have to figure out the exact approach. We're going to let them figure out the exact approach. The president said in that meeting that he had with that congressional group that they needed to move forward in a bipartisan way. We see that. We are grateful for that. But I'm not going to get into the specifics. They're working through that. They're going to figure out the exact approach. So we're going to let them do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Karen.
You briefly talked on Monday about the president's meeting tomorrow with the families involved in the Brown versus Board of Education case. Do you have more you can share about the details, who he's meeting with, how the meeting came about, and what his message will be?
I do. I have a little bit more detail on that, on just obviously these are a couple of days of really important engagement that the president has. I'll start with the Brown v. Board of Education. So this week at the White House, we're recognizing it is the 70th anniversary of the landmark Supreme Court decision, Brown v. Board of Education, becoming the law of the land. President Biden will participate in a number of engagements that honor the legacy of those who paved the way for progress and hard-fought rights for Black Americans. He will also highlight his vision for how we must continue to build on these freedoms. Tomorrow, President Biden will meet with the plaintiffs from the landmark Brown v. Board of Education case and their families at the White House. And then on Friday, as I stated earlier this week as well, May 17th, President Biden will deliver remarks at the NAACP 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board of Education at the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. The president and the vice president will also meet with I have a little cold, guys, sorry. The president and the vice president will also meet with the leaders of the Divine Nine, historically black sororities and fraternities, on Sunday, May 19th. As you all are tracking, the president is going to deliver commencement address at the 140th Morehouse College commencement in Atlanta, Georgia. So as you can see, there are a couple of engagements that he's having in the next 4 or 5 days, and so we will have more to share, and you'll hear from him directly.
So, according to today's CPI report, rental inflation continues to be stubbornly high. How optimistic is President Biden that Congress will approve his, plans to build 2 million more homes or preserve 2 million more homes?
So look, I think this is something that the president's going to continue to fight for, obviously. He's going to continue to speak towards how important it is for homeowners to be able to afford a home, to be able to afford rent. And we know what Americans are going through. That's why he created very early on in his administration, he created a task force to deal with that, to deal with what else we can do from here, from the federal government, to deal with what homeowners are dealing with, what Americans are dealing with when it comes to higher cost. But the way to actually address this in a more holistic way, we have to see legislation, we have to see Congress act. And look, we're certainly gonna continue to be consistent here and calling on Congress to make that move. HUD has taken a lot of actions on making sure home ownership is more affordable, making sure that there is discrimination taken out of especially with certain communities that have to deal with buying a home. And so they've been very effective there, so we appreciate their leadership there, but we need to do more. What's
the progress, though, so far of the 2 million homes?
I mean, I don't have a progress report for you at this time, but look, we understand that this action, moving this forward, is important and critical to many Americans and their families across the country. We understand how difficult it is, and for homeowners, for renters, we understand that, and we understand that lowering cost has to be at the center of our economic plan, which is why the president continues to fight inflation and do everything that he can to lower cost.
How worried is President Biden about his re-election bid based on this? Because this affects Americans.
I can't speak to that. What I can say is that the president's doing everything that he can to deliver for the American people every day. Every day. It's not about politics, it's about the right thing to do. That's one of the reasons why he ran. He believed that he can do something, he can get things done. And we believe in the last 3.5 years we've been able to do that. We've been able to create some jobs. We've been able to lower unemployment. We understand that people are still feeling this and there's more work to do, but it's not, as I'm speaking about this, it's not in a political lens. This is on what the president believes is the right thing to do on behalf of the American people as president of the United States.
Thank you, Corinne.
No, I was calling.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm done with the previews. I'll give it a couple more minutes.
How concerned is the president about the
I'm only going to do like 2. I'm going to skip.
I mean, you saw
skipping
saw Secretary Blinken in Ukraine yesterday, and I think he
People
laid
were
out
pissed.
our commitment.
Not for that. Blinken was playing
Ukraine, and that's
guitar at
that
like
we
a
fought
band
so
in
hard,
Ukraine,
certainly to
and
get
everybody got
that
mad.
National Security Supplemental
Only that everybody is the people who get mad about everything.
We are focused on supporting Ukraine's
they were like,
defense.
Oh hell no!
We're going to continue to do that in Kharkiv, obviously, in that region where Ukrainian forces are fighting very hard. And as you know, on Friday, we warned that we had been anticipating that Russia would launch an offensive against Kharkiv, and we're anticipating that Russia would increase its attacks in an attempt to establish a shallow buffer zone along the Ukraine border, and we have been coordinating closely with Ukraine to help them prepare. And as you've heard us say, you heard Jake said this as well on Monday, how when the National Security Supplemental became law, the president right away moved forward with the president authorization for $1 billion of military aid package. And so that continues to flow. Certainly the Department of Defense will have more on that. And then on Friday, he authorized a second military package to send more urgently needed weapons, including artillery ammunition, air defense, interceptors, and anti-aircraft missiles, armed vehicles, artillery rounds, javelin javelins and anti-armor systems and other equipment needed to defend Kharkiv and other areas under threat. We are also working on another package to get urgently needed aid to Ukraine. So you've seen our commitment. You've seen our commitment through the Secretary Blinken, obviously, who was just there. We're committed to Ukraine continuing to fight for their democracy and continuing to fight Russia's aggression.
So U.S. government will send a former senior U.S. official to Taipei for the May 20 inauguration of the new president there. How did the White House decide the member of the delegation? Do you think China would respond to the inauguration? If so, how?
You're talking about the Taiwan inauguration? Okay, so, and you're talking about the delegation. So inauguration is happening on May 20th. In January, the Secretary of State issued a statement congratulating President Lai on his
ahead of NVIDIA earnings next week.
President-elect Lai
all
on
day
his
has been
electoral
chips,
victory
but
and
that's
noted that the
big.
United States looks forward to working with his
And
administration
coin has been ripping here.
and leaders of all of Taiwan's political parties to advance our shared interests and values, as well as furthering our longstanding unofficial relationship. Consistent with past practice, the United States will send an unofficial delegation to attend the inauguration. I don't have anything more to share about that. That is something that the State Department is running as it relates to the unofficial delegation, so they can certainly share more on what that looks like. But obviously, it's an upcoming inauguration on May 20th.
Thank you. I know you don't want to talk about campaign stuff, so I would just look for
I
your.
really don't.
I would just look for your
It's not even that I
insight
don't
then.
want to. I can't.
Then how about your insight as the most prominent political communicator in the world, the White House press
In the
secretary.
world?
In the world, White House press secretary.
In the world.
Does a person generally want to debate when they are winning or when they are losing?
I am not going to do political punditry from here, my friend. I'm just not going to do it.
So
I used to do that in my old job. I'm not going to do it from here.
So
in
should we
this job.
see this sudden offer from the president to debate as a signal that you guys realize you need to change the subject after some really bad polling?
You know, we had a back and forth on polling yesterday, and it just goes back to the core of what I said to you, which is, look, this is a president that has had a pretty successful especially legislative tenure in the first 3.5 years, and has delivered on many things that are popular to the American people. And we're going to continue to talk about it. We're going to continue to travel the country and talk about investing for America. We're going to continue to talk about how we need to do more to lower costs for Americans. We get it. We understand how hard it is, as the president talks about being around the kitchen table, and how hard it is to make those difficult decisions sometimes every month on what you're going to pay for. So he gets that.
Damon, stop implying
I just don't want to
there's a
get
we
into
in
polling,
hold- you know what I'm
any more
saying?
details on polling. What I can
You've asked
say
that
is the
multiple
president
times,
is
sir. You know
focused.
what's
He is
up.
laser
Stop it.
focused on making sure we do everything that we can to
Damon.
give people, Americans, a little bit of breathing room, and that's what the president's going to continue to do. As it relates to the debate, you got to talk to the campaign about it. That is a question for the campaign, and I'm sure they are eager to answer your questions, Peter.
Then not a debate-specific question, but debate prep is
Oh, gosh.
something that traditionally can happen here at the White House. Who is going to stand in during the prep for Donald Trump?
Who's going to stand in? Do you want to stand in for Donald Trump? Do you want to do that? I can connect you with the campaign.
If you want me, it's
That might be
terrific.
fun for
It's
you.
great.
Actually, so you're saying I can go debate Joe Biden behind the scenes
You know
for
what?
as long as I want?
I
Actually,
think I think that might be fun for both of you. It might be fun for both of you. I think that might be fun. I don't have anything for you on that, but I appreciate the question. I appreciate
That
it.
was a good answer to that one.
All right, I gotta know we have to wrap up.
You're like, no, everything's
Talks
fine.
about inflation. So for 2 times over the past 2 weeks, the president said inflation was
At least he made fun
9%
of it. That
when he
was
came
good.
into office. Is
That
the
was
president
good. That was
misleading
good.
Americans on that, or does he just not realize that inflation was 1.4% when he came
So,
in?
and thank you for the question, because I know
Thank
that
you for the
we got a
clarification.
lot of incoming on this yesterday. And look, what the
he
president
lie
the
again?
point that he was making is that the factors that caused inflation was in place when he walked into the administration, when he took office.
But he said it was
As you know, the
9.1 when he came
pandemic
in. It was
caused,
1.
inflation around the world to be by disrupting our economy and breaking our supply chains. As you know, we had to act quickly on dealing with the supply chain. He put together a task force. You saw the president do that. And just a couple of examples here, or one example, semiconductor shortages already existed when he took office. That increased costs on everything from auto parts to washing machines by some measures. It accounted for 1/3 of inflation in late 2021. Many countries saw worse inflation than we did, and obviously, and we have talked about this, we've been able to come out of that economic downturn in a better place than most of our counterparts across the globe. Reopening after the pandemic unavoidably increased inflation by unleashing pent-up demand. Inflation increased quickly as we reopened. Annualized core CPI in the second term of 2021 was 9%. And so he was talking about the factors that were in place that led to that. And look, and I said this earlier, I'm going to say it again, we're going to do everything, as we were talking about CPI, we're going to do everything that we can. This president is committed to doing everything that we can to fight inflation, and that's what the president was trying to speak to.
COVID started in March of 2020, so those factors were in place for about a year before the president took office.
Look, the
that
pandemic
was a hard
was
one
happening,
to
right?
back.
That caused
Corinne.
inflation. That was happening.
Say he misspoke.
Supply chain
Call it a
was breaking our economy. That was happening, and it wasn't just us. It was globally, and they were, and other countries, our allies and partners, were seeing worse inflation than we were, and we are able to recover, and we are in a stronger position as we've recovered. But he was talking about what was in place, what was happening, the factors that led, and I talked about the second quarter of 2021, we saw that inflation was at 9%. So he was speaking specifically to the factors that led to that. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. What is the administration's reaction to Egypt's decision to block humanitarian aid from entering through the Rafah crossing?
So look, we've obviously seen the reports. We have concerns. We want to see humanitarian aid. It is critical for humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. We're going to.
All right. Let's just do a couple of earnings previews real quick. Let's knock these out. You got Bidunius and Wally World. So it's going to be really short and sweet. Don't worry. But we're going to go over the preview real quick. I don't know if I have a play on Baidu. I've been writing that one out for a very long time right now. So I will be in Baidu. I don't know if I have a Walmart play, but let's see. You'll learn every song from the guard, man. We'll see. We'll see. All right, Bidunius. So here it is, man. Baidu. So this is all in Chinese yuan. They're expecting non-GAAP EPAS CNY 15.84, revenue 31.41 billion, adjusted EBITDA 7.47 billion, non-GAAP operating income 5.99 billion yuan next quarter, expecting non-GAAP EPAD of 19.77, revenue 35.45 billion, adjusted EBITDA 9.22, non-GAAP operating 7.5 billion. Since last quarter, February 27th, in Hong Kong, they're down. I don't know. Does it have the American ones? Yeah, Baidu in America, it's the same thing, down 1.3. So this is its price history compared to China stocks. And then this is here in America. They're down 1.3. S&P is up 2.7. And XLK is down by 0.4. Near-term options imply 7% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 8, gain of 2, gain of 3, and gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. And EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20. Wow. Let's see. We got to save the mem. All right. Well, there's my Baidu. Again, I have 750 shares. So again, I was just green on this the other day, and then it flipped. So, and then we were down way more than way up. So this is going to be my play coming into it. I could have protected it with puts last time, but they were still expensive. I'll double check though after this, but let's see what they're pricing in. I can't believe this is already May 17th. Okay, 110.23. So it's $6. Literally 601. Yeah, we'll go $6. 601 divided by 5%. So it's actually not pricing in that much, believe it or not. So again, preview says 7. It hasn't moved more than 5 in the last year, except for last earnings. It dropped 8, and they had a little bit of a gain there. I think that's why they gave up, but it's pricing in a little bit low. Earnings has it for May 30th. No, unless they change the date, but I'm pretty sure Baidu is tomorrow. Yeah, May 16th. It's tomorrow morning. So not bad. They're not pricing in as much. So maybe I'll check the puts. Let me see just in case, because I wanted to protect it that one day, but it was a little early. Honestly, they're kind of the same price. They're 75 cents more. No, it's still a little bit up. But yeah, so $6, $12 will be your 2 standard deviations, give or take. That's kind of crazy, though. Not really. Didn't they report? Nah. They report tomorrow morning. Baba reported 2 days ago. Yeah, that one's interesting. Entering scalp on GLD. Good luck. You bought 521 Vanny for 01. Nice. For $1, that's not bad. The only problem is that it's just if the data's good, you're going to get really lucky on that play. But the problem with an option is on the biotechs is that if it takes longer, then that's it. But if you think it's going to be amazing, then that could be good. Yeah, no, I think $1 is a good risk to reward. I'm totally down with that. I'm trying to see. I don't know. Baidu, the options aren't that bad for 2 standard deviation. I just have a lot of shares. And then I don't think I'm going to grab puts, so I'll just have a lot of money on that one. We'll see what happens. And then the next one, Wally World. I have 2 pictures for this one. It's a big preview. So Walmart, they're expecting Q1 comps excluding fuel 3.5, revenue 159.57 billion implies 4.8 versus guidance of 4.0 to 5. Membership income 1.35, operating income 654 implying 4.9 versus guidance of 3.0 to 4.5. So analysts think they're going to do better. Gross margin on net sales, 23.8. SG&A on total revenue, 20.4. Adjusted operating margin on total revenue, 4.1. EPS, 52 cents versus guidance of 49 to 52. Next quarter, expecting comps 3.4. Revenue, 167.2 billion. Operating income, 7.67 billion. Gross margin on net sales, 24.1. SG&A on total revenue, 20.2. Adjusted operating margin on total revenue, 4.6. And EPS of 64 cents. Full year January 25 comps excluding fuel. Actually, I think I'll get the other one. Get you a GME up here. Oh, yeah, it is wake. They're probably going to halt it again. But full-year guidance, 25 for Walmart, expecting comps of 3.3, revenue $673.4 billion, membership income 5.7, operating income $28.79 billion, gross margin on net sales 23.9, SG&A on total revenue 20.3, adjusted operating margin on total revenue 4.3, and EPS of $2.37 a share. Full-year guidance, EPS 670 to 712. Pre-split 223 to 237, revenue 3 to 4%, operating income 4 to 6. Since last quarter, February 19th, Walmart is up by 6.4, S&P is up by 4.3, and XLP is up by 5.6. Near-term options imply 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 8, loss of 2, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Well, they again, analysts are expecting more, but if you don't remember, like they kind of have been sandbagging the last couple quarters. They've been warning about the consumer. I don't think they got punished, though, last time because they had the split. I think they got punished, and then the split brought them up. Charles charges $65 per contract, one time or $65. It's both ways, but if you had a lower rate on TD, you could message them, and they should lower it. I think that's one of the unintended effects people didn't realize. When they switched you over, your commissions changed. Even if you had the lower one, your futures should stay the same. So if you were trading futures on TD Ameritrade and it shifted to Schwab, you were already trading under Schwab's futures. So just be mindful of that. But it is 65 both ways, so open and close. So technically, it's like $1.30. New Kramer tweet talking crap on Adam and praising Ryan Cohen. Good. But I don't know about the Ryan Cohen. He was just a little bit more. He disclosed it. People didn't want to believe. But Walmart, 59.16. So 234. That's right on the money. So we'll go with 234. Divide that by 59.59. 3.9%. Decent. It's not that much. If they do surprise like 2 quarters ago, they could move big, but they really haven't had one. I'm going to just wait. I hope Walmart dies. I hope Walmart dies and we could buy it in the long term. Because, again, we still have our cash. So we'll find out. We will find out. But other than that, I don't know. That might be a little expensive. Those will hit if they surprise, though. I just know that they don't move a lot, but if they do make like an 8% mover, those should pay out. So if you're willing to take that risk, I mean, that one could be decent. I like Baidu to the upside, obviously, too. Oh, it's weird. They're cheap because of the split. And remember, the split's going to make the stock move completely different. That's the messed up part. So it was moving 3 and 4% when the stock was not split. So keep that in mind. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to make a play on. It's 11 cents for the 2 standards on that one. And then Beto, Bitcoin breaking out right now. So 1.5 then, right? Well, the Vanny is not in approval. So maybe I should put that out. That's why it's going to be interesting. But Vanny is not in approval. There is nothing, if any, the latest FDA approval, I believe, is that if all data goes well with the rats, I believe they have gotten approval to begin on humans. But for now, it is not. Friday is not an approval. Friday is going to be, it's one of those drug conferences, and they're using that conference to announce data. So it should be in the morning. Maybe it happens after, but essentially they will be presenting data at a conference of how their drug did and what they've been working on with the rats. And then they have another conference on June 3rd and June 5th with hopefully another set of data or presentation. Pay more than the teachers. Why they all want my money? You see 1.5 billion shares of GameStop are now on loan, roughly 5 times the float of the stock. I did not. I thought it was at 18%. So maybe that short interest doesn't accurately show it, or it's 2 weeks delayed. I need water. I've killed all the water bottles at my desk. A little bit left. That's how many. All I know, though, I mean, I'll say this. I think it makes sense. Just like we were talking margin, the stock went up 100% since Monday. So literally, I'm assuming unless they have a deal with their broker, but I think based on the laws, you know, they at minimum they'd have to put up at least 30% more collateral, I believe, and then 100% if anything. S&P said just past 5,300.
Evolution over the last 24 hours for copper.
Yeah, that squeeze continues in the copper market, and you go back to the broader market, at least for the stocks and bonds. And well, the bulls there, they actually got what they were hoping for today, and that really was that ebb in underlying U.S. inflation for the first time in 6 months, and that potentially could be the first brick in the groundwork for the Fed to cut rates this year. At least that's the hope. That hope propelling the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P to fresh record highs today. The Dow coming within about 13 points of its all-time high. The thought process here is pretty simple, is that after 3 straight months of hemming and hawing about an interruption in disinflation, the Goldilocks scenario that market participants had previously been pricing in, maybe that had been justified after all. Now, not everyone agrees, to be sure. Market strategist Ed Yardeni telling Bloomberg earlier today that a Fed rate cut right now could actually disrupt that Goldilocks narrative, leading to an even longer battle with inflation. And Bridgewater Associates CEO Nir Bardea, he was speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum. He said there's still a ways to go before the Fed gets inflation under control. And even if it does, it'll be a delicate dance for the central bank to pull that off. Now, a lot of the euphoria today over the CPI print is less about the print today. It's really more about the 3 consecutive upside inflation surprises we had in the months prior. Kathy Jones, Charles Schwab's chief fixed income strategist, put it best. She says it's going to take a few more disinflationary readings for the Fed to act. But the snapping of that streak today of 3 consecutive above forecast readings certainly opens the door to a potential rate cut later this year, Alex.
Woo! All right. Why the people in the government? We're chilling, bro. Dell all day, bro. Crazy. So not doing anything that pops it up like that. DE preview. I do, but I skim through it. It's pricing in what it's moved. It could be a trap. I mean, it doesn't move on earnings. It moves 4%, top or bottom. So literally, it's implying my preview says 4.6. Last 4 earnings, Deere moved -5, -3, -5, -2, and then it's beaten 16 of the last 20, 1 in line in revenue, and then EPS 16 to 20 with 1 in line. And then I don't have the analysts, like the comparisons, just the company guidance. You're now the proud owner of 24 Vanny shares. Well, good luck. Good luck, my brother. 3 high prints, 1 in line. We're Back to Goldilocks. Yep. It's kind of crazy. But then again, I mean, when it's all said and done, Powell is still fairly extremely bullish or dovish. He's not fighting against it. And then I don't think he has any shame in pivoting at the last minute. So whether that's no cuts or the cut. Is it long time? Where's Pfizer? Then GME's going up. It hasn't been halted, and then it's power hour. Wow. Why do you think Powell's so dovish? Like I just ended it with, because I think he could pivot whichever way he wants with no shame. Like, I think he could literally wait long enough and just say, nah, we're raising, or we're just going to hold. Or he could just go and just say, nah, we got to cut. It changed. It fell fast enough. So that's why. And then in the meantime, I mean, every day it helps us to the pursuit towards where the neutral rate is. Powell's going to be in a couple of weeks. It could be because of the election. I mean, it makes sense in some instances. So that could be it. But then he already kind of he already kind of pissed in the punch bowl. He didn't do it a lot, but it's like there's still piss in the punch bowl. I don't know if that's an appropriate example, but, the fact of the matter is the beginning of the year, he's like, we're going to cut rates. To the point where even you got your boy Biden talking about rate cuts and soft landings, so I think if he can try to avoid, ideally, if you could, because remember, the election is the day before the November meeting. I can't even make this shit up. So, legitimately, you have the election, and then the next day is a Fed meeting. It's great. So, ideally, if he could wait till November, it's a better look. If Powell cares about his legacy and doesn't want to answer and try to stay far away from it, ideally he would do it after the election. But at the same time, anything before, he will insist it's not because of the election. And maybe he could be correct, but it will be hard to not answer that question, or it'll be very hard to say that's not the reason. But sadly, he's kind of in a weird corner. TLT. Well, I don't know. I gave some bad news today. I don't think TLT is going to hit. Again, I mean, who has a high correlation with the TLT? The yen. And the yen has already switched gears doing, again, a lot of people, bro. Even your boy Ray Dalio. If that could get knocked off course, your bond plays you're shit out of luck. And what I mean is that unless I think it's very simple. Unless there is an abrupt cut or an external event that causes an emergency cut or an abrupt cut, I don't think that the TLT will rally like it has in the past. I think right now, I think this is Bank of America. I agree with them. Right now it's a bond bear market. And it will be several vicious bear market rallies in the bond market. But I don't think it's not going to have TLT run up to the top in a short period, giving you 30,000% options if they only cut by a quarter and wait. You need an emergency, abrupt, large cut out of nowhere. Then we could talk about it. You need them to cut and have everybody saying, oh, yeah, they have to cut again. Not they cut and then we wait, because that won't give you what you think it is. Call 950 in the chat this morning. I can't believe I'm pretty damn right. I hope you got paid off of it, baby. Yeah, you said 950 end of day. The Chad fax confirms. So pretty crazy, man. I'm surprised even SMCI. It's nuts, but great call. Great call, baby. The shares loving even better. Woo-hoo! There you go, baby. I appreciate the call out, man. I like it when things match up. You know what I'm saying? So hell yeah. The Chad Fax vindicates you. MPW super low volume, but down 8.5. I think today was just the breather on all of them, except for Faraday. That one was just insane. Chad Fax confirmed. You are the father of 950. Has Golem? What do you mean Golem on CPI? Like Lord of the Rings? Why is that your autocorrect? How the hell is what do you tell who you are you in a Lord of the Rings fan club? What do you how did Golem arrive? Maybe you hit the V and the G instead of the V. But I don't know, it might be the some very low volume. Yeah, low key, I would argue. Dude, 36 million on this is nothing. This is terrifying. I don't know, man. I don't now that I gotta look at some other things. But what the fuck? Yeah, no, this is bad. But then again, I sound like an asshole with it's hitting all-time highs, but you know, I don't know. My liquidity shit, I do think is I don't know. Everywhere I look, I just keep seeing a ghost, a shadow. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like it's weird. I'm not like scared, but I am. I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but like there's a very big shadow of illiquidity just left and right, bro. That's kind of nuts. It's been going on for like a week or two, but you really felt it last week with the earnings and like some of the moves were out of hand, and then this volume, like the money's not changing hands. Kind of wicked. And then, I don't know, sadly, because I thought this would unlock some more. Remember I was telling you guys last week, I said, let's wait till CPI, because I thought this would unlock more volume. But at the same time, if it's not, we're still following that same situation. And then now next week's going to be dry too, so I don't, it doesn't mean we crash, but you could still melt up in this low volume, low liquidity environment. Remember, small moves up or down, it could just cause bigger moves, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to die. Because the weird part about this liquidity, it's not that money isn't there. It's not that money doesn't exist, but I do think the money's just in select pockets. And then again, isn't copper squeezing today too? Add that to the list of low liquidity. You see what I'm saying? Like I'll have to see, and we'll find out by Friday. But so far, the shadow remains. The shadow is not disappeared. I like money. You like money? I like money. Yeah, NVIDIA next week, that could bring some, but that's where all the money's stored. Well, I don't know. If you listen to yesterday's lesson, if you watch yesterday's watch list, there was one aspect of what we covered with, the rise and fall of Bretton Woods that should help you understand how we move money, especially in relation to wars and defense spending. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The 1948 bill. Anybody? See? If this was Pump It Up, this would be your quiz question. Oh. Let's see, Chad. See, look at y'all just went quiet. Y'all don't know. See? But that's why, man, education opens doors, man. There's things to understand. What is it, man? You were in San Diego? I was in San Diego. I didn't miss yesterday. No, I'm just messing with you, bro. Pick someone to answer. All right, I pick Sewell Die. Let's go, baby. Do you have the answer? So let me see if I can pull it up. Let me get the other one. Yeah, I think this is it. Yep. Yeah, 1948. related to defense spending and part of the gold standard and how we set up Bretton Woods. Let's see, man. What is it? Big bill. Big bill passed. I might have to make this the lesson of the day then. If we get stumped on this one. Do 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 Where'd you go? Why'd you leave me? He left. Netflix to launch in-house advertising tech platform by end of 2025. Oh. I think, Troy, you got that one earlier. It's not on, unless I saw something with Netflix. Ad-supported plan has 40 million. Oh, no. Yeah, no, it was here. Yeah, that hit the wire. They have 40 million on ad plan. Is it popping off that TTD? So TTD's linked to it, but you got Netflix news kind of hitting. Oh, no way. Fuck yeah, dude. All right, I got a snake on those. I don't know how. Yeah, TTD's the one. I snaked one of those Netflix, though. It shouldn't have been that cheap. God, it's good. I'll take it. I only got 2 of them. My goodness. I don't think, but Netflix news there with ad. TTD does the ad platforms for them. So it's weird because they're saying they're going to make their own network, but I think they're profiting off the 40 million. That one might not hit, though. I think I got a good price on my plays. I wouldn't get too crazy on there. But, yeah, just be the options, they just have wide. I got lucky. I don't know if it'll continue. TTD's moving a little bit more, though. There's another one. There's TTD and someone else, but TTD benefits off in Netflix news. They're hitting on CNBC. Yeah, there you go. Again, a little bit of a move. You wanted to know it. We'll see. Well, that bought him some time. I was quizzing you guys. We were talking about government spending and defense and Bretton Woods. Yeah, TTD's benefiting a little bit more. But remember, Netflix had multiple things today, and then it sold off. Is it MG&I? Again, there's one more. There's one more that's a part of the ad stuff. It could be Magnite. That's what Troy's saying, but they are getting a pretty big pop. Yeah, Netflix starting to work its way up now. Yeah, MG&I, it's smaller cap too. It might benefit off of the crackheads with all the short squeeze shit. So keep that in mind. Trade Desk Magnite also on Spike. I don't know about Roku. This is just, it's for, these companies are ad related. So TTD, they help deliver those ads in that system. IRM's 52-week high. We'll take it, man. We'll take it. The news is that Netflix and Netflix announced how many companies they have on the ad-supported tier, how many people, and then they said they're making their own in-house thing, and then they gave an update pretty much on all their ad stuff. Did Roku pop? Well, shit, I think everyone's getting some then. I mean, technically Disney should pop because Hulu is the #1 provider of like ad-based content in that streaming space. You guys know that? You know, Hulu was one of the first to make like billions of dollars off of like ad tier streaming. So low key, Disney's not moving, but I don't think Disney and Roku should move. But TTD and Magnite, I'm not too sure on Magnite, but I know TTD. And then that was like what, a $10 pop? Yeah, it was created by the Legacy Network, so they know how to do it. They got mad ads, bro. Some mad ads. Yeah, Netflix still going though. Good drop on that. Troy, it was on this wire early, and then I think we paid attention when Troy said it. So that slipped by you, but this dropped it there pretty quick, man. Microsoft, CNBC, no longer partner for ads. Let's go, baby. Netflix, hit me up, bro. Hit me up. Microsoft up. I mean, Magnite's interesting there. CNBC just said its ad partners Microsoft, TTD, Google, and Magnite. Google popping off of it now? No shit. A little bit. They don't have the same like news movement, but they're already in the high. GME breaking out. Hey, he's back. Still down 18%, but shit, bro. Y'all were asking if the story ended here. So like I said, man, it's just another step in the story, bro. But you're kind of back to some of these pre-market levels that were kind of dirty, but we'll see. And then SPY working its way up. I'm surprised they haven't halted this shit yet. Even I said that like 10 minutes ago, too. 72-hour theory. Again, you had an opportunity to close. I think that was Wall Street. They were giving a gift to anybody, but again, you could only go so much. Short sellers covered their positions with leaps. They're now expiring. They're executing the leaps to get shares to close out their positions. I mean, it is May 17th. Are those, yeah, this is a big, I guess, I didn't think about that. Because if those contracts existed, yeah. That's crazy, actually. Maybe that's Homeboy's play. That low-key might be his play. No, because go back. So these same contracts on the chain, they existed as 2-3 year contracts during the whole fiasco. And it makes sense. You guys have seen me do it. If I add a leap to any position, it changes your whole like structure, just like if you sold a covered call. But like low key, that makes a lot of sense. So these plays are going to expire on Friday. So then again, at one point, these were their hedge protections. It's crazy that it's even that expensive now, but that's what's helping them in a weird way if they held them. It's kind of wild. Well, we never went over the pop quiz. I asked, Sewell said we should quiz somebody, and I chose him. So now, I don't know, I guess DQ'd, dequalification by non-answer. So that was like a simulation if we had that deal. So now you guys would have not had Pump It Up for 3 months. So yeah, that's if you wanted a simulation of how that worked. But here's the answer. So Chads were talking about, what's it called? About, government spending, and we send all of this money to Ukraine. And everyone's like, yeah, why are you doing that? Yeah. But the Marshall Plan. So the Marshall Plan in 1948, this is what we covered yesterday, but it pretty much, that was like the United States exporting dollars and using like foreign aid and military aid. So this gave Congress the approval to start giving aid. But the funny thing is, back in the day when they did that in 1948 for the Marshall Plan, it wasn't as much as it was about giving aid, or you could argue it was, but whether it was intended or not, the consequence was that's how they got money and dollars in the system so that they could execute Bretton Woods. So what I'm trying to say is that without military spending and like this plan for the U.S. to help with military expenditures and foreign aid, without it, there would not have been enough dollars in the system to execute a global plan of working together with your currencies and values. So don't underestimate, there is historical context and consequences of what has happened with military aid and money and how we've used it, whether intended or not, and how it's led to other factors, whether we're talking gold, the dollar, or anything, but mainly that the dollar hegemony, the pervasive nature and strength of the dollar, you could argue is as a result of, some of the military aid and funding we did way back in the day. Believe it or not. Ta-da. Is this a puff piece for Joe Biden? I mean, only if you are being consumed by the political environment. Like I said, I gave a cool lesson yesterday, but this is just history. It's understanding, again, what got us here and how things operate, but it should be for no bias. I mean, even the source that I give it to you and that I read from, it's pretty unbiased. So this isn't to make any political claim about today, but it is to understand, again, economically speaking, military aid, dollar hegemony, you got to understand that. And I don't think it'll hurt you to have that in your knowledge repertoire. You know what I'm saying? So you could draw your own political conclusions from that. However, there is, economically speaking, there's a lot of history backed by it that you should be aware of because, certain things have very weird effects. And it's like, we didn't just get here. Your powerful dollar and all of that. And you see how people are worried about BRICS and this and that. But, when we do certain actions and spread that dollar around, as we did in the past, it has had effects, both good and bad. But again, if you were there yesterday for the lesson, there's another conclusion of what happened afterwards. It eventually led to a glut and then the collapse of a system. But it took 15 to 20 years. But you could connect the dots. Whatever had to influence Cold War defense spending. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And like what I just explained eventually led to the collapse of the gold standard because of both politics and unfeasible plans colliding. And then it allowed us to do something by doing it, but then 15, 20 years, that led to your demise. So, and then like you're saying, it also influenced how we do things in the future and then what they ended up doing just shortly thereafter. What's our word? I like that leap theory when homie just posted that. That's a good one. I like it. TTD still ripping. Netflix is up. I got 100% on those contracts, but they didn't go too crazy. Leap theory has been flown around. Not Citadel, but UBS. It's good. It's a good theory. That's been one that actually clicks pretty well. Because again, if you buy that, Leap can lower your exposure, or if again as a hedge, and even your bar, like your margin. So like if you had to put up capital, you have a Leap at a guaranteed price. It just anything above that, it cuts it off. So it's very interesting. And then I didn't think, but those were probably the furthest dated Leaps you could buy back then. May 17th, 2024. You know what I'm saying? You were way out if you really think about it. So Friday, I mean, unless they rolled over, they would have to either put up new money on Leaps, or we'll find out who has no close. Gold and SPY. Yeah, I think it's all the central bank actions. So it took me a while. I was kind of confused by it, but even last week, and it's up almost $100 since we made that video. But it's just like it clicked. It's all Brazil, SNB, all these central banks. It's one part United States, but gold is global. And then if everybody's getting ready to move, the incentive to be in gold right now, and then one after the next, you're watching other people using their autonomy to move. China buying gold is part of it, but not this big. Like this gold move is massive. I take the China buying, take the Russia buying, take the buying, right? And then add that to the central bank theory. Now we could justify $300-400 moves on gold. But it's these central banks are bigger and they have more money. And if they start buying as a position, it's not the dollar, it's not a global currency. Gold is a great place to be right now. And then just on top of it, if gold can move off of us cutting rates, it could also move in other countries when they start cutting rates. And a lot of them are starting to make early movements. Yeah, Airbnb. Like I said, Airbnb, I think you got maybe one more week. And then I'm looking 142 to 137. And then I think it's going to just start ripping out of nowhere. So I'm waiting, unless the market wants to get shit on. But other than that, that's what I'm waiting for. So I'll still hold. I don't have a play, but holding out for that play. I don't know when the Vanny will occur, man. I don't know. It could be. Well, go check. It's called the Tides Conference. So I don't know when they're scheduled to speak. What happened in Cuba? Their financial system collapsed? No. What happened in Cuba? That did not make it to our headlines this morning. What? I don't see any headlines on that. No one could get money out? Western Union resumes remittance service to Cuban after 3 months of outage. That was 6 days ago. Communist Cuba on the brink of collapse, March 19th, 24. I don't know. I'm not seeing any. I don't see anything like en masse. Cuba private investors finally allowed to pump money into economy. It's the rumor. I mean, Christina's saying that there was a collapse in Cuba, but like I get a headline. You know what I'm saying? Like in the morning, we it's global. I usually have every single headline around the world, but I did not hear anything about that. You don't see anything on the terminal at all either? Yeah, I don't. It could just be a Twitter thing, but I don't know yet. That you're either really early or I just have no idea what's going on. You read a headline like that this morning? I see banking system collapsed in I see tweets about it. And then it says Bitcoin has no counterparty risk. I don't know if this is a Peter Schiff ad for Bitcoin. So it looks like Adam Mendelsohn, CEO of Avani, speaking 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, you're fucked. You have to wait till after the bell, homie. I know. It's like Christmas, but even now you got it. So you're going to have to go through all of Friday. The stock's going to move all of Friday. And then that's it. Oh, there's a community note on Twitter. They say this is false, simple Google report shows. There's none of this. The photos are from May of July 21 protest against food and medicine shortage. Yeah. Honestly, I think it's fake news for now. My Twitter, I have like a secret Twitter, but like low key, like Troy, I'm still logged into your Twitter. So I've just been using Troy's Twitter. I don't tweet. I think it'd be funny if I did. I was going to tweet my song today, but it still kept me logged in because I was going to go live again, but I haven't. Yeah. So Fast Stock News is a good source. It's not my account, but yeah, they let me use it, I guess. I don't know, unless you could kick me out now. Okay. Feel free to tweet. Oh, I don't want, I'm too scary, bro. Like, I already have a tweet typed out. It says I'm voting for Trump, but I don't think that's going to play well. But then I have a follow-up tweet that says I'm voting for Biden. I did that yesterday on my Instagram to, like, highlight, you know, the whole, like, nature of the song, bro. It's funny, though, because, like, some people reacted by number one. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, damn. You hit reply before even going to the next one. You were like, JK, RFK. Man, I would vote for Miss Bernice King. That was nice to hear today. But yeah, I think the Cuba thing is fake. Moral of the story. You know, speaking of Twitter. But if anything happens, though, we'll see. But for now, I do think there's nothing going on there. Who did I vote for in 2020? Nobody. So this is your guys' fault. And the year before that, Trump, 2016, I didn't vote for anybody. That's your fault, too. Before that was Obama. I didn't vote. That's your fault. George W. Bush, I didn't vote. That's your fault. Clinton, did not vote. That's your fault. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. But this might be my, you know, Bernice King said, let my voice be heard. So I'm voting this year. First time in my life. First time in my life, man. And honestly, you all should too, bro. You know, I had a talk with the vet about it, and you know, it was kind of inspiring. But like, you know, people did it's because my education taught me a lot of things and polluted my mind in many good and bad ways. But at the end of the day, man, you have the right. People died for it. Some people take it very seriously when it comes to voting, but I do think there is a lot of this generation that is and the earlier one that's getting pulled out to vote, man. So I am voting this year. I'm excited. Doesn't matter how you vote. California is going for Biden. I don't know. Call me a crazy. I think you get the right social movement with social media. I think anything is possible. I don't know. There's no other way to put it. That's it. I've seen too much craziness already. Social media we're in a new field right now. You know, it's a new era. So you never know. Had to log in to use my first message. I'm glad to hear you changed your mind about voting. Yeah, man, I'm excited. You know, like I said, you know, those books, I could even show it to you in the book, man. You know, the stuff that I've learned, you know, getting a degree in political science, even like that last comment, you know what I'm saying? You know, people are really taught you don't really have an impact, but I do think social media nowadays, there's a reason why everyone's hyped up the political ideologies. There's a reason why they go so, you know, like crazy with it. But yeah, honestly, I feel you, man. You know, even whether, regardless of what I believe of if it's useful or not, I do want to use the right, and I do think people made some big sacrifices for it. So it is the least I could do. And again, even my mom in Egypt, bro, you know, my mom always votes no matter what. So, and that's something she'll even tell you too. So, I mean, man, hearing Huma Tuberville's sold position, I don't even know. And then Netflix coming down after the pop contract, still up 100, but you have to get lucky on that snake. Huma, wasn't this a runner the other day? Went to school. I don't like tell people like my like elementary school and shit, but I graduated from U of A, Arizona. Bear down, baby. I was supposed to go to a better school, but thank God I didn't. You know, like I was so sad when I had to go to Arizona. I cried when I didn't get accepted to where I thought I'd get accepted. And then I had two options. My options were either stay in San Diego and go to a community college because I didn't want to go to SDSU. I didn't even apply for SDSU. Or I would have had to go to University of Oregon and University of Arizona. And then I chose Arizona, and I'm glad I did. I love that place, bro. I fucking love it. It's amazing. UCSD, nah, I didn't want to stay in. Dude, I was trying to get out of my house as soon as possible. Y'all don't understand. You know, I love my mama and I love my dad, bro, and God bless their souls and everything that they've went through and all of it. But like, dude, I was trying to leave as soon as possible. You have no idea. And I said I wasn't even going to apply in California, San Diego. I did apply UCLA. I didn't get in. And then USC, I didn't get in. And then Stanford, I thought I was going to go to Stanford. I really wanted to go to Stanford at one point in my life. That was a big goal of mine. And I worked hard, and I just didn't get in. I was sad, a little teardrop, but I'm so blessed of how it all played out. I can't, yeah, baby, Wildcats. I can't complain. Knowing you could live rent-free and put into real estate, would I do the same now? I think it would change my thinking because I had different values, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't value my family as much back then, to be honest with you. And that's why, like, and I just wanted to leave, bro. I've kind of felt like I had to, but it's still one of those things where I don't know. I don't know if I could go back and change it. And then, like, because I saw what happened, and God works in mysterious ways, but I don't know if I would change it. But I like free rent and investing, so. And again, I had a different value placed on being around my family. I cared more about other people. I cared more about randoms than anything. Like, that's kind of fucked up, but that was the reality at age 18? So, yeah. Would we have the same Josh? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. It's a trippy thing to think about. You're a Sun Devil? Wow. I'll forgive you. It's cool. It's not your fault. That's a little bit of school rivalry. But I fuck with ASU though. I like all my like real Tucsonians from the Dirty T. They'll get mad, but like, nah, bro. I love ASU too. I always had fun in Phoenix. Bear down, baby. Your dad went to law school at ASU? I think they have a decent law school, believe it or not. I know some people try to say it's a party school, but nah, they hit. Your girlfriend went to ASU? Totally. I was going to say, man, sorry for you. Oh, man. ASU, bro. And U of A. I mean, it's not any better. Bear down sounds bullish. I guess, yeah. I never really understood it. And then it clicked. But then I still never really got it. And then, bro, we only have 17 minutes left. Palo Alto, Coinbase aware of delays. Yuri on the high, URI. Girlfriend from SDSU or ASU? Nah, bro. My girlfriend's imported, so she's not even from here. Which makes a lot of sense, bro. I don't know. You know, I like my American ladies out there. You know, y'all are great. That, you know, Eastern culture is a little different. That's it. I say imported because the other step was arranged marriage with my mom. Not like I married my mom, but she would have had like 5 cousins set up, so I don't know. How did Cali people convince themselves that they're the center of the world? Definitely your fault. Maybe not you directly, but it's all the people in the middle of America who idolized it back in the day. It kind of got out of hand lately, and then we're like, what the fuck did we do? Look what we created. But nah, like back in the day, like I said, even when I went to college, bro, I didn't understand it. When I would tell people I'm from Cali, and they would be like, what, you're from Cali? And then I started using it, and then I understood the power it possessed. For me, I didn't really get it. But, yeah, I think, again, Hollywood culture and Hollywood, you know, the first time social media started getting popping, everybody went to L.A. Like Cali, like there's a lot of idolization around it that has set it up. But the history runs deep. Again, Cali was always this random place in America, like even early in the days. Like think about civil wars and the wars, and then as things developed, industrial revolution, the gold mining, the gold rush, you know, all of that's like there's a deep history on Cali, bro. Yeah, New York has, and same thing with New York. New York really has that same exact appeal. I've never been gold panning, but I want to. Yeah, most people from Cali don't think they're big stuff. I do think it is a common misconception from non-Cali folks. Some do, but usually they're tourists who move there, the transplants. That's your real problem. Like you, bro, the most obnoxious people in LA were not born there. I promise you. They were not born in Cali, or they came from the Bay. I'm just kidding, Bay Area. We love you, man. We love you. But most of them, like, I'm telling you, it's the Idaho, and I'm sorry, Idaho and Ohio. They came to L.A. You lived there for 7 years, and you didn't go back home. After 7 years, we created a monster. But you're like, you don't know this? Oh, yeah, this. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. That is kind of part of the problem. And then everybody just moved to San Diego, and y'all fucked that up for me. I had the best kept secret forever. And now all of a sudden, everyone's like, San Diego's better than L.A. Ah, no shit. And y'all want to ruin it? Uh-huh. Now you want to ruin it? These houses were dirt cheap in San Diego. We got a beach and everything. And now everybody's in San Diego. Oh. Northern Cali, like, it's beautiful. It's actually, I think, and that's why even the Bay too, like even San Francisco is a beautiful place, but literally the Northern Cali is a beautiful, beautiful area. Like if you like driving and you could take the drive like all the way up to like Big Sur, then go up through the Bay, even go down to the damn Nancy Pelosi's favorite spot, hit up, what's it called? What's the Rich Vineyard place in San Fran? Why am I blanking on that? But it's beautiful, great scenery. Even then, you're close to other stuff and mountains too. But Northern California is great. Yeah, if you haven't checked out Oakland, they have a lot of beautiful scenery, natural rivers, lakes. Napa, yeah, there you go. Oakland is a great one too, man. That's a joke if you don't know. But yeah, ignoring certain cities, because even the city of San Francisco is a shithole, but it's beautiful. like on like the scenery, the environment. Like I'm telling you, the nature, the trees. Go up to Palo Alto, bro. Palo Alto is beautiful. I love it. The trees, and I like that area. The suburbs of San Fran and even like San Jose, it's nice. It's really, really like nice. Dude, you know what I found out? I didn't realize this, but like my sister lived in Oakland. I had no idea. She told me. I was like, what do you mean you lived in Oakland? And she was like, bro, I had a house for like 3 years there. She rented in Oakland, bro. And she was like, yeah, people would just like say like, don't come outside. We'll see you at this parking lot. And like, there was like, she says, she's like, you get used to it. She's like, yeah. She said, you mind your own business. No. She didn't live in a nice spot, but she told me, you know, she's like, you mind your own business. She's like, it's kind of inconvenient, but like once you kind of understand, it's not. Like, I was like, dang, that's crazy. You in Oakland? That's funny. I didn't, bro. I've told you about my sister because I saw her at one house, and I don't think that was the one in Oakland. But the last time I went to one of her like places she was living, dude, I told her, I was like, for someone who does not like, who's against the whole Jesus thing, why would you choose to live in an old creepy church looking thing? Because it was the weirdest thing I've ever, dude. You have no idea. You have no idea. So yeah, bro. This is Colt's sister, yeah. 10 minutes. Yeah, 10. I mean, we're right near the highs. It's crazy. 5,300 and a new all-time high, baby. Netflix died, but the contract stayed up. Literally, I guess the spread, the contract's up 300%. Scammers. Liberals and preachers. My Josh answer streaming now. Y'all go listen. Share with any Chads who are up to get more real estate done too. TTF Real Estate, 4 p.m. Pacific time. Amen, baby. Do they let me pin the super chats? Why are they hating, bro? Let me get a link, baby. Let me get a link. And God bless you, Tyler. Oh, no. Amen, baby. And shout out Texas, bro. Liberals and preachers, baby. Texas, what's up, baby? I didn't make any earnings play because I think the Baidus, it's like just under $100, 2 standard deviations. I believe in Baidu upside, but I have 750 shares, so I'm a biased piece of shit. So don't listen to me, but I'm holding those. So other than that, I don't think they're priced right at the cusp, but they just have the ability to move. And then Walmart is cheap because of this split, which gives you an opportunity to surprise. It's like $10, I think, for 2 standard deviations downside. But so I kind of like them, but I'm not making any plays on them. So make your decision, my brother. We only got 8 minutes left. I did say 750 shares, yeah. It started as like 200, and I just kept averaging down. And I'm up on my latest averages, so that first position is still screwing me, but I like it, though. I do think there's value in it, and if it's kind of kept me in one play, which I kind of liked, even though I found a way to find other ones, but yeah, I'm down with Baidu, but it's risky. I understand the risk I'm taking, so, and that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't really, be cautious if you are trying to follow. Is your new favorite jam? Don't gas me up, bro. Don't gas me up, man. Don't gas me up. Why won't it replace pin? There it is. Yay! I love it, man. That's good, man. Hey, man. There may not have been country if I never went to your wedding. That's it. If I've never been to Texas with Tyler, I don't think I've ever, I don't know, man. There's something that came over me. I'll never forget, baby. God bless. Amen. Finger to the sky. I'm still in Vanny. You're going to have, and Vanny, I really hope y'all were, and I was kind of pushing y'all to make a decision or really just get involved and do your research, because the next 2 days on Vanny, that's it. The movements are just going to be anticipation, IV, and that's it. That man bro, Texas was amazing, bro. It was. I need to go back. SPY hitting a new high. All right, man. You're close into even final five, bro. All the tech. And remember, chips. Jeez. And then GE, too. Yeah, high ticker's gassing. We should have held the NQ again. Always welcome. Let's go. I mean, we need a... I don't know. Brock, though, he sent me those multi-units. I like those for a little. I don't know what happened. I told LT I was down if he wanted them. But I'm really... I mean, if we get them, we're going to do it. I feel Baidu. I mean, last time JD, the way I'm looking at it, Baidu has yet to have the pop. So JD did it last time. Pinduoduo was the one before that. And then Baba hasn't had one either. But I hope. But then Tencent kind of made a move. But it should be good. I don't know. Either way, I like the value there. And they are the Chinese Google. 5,300. Hey, we're already there, bro. You're at, what? 5,307. That's it, man. Price discovery. We don't even know. We should have held JD. I made a good amount on it. I remember we went big on the average ahead of earnings. We took the risk, but I think we could have got an extra $10. I sold out at like 29 or 30. No, so you got like 3 or 4 more. But that was a good one. Vanny News Friday, unfortunately, at 4:30 p.m. So you are going to have to wait till after. But it's all going to be IV from here on out. Not even like the shares. Just that always happens with these biotechs, and you see it. Everybody's asking. But we talked about this one for a while, and like we said, just right ahead the week before was when I wanted to average, and then there's going to be a whole group of people that finalize positions, day or two ahead of the event. So unfortunately, I do think Vanny, everything from here on out is going to just, there's nothing indicative except for it's just going to swing as people start to position. Oh, man, look at the time. Look at the time. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope we could end it on a good note. You're hitting a new high. The data did not get in your way, but believe it or not, we've been here for 8 hours, and it's about to end. So I have to give you guys the warning. We are about to land the plane, and in doing so, from now until the end of the day, the stream turns off. It is going to be extremely loud. So if you are sensitive to loud noises, I strongly encourage that when you hear the words earmuffs, that you mute your speakers. Otherwise, you could activate dormant BBB. If you're not familiar with dormant BBB, you might have dormant BBB. So you got to watch out. Point is, just make sure you are safe and protect yourself. Loud noises cause bad reactions in you. I'm talking to you, baby, okay? So earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs right now. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 67 degrees, partly cloudy, mostly sunny. I made that up, but it looks like I was correct. And the good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow. Chattadonia, time to bring it home, baby. Time to bring it home. You know what? I kind of have an idea, Chad. Oh, the spread's fucked. Hold on. Oh, 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I just had an idea. I'm like, wait a minute. Whoa, no. I was going to go way far out. But the spreads, maybe it's saving me. I was kind of thinking maybe a covered call super far out with time on Baidu, but I ran out of time. Too late. That's it. You got 15 seconds. Wrap it up. Shares, options, futures. You better make up your mind. You don't have much data. Hit a new high. Low volume, low liquidity, but it doesn't mean you have to go down. A little bit of earnings in the bell before and after, but you have 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chadadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. Data don't matter. I need a good game in the Chad. Drop that GG right now, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, infos, good questions, sincerity, straightforwardness, baby. Good call-outs. You called it out. You didn't just flex it. You flexed it, but you gave it to everybody. You called it out and your chat facts confirmed it. That's what I'm talking about. Amen, baby. And if you didn't get banned, you didn't get timed out. You know what I'm saying? You held it down, baby. That means you had mutual respect. You had love for everybody. You wasn't talking about people. You were talking about the game. Let's go. Good game, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. I hope you know we stronger as one. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter, baby. Thank you for holding it down. All the members, the donos, you didn't have to, baby. Good game. GG, baby. GG. GG. Amen. Good game. Give me that rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Oh, World War III? Damn, but we know what that shit look like. Oh, man, unless it's big time. People selling everything.
Feel like World War II.
Good song. I don't know. Don't let me get too crazy. I got to play that. I don't know that one. I said I might be a little too deep. I don't know. I want my liberals and preachers, man. I kept humming it. But Chad, listen, before I hit you with any music, we'll see. I don't think we're going to get any crazy earnings. You got Cisco. I hate them. Their earnings get wild, but they can go nuts. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed today. But for real, man, if you gave me your time, you gave me an opportunity, that's one thing, and it means a lot. But especially, man, if you showed love to everybody to the point where you didn't get clapped, you know what I'm saying? Like, that means a lot if you really think about it. I've been telling y'all, don't talk about other people. Focus on you, man. Show love. Be gracious. And some of y'all doing that day in and day out, man. And I appreciate it, and I hope you see the benefits of it, you know? And even then, bro, listen, I want you guys to flex more, okay? I know the rules say don't flex, but I say unless you post the damn play. And for real, man, make some call-outs. If I could go back and see you are putting the chat on, source that info. Flex away, my brother. You're giving everybody a shot. But if you're going to come in after the fact on some hope, no, stop it. So for real, man, like I'm saying, y'all followed the rules in here. Y'all held it down. You see that. We had some fast news again today, too, man. There's a lot of things. So keep it up, guys. I really appreciate it. And you gave me an opportunity. Y'all listen, man. Y'all been a part of this, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love all of y'all. And just grateful for another day, baby. So God willing, I see you tomorrow. I'll see you on the watch list, okay? Second link, first link. You want alerts, free ones, paid ones. It don't matter. Go look at the pin because co-real estate, man. And y'all been I think we got a couple more people who have began the journey. I'm telling you, I had Chads today. They hit big on 2 standard deviations, and they turned it into a crib, bro. So all I'm saying, man, there's multiple levels of this. I saw, and I love it, man. There's so much we cover on the day, and some of y'all hear me talk about everything from the stocks to real estate. So for real, get a long term. There's more things you could do, and Chad, you got the resources. So hopefully we see you there, but regardless, man, I hope you got peace. I hope you have love, man. And either way, everything will happen when it's supposed to, too. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, everything will lead you at the right time. I'm still reminding people to go pray and meditate. And some people, it just clicked today. So don't worry, man, at the right time, the right way. But, there's a lot of concepts that we talk, and I hope that they have, as we say, if you sit in the barber shop long enough, you know what I'm saying? You're going to get a haircut. And that's all. So real estate, stocks, long term, I'm just saying, baby. We'll see you, baby. 4 p.m. You'll get your watch list, too. But that's all I have, man. So thank you guys all. Check out the links. Pray for your boy, man. Fill out the prayer request wall, too. You don't have to. I'll still pray for you with or without it. But I love y'all, man. And if you ever want to do anything, you ever want to give back, bro, that goes a long way, man. For real, send me a sincere prayer. You know what I'm saying? Cisco. Here's that POS. It came out right here. Like I'm telling you, oh, wow. We're at 7, 8? Ugh. Again, they have crazy swings. I don't have their expectations. EPS 46 cents, adjusted 88, cash equivalents 18.8, operating cash flow $4 billion. Third quarter expecting 1.9, 12.7 revenue, and then product sales of $9 billion. They see full year EPS 246 to 251. Oh, I don't know if that one is a upgrade or not. All right, man. Damn, Cisco, I've been cucked many times on that one. It moves wild. Yeah, it's right up there. But that's Cisco, baby. But, Chad. That's all I have for you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. And we'll see. I don't know, maybe Cisco goes crazy. I'll give you a song. Get you some liberals and preachers, baby. It's release day. You're allowed to hear it 4 times.
Hey.
Don't trip, bro. Don't trip.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name Muhammad, would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was Moses, would have told me that he chosen. If I said his name Confucius, would have said darn it, I know it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you changed the way you treat us. Mrs. Phillips traded time, Miss Pelosi traded stacks. Mrs. Phillips molded minds, Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime. And it happens all the time, so my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really hear the pain. The people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
That's what I have to add. Amazon and Hood? What's up with this after? Is it Amazon might be moving off Cisco. Someone said Hood. A little bit, but Amazon probably off the system. Oh, I love this song. I love this song. You have no idea, bro. Whoa, yo, CB? That should not move like that. Is that Berkshire? Yo, you're getting 13 Fs right now. That's probably why they're all going crazy. Hold up. That's crazy, bro. Chubbs does not move like that. Yeah, there's no, bro, that's a 9% move on a insurance company, bro. Of course, Buffett's like, I'm invested in your high insurance prices. That's crazy. That you work for Chubbs? Well, we had a couple insurance people in here. You guys are going to need to give us some feedback. You guys got to give us insight into why insurance prices are so high. You know, we got to hear a little bit. We had some reasonings. You know, some people think car thefts. Some people think the high maintenance, you know. So, I don't know. You guys got to weigh in on the convo, man. But Chubbs that's crazy, actually. That one would have killed it on it. Dude, that stock does not move like that. That's amazing. Oh, back down. Hi, welcome to low liquidity. Back up. Oh, is it liquidity, computers? Who knows? They filed 13. They own $6.7 billion of Chubbs at the end of Q1. Damn. Is that all a new position? Yeah, Root and the other ones might move, but that's huge, dude. Yeah, if you have a Chubb option, you're going to love it tomorrow. That kind of sounds weird, but either way, it should be. That's crazy. That stock does not move. I'm telling you, an 8% move. Woo, $250 stock. All those out of the monies would be like 5 cents probably. I get, yeah, there's one. Yeah, most of them 5 cents, 1 cent. The latest at the money was 5 cents. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, no. That's at the money now. But, geez, dude. Am I down for a raid today? Kinda. I'm down. But you got to get him. And is he cool if I raid him though? Because remember, people get hella weird. But you got to get him to play liberals and preachers, and then you got to get him to raid coal real estate. Okay, that's a lot of conditions. So I don't know. I don't know if that will be either way. How about we'll just agree to it, and then we'll just assume that you're gonna do it. That sound good? I'm down. But you know, I guess let me see. Is he chill though? Like I like you. I trust you. He's not like a devil worshiper. Even if he is, you could just tell him to repent, and then I don't know. But either way, they're gonna try. All right, that's good.
Damn, come on.
All right, be nice.
We need them 4. All right, I'll take this.
And here's the deal. You know, if we raid and you see mother effers, you know, feel free to snitch on them if they're inappropriate. You know, if they don't represent the cult standards on a raid, you know. So feel free, you guys. And then honestly, that just shows me you want to be a mod in this wild west of the Twitch we have. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You behave. And honestly, like I've always said though, like when we raid, like you just a hoe. If you're gonna go into some random, like, you know, if they like, that's it. It's cool if that's what you want. If that's what you want to go at. I feel you, man. I feel you, bro. They're not going to be on Twitch, but that's what I'm saying. Just a raid on. You'll find them. You got to get them there. We'll see, baby. We'll see. But either way, enjoy the stream, though. You know what I'm saying? Don't use it to, like, you don't have to promote or do anything. You know, make them feel loved, bro. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a good time and make, you know, it's cool. Because I'm looking, he only has 5 people right now. It's followers only chat, so you guys are going to have to all follow. You only have 4 people, so this could be a good one. We could be a good, let's see. Let's rate it. I don't know. Let's see if this turns out good. I'm down. We'll put the Twitch over there, but Chad, I'll leave the YouTube on for a little bit, but I love you all. Thank you all. If you want to be a part of the raid, go to the Twitch, and I'm going to send y'all over there, man. But either way, man, it's been a great day. We'll see you on Cold Real Estate as well. God bless every single one of you. I'll stay for a little bit, but I want to tell you, man, don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why we trying to configure ourselves, let the glory flow through and make sure we don't get consumed in the process of consuming, baby. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Go to Twitch TV/trading fraternity. That's our backup stream, if you guys don't know, because sometimes we'll get lagged out, anything of that nature. So you guys can find it. I'll post the link for you. And you got co-real estate pinned up there too, baby. All right, man. Let's do it. I hope it's a good reaction. I hope it's a blessed reaction, man. Oh, wait, it's not letting me raid, bro. Oh, no, it is. He has followers only, though. All right, man. Y'all ready? Y'all ready, bro? We going in. I'm going in. I'm going in. And I'm going to go hard. All right, let's see. All right, man, let's do it. All right, man. Drops enabled. Oh, he ran an ad? What? Yeah, there you go. I think we're in. I can't hear him yet.
Oh, we're gonna hit 1,000 followers today.
You're gonna hit 1,000, baby. Let's do it. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, dude, he just went 4 to 160.
All right, guys, chat's going crazy. If
let's go.
Is this real?
Yeah, baby. God bless you.
Yeah, I hope it's real. We're gonna hit 1,000 followers, baby.
Amen. Amen. I like the footsteps.
All right, we're gonna take that grip for now.
They're good. He's focused. I like this guy.
The one I want.
That's it. Honest reaction. He's like, is this real? But he locked in, baby. He locked in.
Who did this scream, Steven? Oh, that's kind of bot. I thought you meant the one. No. Bot follow.
Bot follow.
If you guys might have to repeat.
Y'all gonna annoy the shit out of him with all the.
Hey, you guys might have to go back and say something again. Because I'm probably gonna miss a whole bunch of shit. Follower goal. There we go, baby. We hit my goal.
I like him. This is good going so far. I'm not even looking at the chat yet, so I don't even know if y'all harassing him or not. But I'm just not look. I'm just gonna not look.
Did I get raided or something? Whoa! Wait a minute. What the heck? Did I get raided?
I don't want to mess up his game, bro. Like, if I was on 2K,
dude,
I'd be getting so overwhelmed.
I gotta try to I can't get over there. Guys, thank you for the raid.
We love you, bro. Get a long term.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
in the chat, but I
Guys,
hope you
thank
see this.
For the raid.
Hell yeah. He's a homie. You have to be following for
I
10 minutes.
thought I was getting bot followed.
Oh, there you go. That's a real reaction.
Guys, thank you all. How was your stream? Wait, who rated me? Who rated me? I cannot get my mouse over there.
369 for Pal.
Oh, wait.
Damn.
Oh, you got me up here?
It's fine.
Why are you showing him that clip?
Fraternity.
Thank
you so much.
Why is that the clip you show him?
How was your stream?
Them rates get low. What?
You can't show him me being smart. Show him me being nice or something. You show him my Get Low remix. Oh, come on. That's the one?
I don't want to share.
No, I don't even. Man, like Canon will be used against you in the court of the internet.
Up here.
That's funny, man.
Right?
That's
I
great.
haven't seen him come down. Wow. Might be in trouble here, guys. Guys, thank you so much.
Thug life.
Guys, I can't even thank all you followers.
Yeah, bro, bro, I'm telling
so
you. After, if you've seen me play 2K, streaming, low key, bro.
You guys are crazy, man.
What the hell?
I can't even keep up with chat.
Oh, now you hit him with the gifts too, baby. But yeah, bro, I'd be so overwhelmed if I was playing a game of 2K.
Wow,
and then it just
Jake,
started going
thank you for
bring,
the
bring.
brother.
bling, 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 bling. I'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. It'd be a lot. It'd be a lot, man. So I understand.
Did he land up there? I'm telling you.
Let's go, man. Get us a snipe. Come on.
Jake, thank you for the 5 gifteds.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Let me get a headshot now. I'll be so hyped, bro. Because he don't know, Habibi. I tell you, I pick up the sniper. I show you a thing too, Habibi. Yalla. Come on.
I'm going to have to run on him.
I'm going to watch
Rep
till
Hawaii.
he
What's up,
claps
man?
someone. But it is PUBG. This could take like 2 hours. Can't send messages for another 10. That's good. That's good, bro. That's good. You can't raid. That's good. I'm making you wait a little bit.
I'm still in zone. I really don't have to go anywhere.
Come on, snipe someone. I like this guy. Honestly, this
Jake
guy
is a legend, man.
He's going to be good for the long term, bro. You know that?
Braxton, thank you for the 5 gifted.
If he could sit and snipe in the zone, he knows what the long term means. He's camping. That's how you do it, baby. That's it. Long term, you just camp. You know what I'm saying? Everybody trying to get you to run out into the open, acting like you could respond a $20 bill. Nah, dude. He knows, bro. He knows, man. That's crazy. This is PUBG. It's like this is like the original Fortnite. Like low key, PUBG came. This was the first battle royale game. I played PUBG the first thing. Like, I played that before Fortnite. I was like 20.
Thank you guys.
Was it like 2015, 2016? It was hype, bro.
I played.
Oh, there you go. Come on. Oh, did he get him? Oh, there you go. We got action. Let's go. Yalla, Habibi. Let's see, baby. Do it. Run up on him. Let's go. Okay. Oh, he did it with the flashbang.
Fuck, I have no HP. Wow.
There you go. Amen.
Guys, what in the heck is going on? Thank you all for the follows, man. 3, 4, and 5 gifted subs. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, bro. He's like, what the hell?
Thank you so much, guys. I can't even keep up with everything.
I love it. This is beautiful. God bless him, bro. Amen. I'm glad. It's a good raid. Thank you, Jake from State Farm. I'm glad he put us together. This is beautiful. All right, man. I got I gotta go though now. I'm gonna give it a couple more. I'm kind of into this now. Low key. I'm captivated by the sniper. You have no idea.
Hello, motherfucker.
I don't see this guy anywhere.
Let him win. Do you think he's gonna win? How many are left?
Called in here. Oh my God.
Oh, there's only 9. Hold on. All right, I'm down. If he gets baby shark, baby shark. Nine alive. He might win, honestly. If he gets a raid in a dub, dude. Let's go, man. I have to stay. Oh! Oh, did he get him? Oh, hit marker. I don't have my glasses on. I can't see as well.
Oh my God, guys, really?
He's like, why do you guys have so much money? Long term, baby. He's like, what do you mean, again?
No, God, please, no.
We are a different breed of online people. We have long terms. We saved. They're not used to this. It's like, what the fuck? I love it. Let's go. Oh! Oh! Are they hitting him or is that the... No, that's the zone. Get him. Let's go!
Got him.
Oh, dude, he's in the zone. He don't care. 7 alive.
Man.
Come on. Oh, clap him. Hit marker.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh!
Nice. I couldn't hit the shots.
Y'all were distracting him.
Wow, okay.
He had to fall. He was in disbelief.
What's up? Guys, I'm sorry. I cannot keep up with chat. It is going absolutely crazy. Let me exit out of here and maybe I can go back. Top 6? What? Did I get top 6?
That was a good run.
Top 7. Hey, I'll
You should
take
tell
it.
him
Yeah,
1,400
didn't
people
we?
are still watching him
One
on
whole
YouTube.
kill. Yay.
Because we are still here.
Guys, Thank you
We
so
all
much,
watched
man.
his game,
You have
baby.
no
That was
idea,
good.
man.
Tell him good work, man.
I used to have a nice following. I played PUBG Mobile.
Oh, really?
I came over here to PUBG PC, and those guys kind of went away, man. So I've been grinding with like 2 and 3, 4 viewers a stream, man. This is huge.
Hell yeah.
Thank
bro.
you guys
I'm
so
glad to
much
hear,
for
bro.
the support.
You thank
for
Jake
the
from
raid,
State
all
Farm.
the
Call, baby.
follows. The new follower rate makes your enemy disappear so you cannot see where you shoot. Oh my god. Guys, thank you all so much, man, for the follows. Thank you for the gifted
You never watched me
subs.
play 2K? I'm not. I get
Braxton with
quiet when
5,
I play
Sankey with
2K though.
7, Jake with 5.
I get way too into it.
Ryan, thank you for the prime sub.
Yay!
Appreciate that so much, man.
Ooh, I'm getting excited.
Man, you guys are awesome, man. Thank you all so much, man.
Hey, man, I'm glad, bro.
Just been sitting here grinding it out, man. You guys show up.
Hey, man, bro, this guy, he's
out of
like...
nowhere, man. I get a nice raid.
That's awesome. This is the best raid so far. I guess for the year.
Keep
We've had some
running-
good ones, but this is awesome. I
Keep
love
running a
this,
brother
dude.
grind. Dude, I'm trying, man. Long term.
Oh!
K-Side, and thank you so much,
God
man.
bless you, bro.
I've only been playing PUBG. Dude, I played PUBG Mobile
guy,
for like 6
bro.
years, and I just made the jump over to PC.
That's
like
why-
6
that's why you
months
gotta
ago,
spread
man.
love,
I'm
bro.
52 years old. I'm still trying to learn how to do mouse and keyboard.
That's why you guys show love, man. You see?
Get to long term, baby.
Come on,
Man,
show
I'm
love,
loving it,
man.
We are live. 10-minute barrier has been broken down. Damn right. What? Elite noob. Thank you so much for the gifteds.
Oh, man.
1,400 people watching me on YouTube. I don't even stream to YouTube.
Yeah, but why? Yeah, hi. I don't know if you guys send them the link.
You guys are so awesome, man. Thank you all so much, man. Oh my God, you guys are gonna make me. You guys are just
I like this guy, man, a lot.
unbelievable, man.
And he could ball out, bro. That was good. He
10-minute
made top
barriers.
7. I'll take it. I'll take top 7. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go. 1,400. Thank you. Great game. Thank you all, guys. I'm still trying to learn, man. Armor Fatty Trav. Thank you for the gifteds.
Oh, you gotta tell him. Now
my
you gotta show him a
goodness.
more fatty.
Guys,
He
let
just called
me
you
go
fatty.
to the restroom real quick.
He did fatty Trav.
Why hasn't this started a hype train? That's insane.
Yeah, why didn't it start a hype train? What the fuck? No, low key, bro. How come he didn't get a hype train off of that?
You know about this man called Uncle Answers? No, I don't. I don't, Iceberg. I don't.
Oh, Iceberg. He does not know.
Feed me Seymour. Showing love. Happy Wednesday. Thank you, man. Happy Wednesday to you guys, too. Look him up and play it. All right, dude. We'll do.
All right, you got
Guys, give me
objective
1
one.
second. Let me hit the restroom real quick.
All right. Now you got to get him on the lawn. All right, he going and he takes the pee breaks. Like I like this guy. This was such a good vibe, bro. Amen, bro. Well, God bless you if you see this beak. I gotta go right now. That was amazing, Chad. See, thank you for brightening someone's day, man. That was awesome. So I appreciate y'all, bro. Way to hold it down and way to show him some love, man. That's great, bro. That's great. So that was a great way to end it, baby. I will see you guys tonight on the watch list and tomorrow morning. Peace. Hey, yeah, show him love. Hey, get back. I gotta go. Oh, yeah, you do OSHA compliant bathroom break. It's good. I mean it. All right, guys, I'll see you later, man. You be good. You have a good time there, all right? All right, bye. Exactly.